So they were saying, granted she was a lot older, but Catherine O'Hara, her death was, she also had rectal cancer, which caused whatever condition she had to pass away.
Yeah, I don't know these people's history. So, I mean, sometimes you can't prevent it, but once you reach a certain age, especially if it's in your family, you gotta get it early. You gotta get those colonoscopies.
Yeah, is it the diet? What's going on with this generation? What y'all think is happening?
I think it's diet. Yeah, I think diet's part of it.
Diet is one of the reasons we have the highest cancer rates out of any country in the world. We consume carcinogens like it's a buffet.
Well, you've got RFK telling the world, or telling our country raised to get back on that red meat. Get back on that red meat and for breakfast. Because that's great for your diet and your colonoscopy.
Didn't RFK just approve using PFAS again on our food?
He said, what, Benny? What happened?
They can start using the pesticides again on our food. The ones that cause, what's it called, forever chemicals in our body.
Wow.
So you can actually
Chemicals that store up and can be purged from your system.
Yeah, PFAS. PFAS.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I haven't eaten meat in over 2 years.
I mostly eat chicken and fish. Red meat is very, very occasional.
I was on chicken and fish, but the older I get, the more, it's things that I just can't eat right now. I got rid of diabetes. I lost like 20-something pounds.
Shout out
And
to
I'm
you.
feeling better than I've ever felt in my adulthood.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations. I'm glad to hear that. That's really good to hear. I can tell you, with diet, it impacts your body so much more than people understand. Just like supplements.
Yep,
Organic
it's medicine.
I'm gonna give y'all one that a lot of people don't know about or use because I breed and grow. I've learned about it through that, and now I utilize it in my smoothie every day. Food grade diatomaceous earth. Are y'all familiar with that?
I knew you were going to go there.
What's wrong with it? It's a really good supplement.
Well, I just, it's all in my head.
Were you saying spirits?
I don't know.
You can use it for everything like this. So this is what I urge y'all to do. Don't take my word on some random idiot on Clubhouse on no sport.
Okay, all right.
But with all that being said, if you go to Amazon and literally put in diatomaceous earth, you're going to see it has more reviews and more likes than any other product. So a lot of people do know about it. And if you eat the reviews, that's where it gets interesting. It cleanses your digestional tract, which is important. It promotes so many positive attributes that I don't even want to go through it. But just look it up. And yeah, it's also used in gardening. It's also used with pets. It's also used with a variety. It's such a multi-use item. It's weird, but it's really, really, really good for your body. Really good for your body. Just look it up. And make sure you get the food grade. There's various versions of it.
Put it in your smoothie, like a little scoop or something?
I'll put 2 tablespoons, shit. But anyway, back to the diet conversation. If you consume a lot of red meat, you're doing your body a serious disservice. And I'm not promoting veganism or anything like that. I'm just saying, when I switched to chicken and fish, and mostly that's what I eat now. With an occasion, I might eat red meat once every 2 weeks, once a week. It depends on the week. I can feel a difference in my body, in my energy level, and the weight that it gives me.
I can feel.
Slower,
John Kitover can feel the difference in his body.
You don't gotta believe me, but if you purge your system, you'll feel it. You'll feel it.
What else do you put in your smoothie, homie?
A lot. I want to work.
Are we building here?
Yeah, I'm going to room with that.
Why not?
Why not? What's the difference? Who cares? I put bananas in, I put yogurt, I put some berries in there.
Protein
I
powder.
put a little bit of oat milk, I put a prebiotic.
You don't get pre and probiotics as a good. Vitamins and Ain't gonna sleep on Seahawks. Colorado just got an endorsement from a sitting U.S. senator in the primary. Won't matter, nothing will. Bam.
Wait, what did you say, brother? Because I really want to hear what you have to say.
Hello? Hello? Tellerico?
Listen, we just had a good, clean conversation about smoothies and the deliciousness and the different ingredients. And look at what Hurricane wrote. Not concrete, pretending his ass can teach people about diet.
Stay out of the chat. Stay out of the chat.
No. I just read it. It's already done. Thank you. People talk about the chat all the time, so please.
Welcome to the first meeting of
They
the
have more details about the school shooting in Canada. It's a Tumber Ridge Secondary School in Tumber Ridge, British Columbia. Small town.
finally at peace.
At least 10 are dead. One suspected shooter. Another 25 to 27 others were injured, some in serious condition. 6 of the victims were found inside the school. Additional bodies were found at nearby residences, and at least one person later died on the way to the hospital. Police responded quickly and eventually secured the area and evacuated students and staff. This is one of the deadliest school shootings in Canadian history, and especially here in Canada, which generally has lower rates of school shootings compared with the United States. The suspected shooter was found dead at the scene from what appears to be a self-inflicted wound. They described the suspect as female. Identity and motives have not been fully released and are still under investigation by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or CMP.
That seems very unlikely. A female? Like, has that ever happened?
The school has about 160 to 175 students. It's closed for the rest of the week. The small town is in shock, and local, provincial, and national leaders have expressed deep sorrow and offered support. There it is. That's the details in full.
Well, they do say America exports culture around the world, so there you go.
Don't blame that on us, Spirit. There was no mention of America, United States influence that was mentioned in the article, sir. We're not going to apply that. We're not responsible for a random person's meaningless actions. But it does seem very American.
Anyway, the point is, people need to go to their doctors, get their blood work regularly, get a colonoscopy whenever you're supposed to be getting it. I think they say 45. And don't be afraid of, like seeing doctors, seeing specialists and all that. Your health insurance will cover the regular visit.
I'm hyper proactive. I'm at the doctor for anything. I pay all this money for my health insurance, so I might as well utilize it. And I ask for my blood work. And additional tests that they don't want to ask for. I'll ask for myself.
What's reasonable about it?
Like I remember the last time I was getting blood work, I was like, I had HIV into that. They're like, are you worried about it? I'm like, no, but if you're drawing the blood, why not get tested? So I'm doing for it.
I have everything. I had a new fucking Lyme disease last time because
I had that now. I hadn't even thought about that. I had that. Just got me peace of mind. Why not?
I mean, I get it, but doesn't it cost more money?
No, my deductible stays the same and my monthly stays the same, so I might as well get use of it.
I mean, don't you have to pay okay, so I know some things are routinely ordered as far as blood work, but then when we start asking
just talk to your doctor about it, see if it's worth it. And also, we spend so much fucking money on everything anyway.
I was just about to say, I don't care about my copay or my deductible. I spend so much money on bullshit. This is my body.
Yeah, I just what you saying.
I take care of my body.
This is my body.
Curious to know what effect it had, if any, on the insurance because some insurance is they cover certain
Hello?
things and other things they don't cover, which means you have to come out of pocket for it.
Hello?
The key is, and this is what I learned with my doctor. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, my only point is, and to your point, I think, is to check with your doctor if you want extra testing. Check with your insurance company to determine whether or not it's covered or if you have to pay for it. That's all good.
Make sure you call your insurance company to make sure it's covered.
Medical advice because I'm not a doctor.
Hello?
Medical expert. Let me preface it with that because you know clubhouses.
Well, Amir kicked me out, so I can't get in. It's gonna be like probably
Asking for
soon I'll be able to get back in, but
into the panel as if it's not directly.
unfortunately,
If they add it in,
I can't get into his room, so
might not.
he got me
If you
good.
ask for it and it doesn't seem relevant to the testing that's being done, in
Just
that
ask for it, Shy.
and you might have to pay more. Your copay killer.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Jerry, between the lines, I can't help you.
I mean, it could even be, something like, I thought for sport doc and,
Whoa, what the heck?
That's the wrong way to go. You get the gifts after. Talk of lovers.
Oh, is that what happened? See, it's been
It is true. I did get my first pair of Kitover after we became first Kristen. I did. It happened then. It did. But I can't help it. It's magic and eye contact. I mean, what do you say? It's opportunity gives you a good pair of boots. I mean,
I look forward to that. But meanwhile, I need them like ASAP. So I can't find any that how they like the bigger buttons
Yes.
and they
go to belt.com, Kristen. Go to belt.com. Belt.com. Search the Lucky brand. I don't care. Search the Lucky brand and look for the sales and just have fun there. They might have a coupon online.
Okay.
I don't wear anything but those or Vince Bermudas because they're most comfortable to walk on sidewalks. Thank you. And they're hot. They're sexy and they're beautiful. And they're leather. They're all real leather. And they have good sales. So you'll spend a little, but I'm telling you they'll last. And also they have Sam Elderman there, so get some Sam Elderman.
Oh, I like that. I tried.
I know.
By the way, if you're looking for a fun perfume, Sam Edelman, I know it sounds crazy, but I just tried the perfume and it's actually really nice.
And I am 6'4", so you can wear your highest heels for me.
I know, that's so exciting. You like a perfume too. If you haven't tried it, just, give this one.
It's noon. And I have a 12:30 chiropractor appointment.
Oh, do you have to go there? Does she come see it?
It's not massage, it's a chiropractor.
So you go there.
Yeah.
You never know. Some have made house calls, they got the house call on car for
I've had a woman come and give me a massage in the house. Yeah, I've had that.
A massage after a chiropractor would be I think that'd be good.
It was a massage with a happy ending. It was a great massage.
Some people might call that a
Did you get naked?
Someone I know, Billy?
No, I don't think so. Nobody from Clubhouse.
Okay.
I mean, she's a real massage therapist, but she's also,
Wow. My massage therapist listened to them.
well, you haven't.
She's a really good massage therapist. Oh, she massages my whites afterwards. Oh, that would work out.
Did your wife get a happy ending?
No, she's like right
Here, bud. Are you two in the same room? No, I think she's like in the next room. Okay, so you don't know. Sorry, buddy.
Hey, Randy, how's it going?
No, man.
Buddy,
Hey.
what have you been up to?
Oh, God. What haven't I been up to?
Yeah, that's what I wonder about.
So I saw the movie last night. We talked about it yet?
No, what movie?
Something of Ann Lee, you know, with Amanda Seyfried. I keep forgetting the Testament of Ann Lee, the woman who's like the purse shaker. Didn't we talk about this yesterday?
I wasn't really here.
I never
Did
said more.
you guys talk to him yet? Oh, that was this morning.
It's the people you were talking about this.
When, I forget what it was. They were doing some test on me, and I was being put under. And as I was being put under, I counted down, and I was dead. And I woke back up, but I was bruised, and like my cheek was swollen. I felt like somebody beat me up. And they told me it was like you had a rough time when we were bringing you back out. We had to restrain you, and you were trying to fight us, and that happens in a lot of the men that are like high test or whatever. Like that was an excuse to beat my ass. Like, did I disrespect y'all before I got put underfoot? Like they literally, basically were saying they had to restrain me and beat my ass as I was coming out because I was having a rough time coming out and I was aggressive.
I think it pays to, do something like listen to, some music that's calming. Do something that's calming when you go in. I think that might have an effect on how you react, what your mind is. Yeah, but I've heard all kinds of stories.
Hey, that's my job, homie. Whenever somebody's being rough and disrespectful with the doctors, I'll beat that nigga ass when they're on the nigga. That's me. I did.
Concrete. You know what? This is where it's weird. I buy Krispy Kreme donuts for the office. I do that type of shit. Cause some of the girls just keep there too. So, but yeah, I do that type of shit, bro.
Well, what happened
I'm
is,
very respectful.
well, Dr. Schmickelstein didn't like the way he was talking to him, and that's why I had to fade you out.
Fade while you knocked out is crazy. Getting knocked out while you knocked out is crazy. Like, you can't win that. So I'm the only one. Nobody else had a rough awakening from anesthesia and got their ass beat. It's just me.
I'm trying to figure out why you had to be bruised. I couldn't understand,
But yeah, I knew it. They lied. Y'all just proved it.
You must have been swinging on him or something. I don't know.
They never gave me a full-on explanation. I wondered, like, the details. They didn't get to tell me it's like sometimes it happens, especially in guys that, like, they wake back up and they tend to be a little aggressive. I don't know. It never sit right with me.
He's alive.
No, Brandy, bruising like my face, my right shoulder, bruising like that. And I'm a kind of person, like, I don't bruise easy. I have tough skin. I don't walk around sore even after a heavy workout. Only like in a certain spots that if I was targeting a muscle group, but my body doesn't respond that way. That's why I noticed it so quickly when I woke up.
They beat your ass up.
They really did. In this club, I'm being dead serious. Like, I'm dead serious. This really happened to me. Only once. I've been put under more than once, but only once. But yeah, when I woke up that time, I was bruised up. Makes you realize you're at someone's mercy during that time period, like 100%.
Definitely. Well, definitely. I wonder why, and I know it would probably be expensive, but do they film people in the surgical room since you would
They should. You know what? That's a good point. There should be cameras in every surgery room because you don't know what's going on in here. That should be like a body cam. They should have a body cam and a room cam. Fuck that.
You should have a
Even if it's just for insurance purposes and we can say they didn't follow procedure, right?
Yep, I agree. I think you should have a right to see what happened while you were under the
there's been multiple cases like that, and it seems like a camera would have stopped them because nobody wants to do something when they know some people will, but you know what I mean? The majority of people won't.
I agree. They should have cameras in the morgue too, because I heard some freaky deaky stuff be going on in there too.
Why are you so dark today? You're usually not this damn dark. Like, what's going on with you? Are you okay?
Yeah, but I probably do need to get off this Epstein stuff for a while, because I've gone down a rabbit hole and it is very dark. So maybe that's
Freaking.
so like
Last night, were you in the room last night? We had that Epstein room. Did you go in there?
I was in a room talking about, I can't remember, girl.
Bree was, I was at Bree and Pink Pill. They were going down the road, and I fell asleep listening to them. And then they were playing Sasha Riley's they played that whole interview where they went over. Oh my God, that interview was so insane. So I said to myself, too, I was like, I'm gonna chill. Because I'll be at night just strolling on TikTok and it's nothing but Epstein. I'm like, I need to chill on it because I have been having random nightmares. Like, that's all I've been thinking about. It's insane.
Well, yeah, like I swore I saw the devil in my dreams last night. So yeah, I'm chill too. I'm gonna take the rest of the week off.
That Sasha Riley view is insane. I don't know.
Hello? Hello?
Brandy said a black lady sued. I guess she sued. She put a mic in her hair, and they were caught calling her fat nasty. Damn.
That point about the Sasha Riley thing, you know, it's hard to watch Jim Jordan up in there. He's one of the people they probably mentioned.
Yes, from Ohio.
Watching today, yeah, it's literally just kind of difficult watching him at this point.
My head is spinning about what's going on in Ohio. I mean, that's gonna be another hole, another deep hole, because like I said, that family, and I won't mention the person's name, but that family is attached to the Ohio State Medical Center and the head gynecologist there.
Okay, but there is a cute little pair of shoes would be so nice to wear in Miami by John Edelman, even though I'm supposed to be looking at boots.
Let's keep going here.
No. Basketball.
Hey Billy, I was wow.
How you been, Randy?
I'm reading a book about the Grateful Dead. It's a great book. Did you ever interact with anyone from the dead community?
I got to meet Bob Weir and Greg Garcia.
You met them?
Yes, they played. Bob did a 2-week stint, like a residency in San Francisco in 1980.
What club?
And the Bill Graham, Wolfgang, I don't know what's called it.
Yeah, I remember Wolfgang's.
But anyway, so every night he would have one of the local San Francisco luminaries come in like this.
have old ladies?
What?
Did Jerry say we all have old ladies?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I love that story so much.
Yeah.
He was very insecure in love, Jerry Garcia. For a superstar, he had a lot of issues.
I'll see, he had a good relationship with Mountain Girl for a while.
Yeah, for about 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. His third wife is like a satanic figure in Grateful Dead lore because, he had when he died, his final wife, who he'd only been married to for a couple of years, she reneged on all his obligations. All the support for Mountain Girl, she stopped paying it. His guitars, the Dead student said the guitars were owned by the band, and she said no, they were owned by Jerry. I own them now. There's a lot of lawsuits involving her alone.
That's right.
You guys sound like all the old guys, like the cool old guys I hung out with in college, like talking about your Grateful Dead bootlegs and stuff, sharing your weed with me. Like you guys are.
I would definitely share my weed with you.
Yeah, you guys were cool. Like we would just sit on your couch, play with your dogs. You guys would like talk all this shop about and the sound system, the sound wall was like incredible and all that stuff.
Billy, did you mention the sound wall?
I just did it. I learned a lot in college.
That's cool.
Yeah, those guys were cool. They had Volkswagen buses. They all had buses. My roommate had one. We named it Pump.
I had one.
Aren't they? I loved them. I loved it.
I drove it across country, and it almost made it.
We all did. Yeah, they almost all made it.
Yeah, don't come to bottom.
We broke down in Gallup, New Mexico.
We didn't have very big engines in those spots.
Yeah, but we made it to Joshua Tree. And then when we made it back to Prescott, we just drifted downhill. It was easy. Through Spoke.
Yeah.
Tennessee. Yeah.
Shake it, sugary.
Sugary.
Just don't tell them that you knew me.
You'll need to unlock your iPad first.
Serious.
God, they always gotta ruin it. Bitches.
That's
They always want what I have. You know what I mean? They're coming after it. I'm like vibing with you, and then here she comes. Oh, here comes the theory.
let's have a good time.
Yeah, she's prettier, right? She's pretty. Go have fun.
I'll tell you something else.
Eat your weed and your bootleg.
The Dead doesn't get enough credit for the great songs they wrote.
They were
They
incredible.
really did. They were a jam band, but they have about 10 killer songs. Uncle John's Band, Friend of the Devil, Truckin',
Work with your head.
yeah, that album. Yeah, those
Native
are
Gray.
Man's Blend and American Beauty. They're as good as any fucking.
I also like Blues from Allah.
Absolutely. All of the above.
They had great hits.
Fire on the Mountain.
U.S. Blues. Yeah.
This is hot. Can we go to the top of Thumb Butte under the full moon naked, please?
Yeah, I was going to do it anyway.
I love this. Who's driving?
My friend.
You guys want to go to Sedona tomorrow?
Driving. I love to drive.
I just gotta be in Joshua Tree Sunday. That's it. I just gotta be there on Sunday. We got a 2-pitch climb. That's all I gotta be.
Shake it, sugar free. What's another one? Well, Fire on the Mountain. Well, what was it? There's something that goes into China Cat Song. There was like a thing, like when they played one song, you knew the next song they were going to play after that. Maybe Morning Dew. Alabama Getaway, Touch of Grey, Althea. These are all great songs. When the Dead was inducted into the Hall of Fame, they all went except for Jerry. They brought a huge life-size cardboard cutout of Jerry. That was a fun day. I could keep going, but I can't read the room. I'm waiting for Jeff to say stop, so.
I think he's asleep. It's nap time. Don't say his name. Hush. I'm trying to get you.
I was just.
Oh.
It's good you said you're waiting for me to say stop. Because,
It's too hot.
one who wants to be socially, appreciated should probably stop before someone has to say stop.
Well, I feel like everyone's appreciating but you, it's all right.
You got a rat in the house. You got a rat in the house.
That's not a nice way to talk about Gary.
No, I'm talking about the round table. We got the round table in the room.
What about you, Elena? Did you ever fool around with anyone in the Grateful Dead?
Excuse me, I'm not going to say on the stage right now because we got the doofus in the room.
Who's that? Is that
Doofus.
someone in the audience? Who's she talking about?
Doofus. Bobby, I'm an entertainer. I'm a comedian, Bobby. Bobby! 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 Don't call your grandson a doofus! I'm not a doofus! I'm your grandson, Bobby!
I think you should do your public service announcement for the love of God. What's wrong with you?
Fuck rapping.
You're lucky I can.
But I can do it. Give me a second. Guys, if you like the content that you're streaming right now, please send your checks to 5562 West Edmund Street, Chicago, Illinois. And please do make out those checks to John Kitover for the great stream you're listening to right now. Again, 5562 West
We're going to try to get over that crap. 5562 West Edmond. Send a check. 10/11, $10.99. Rebuttal 11. You got to hit the shekels included in the envelope. $10.11, $10.99. Hello?
Yeah, look at such a loser. Look at the loser. He's a loser.
Hopefully he'll go to prison. Somebody's projecting.
On X, it's like, yeah.
Hello?
See? Play some good music.
Hello?
Taylor Swift.
Play some Grateful Dead, bro. Play Truckin'.
Trucking down to New Orleans. We're trucking. Uncle John's band! This is the John Kitover band!
Those are my favorites right there. The band dude alive was great David Crosby. He was like a sixth member.
Every time I go. It wasn't a Democrat Biden, but I'm just saying this. I have to be able to talk. I get beat down just being honest.
Hello?
I'm trying to denigrate it, but I'm just saying that
Hello?
was trying to throw funny fire back.
Hello?
Shout out to the Red Hat Retard crew. Shout out to y'all. Doing the devil's work.
What do you suppose will be the next step with Maxwell, since she has openly said she pleads the fifth unless given clemency? What do you think should happen?
Trump's going to pardon her on his way out of office. He has to. Or she will conveniently unalive herself due to the stress of things.
You think she's stressed?
That was tripping with sarcasm.
She only got 20 years. I mean, and they were trying to give Diddy life in prison. They were trying to give R. Kelly life in prison.
Hello?
Like, how is she only get 20 years for that?
Hello.
She got a sweetheart deal, and she's getting even more. Hold up.
I think they let her have a puppy. They let her have a puppy.
Travel company or something. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know. Yeah. My entire life is lost. That's all right, Billy. You actually remember a lot more than you just you know. You remember a lot of details, and I enjoy it. Thanks, Randy. I know. I'm about a few years away from being in your situation, Billy. So there's a special camaraderie between us. You know. No. You've got a lot of time yet. Okay. I'm being polite. Yeah. Excellent.
Is there something going on? Is there something going on with your health that I don't know about?
No, I didn't mean his health. I meant his memory and his stories and all that.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that Billy has about 40 or 50 years of great stories. Maybe 60 for all of them. Coming up to that.
I'm just
You're not getting any younger. Mistake other people not arguing, not fighting to speak over you, with them enjoying you inflicting details of issues that didn't matter 50 years ago. Especially at this point, 5 years down the road, you've told all these fucking stories. So don't.
I just read the book today, so I don't see how I could tell these stories.
Well, don't conflate their silence with their enjoyment, please, Randy.
Okay. You're so bad. Silence is violence. Silence is violence, huh?
People don't like to speak up for themselves, but they do have back channels.
Yeah. Okay. Right now. I'm getting it right now. Can you read some of the back channels to us, Chef?
No. My policy. Everyone should feel welcome to complain about Randy. I will not disclose who sent and what they said.
Only Randy? They're not complaining about Billy? Okay.
I've gotten one complaint about you in the history.
I'll try harder.
Yeah, and I've gotten a bunch of Billy lost his shit. What the
I
heck?
literally just got a text that said ignore Jeff. I'm reading it right now. Ignore Jeff.
Randy, with respect, if you want to ignore me in my space, get the fuck out.
I didn't send the chat. I didn't send it. Okay.
Let me be really clear. I provide a space that you're welcome in.
Thank you.
Maybe you have forgotten that this tendency that you have to co-opt the stage and talk about shit that no one fucking cares about is annoying me.
All right.
And if you want to fucking disrespect me in my space, you can fucking leave.
I stopped already. I stopped.
Okay, good. Let's make this a long-term improvement, not just a short-term frustration on my part.
Okay.
They're already thinking about the future.
So,
Let's make sure in the future we don't have this problem. Thanks, Randy. Let's confirm it now. So later on we can say, remember that time we had that combo? And we confirmed.
I thought you were giving us some music.
Oh God, not again.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Randy, if it makes you feel any better, you're less annoying than John.
Hello?
More annoying than Billy.
Hello?
We love you.
Thank you, Jeff.
No, really, I think I've gotten a total of one or two like complaining comments about you, Billy, and they always end with, "But we love Billy."
Hold on. I'm kind of lovable. There's a lot for us to do right now.
You're very lovable, and I think you're, in spite of yourself, you're very well respected by people here.
That's lovely to hear, Jeff. Very good. I doubt it. Very true. That's lovely to hear.
Hello?
Honestly, that's what I'm looking for.
I know I'm likely to kill for you.
Come on, you don't need to do that.
I just don't know that killing Randy is going to help you.
Please don't kill Randy. So you can. I like
you.
That's what Randy was. Yeah, please, right here.
I'm a fan too.
Randy showed up for my birthday dinner in New York.
Hello?
So you held it in New York.
Yeah. Next year in Jerusalem or Miami.
Hello?
I think you should plan to do it in Miami. I think it'd be fun to get a bunch of people down here celebrating you.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Maybe Aya will come from France.
We'll pull them from all 4 or 5 continents.
What is it?
November 21st.
30 seconds, Mohammed. Nurse hold.
Call me John. I mean,
You're
yeah.
playing copyrighted
You
music.
skip on this market, emphasis on peace.
Right, music.
Increase the market being popular.
That's right.
Helicopter, 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 helicopter. Helicopter. Hello? Hello?
They called into the Palm Beach Police Department and articulated that. So we
Articulated.
There's no way you can deny it at this point, but they still stick to that. So like you can't take them seriously at all.
Hello?
Monica, you don't have any data that will support what you're saying. In fact, the data supports quite the opposite, and you still sit there and troll. It's pretty retarded.
Hello?
Redundant. Stupid.
Yeah, she's a fucking coward and plants herself on stage.
Hello?
It's really fucking bad. Actually, you should be deleted. Forget about your comments. Alright, so she's gonna sit here and troll. Okay, guys, I'll come back when she's gone.
Curtis, I appreciate the clips you shared today.
Hello?
I was gonna say, Monica,
Hello?
you get an opportunity to speak, or you might be more comfortable in the goo, in the audience, unless you're just shadow blocking people. So I'll give you 10 seconds.
Hello? Hello?
Turn around. How about that?
Hello? Hello?
It's wild, man. I don't think we've ever seen anything like the MAGA brain. It is these guys make both George Bush presidents look like Jimmy Stewart. It's crazy.
Hello?
It shows the
Hello?
cognitive dissonance.
Hello?
And you have to give Trump credit for knowing that he literally, I think he said something, I don't know what his exact words were, but he said you can do basically anything if people are so willing to do it. And that's just an easy right there.
Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Putin, are you still in Morocco?
Hello? Oh!
At the moment.
Very nice.
Thank you so much.
What kind of work do you do?
I have like a sourcing agency. Like I source products, mainly cosmetics and that stuff from China. That's what I do.
Very cool.
Thank you so much.
Are you near Paris or somewhere else?
I mean, I was in Paris, but then I moved some time ago, and I'm in the south. You know, the south region, Nice,
Yeah.
Cannes, Montpellier, Marseille, all that place.
Mm-hmm.
And so right
Yeah,
now,
but-
I'm Montpellier.
Hello?
Yeah, I know it well. Very cool.
And thank you so much.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people are moving south. Two of my cousins moved south and didn't tell me. So
Hello?
I was in Paris a few weeks ago and planned to see my cousins, and they don't live there anymore.
Hello?
Yeah, it's crazy because the weather in the south is much better than in the north.
Hello?
That's fair.
Even the people, oh my god, the people like in the north, they're so you feel like they're so irritable, like you feel like they're so you just need a reason to get angry and everything. Meanwhile in the south, everyone is like so smiley, everyone is like so friendly. It's friendlier. Not friendly, but friendlier.
Interesting. It's been a long time since I've been to the south.
The south is much better. I'm in Bloomington and Enchantress, and I really miss the south.
You broke up a little bit. I haven't said that.
Hello?
I'm glad to meet like a fellow Amazigh woman in France. I'm in Bretagne, Enchantress, and it's like I miss the south. The warmth of the weather and the people.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Algerian, so I'm happy to see you.
It's the same. We're the same.
Oh, yes.
We're like all just family. Like that's very possible. We're all related.
Exactly.
It could be. Although I think I have discovered that she's more likely related to my ex-wife than me, which makes no sense, but that's the way these things work.
I mean, the world is pretty small, but nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I need to check my DNA because it's like they're updating again in my heritage or something. I heard.
Oh, I noticed that actually. I didn't go back to check the new report. I should do that. Is Elena in the room? Good thing we didn't do this 5 minutes ago. Let's see what the new report is.
Normally, if you're from the north of Africa, like I don't know, either Algeria or Tunisia or Morocco, it's gonna give you like 80% or like 88% North African, and then it's gonna give you like 3% Spanish, 4% Portugal, 2% French.
It's just like a mix because there's kind of a lot of community together.
It depends where you test. So I test in a few places, but for the North African component, the most accurate is actually an Israeli company because of all the North African Jews that moved to Israel. And like it's pretty specific actually. So yeah, mine didn't change much since the last time it's still Morocco, Egypt, Syria, Tunisia.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's like most of the results they come up with. If that's your picture, and if you allow me to judge based on your picture, I think you look a lot like the Jewish Moroccans because I see them in Fez, I see them in Rabat, I see them in a lot of places, and like they have face features that are very distinct. They have narrow noses, eyes. You look like basic.
Well, I sort of condemn them, so that makes sense. So thank you.
I mean, they are very handsome and rich. So that is a compliment.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear not to say here, North Africans generally, Jewish or not, tend to be pretty good-looking people. And that isn't me in the picture 2 weeks ago in Paris.
Oh, Paris! I love Paris. I miss Paris, but at the same time, like, it's an overwhelming city.
It's fine. I've been there a bunch of times. Like, parts of it are really cute, and parts of it aren't.
Alright.
I find it to be a little overrated. At least in the States, people romanticize it, and it's fine. It's got a lot of great history and unique things, but it's not any more like it's not so different than a lot of other cities.
You gotta visit.
Less dirty than it's less dirty than New York these days, at least.
Can we talk about the rats? There's a lot of rats. Oh my god. I can use too much rats.
I think a lot of cities are having that problem. I know New York has a rat czar. Seth, isn't that right? New York has a rat czar. That's supposed to be fighting the rat problem in New York.
Divine, I know you're busy, but these TV headlines where you can't go in the environment you're at, just so I can
I'm fighting traffic, but I did want to ask the stage.
I'm fighting traffic too, so I hear you, brother.
Yeah, I feel like they are menaced because regarding Westmore, first they said Westmore was not invited to the governor's death, and then they said
The Democratic.
none of the Democratic governors. So like, which one?
Which one is it? You know what? You articulated exactly what I was thinking. Like
You articulated.
a racist thing, right?
You articulated.
Everybody is supposed to be bipartisan.
Articulated is the day of the word.
And I was like, wow, that's racist.
Word of the day is
Right?
articulated.
None of the Democrats were invited, so we're not having it, even though it was supposed to be bipartisan. Like, which one is accurate?
Which one?
Articulated. 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 Articulated.
Supposed to be the chair?
Articulated.
That feeds off of our anger, and I'm trying to not feed that beast.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, one of my channels, I grew it based on a lot, like I would say it was 50-50. Now it's probably 70-30, 80-20 in my favor. But initially it was 50-50. But a lot of people don't realize that engagement is engagement. And engagement drives algorithms. I understood that a long time ago. I was gonna label shit intentionally so people would correct me in the comments. I wanted engagement. That shit would hit 1 billion views, and people like half of them is people are correcting you. I don't give a fuck. My next one will be whatever I want it to be, and it's gonna hit harder in the algorithm because I have that many more subscribers.
Tickle-lated.
So there is a way to feed off of people's energy.
Tickle-lated.
To an extent, like this has been the biggest troll of an administration ever. They use AI more than I do. Right? As far as creating fake content, did the plane dropping shit on the protesters, and he had the other one where he was arresting Obama, and nobody really pushed back on that as far as they're doing that on the ape shit. But you remember when he had him kneeling before him and arresting him? They've been trolling the living shit out of us this whole time that they've been in office. There's got to be some reason.
Articulated.
There's something behind it.
Articulated.
I mean, then you have people say they want us in the streets like George Floyd. Right?
Oh, Augustus is here.
Well, I was out protesting, and then there were bricks can be.
Augustus.
Yo, what up, bro?
What's going on?
Man, just working.
Yeah. Well, everybody's got to work, but as long as your hands don't get dirty, it's not that bad.
That's right. So what's up, man? Did you see any of this stuff with Pam Bondi today?
Yeah.
Crazy shit.
Yeah. Oh, I the clip that I saw that I really liked was she was yelling at Jamie Rasklin, that disgusting piece of shit.
I saw a few of them there. It's bad.
Well, the good news is, I saw what Massey did to her, and because she said, yeah, 40 minutes later we added wax in her back. And he's like, you added it back after we called your asses out on it. So, holy shit, this is like, the truth will always out. That you can almost always guarantee, because no matter what that means is the truth will always out, is that the opposite is always there, no matter what. That's just like, you can't have something without the opposite of it. And so that opposite will always emerge if it's in the public eye. That's really what the meaning of the all-seeing eye is. And that's why all these federal buildings, when you go in, they have the all-seeing eye looking at you when you walk in. It's amazing, but it's like, it's a Masonic symbol, basically. It's the pyramid with the all-seeing eye in it.
Yeah.
So because of that knowledge, there's nothing to fear, because it really does come down to what FDR said, and he was a total G. He's only thing you have to fear is fear itself. Like, it's just strength, courage, and bravery which wins always.
Yeah, man. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm just sitting back, watching, kind of disappointed.
Yeah, but you can't be disappointed because the law is one day at a time. Everything is just for one day. So you have to look at it as in like 24 increments every day. And right now, the day is at 14.4 increments. So there's 10 more increments to this total day. But your whole life is basically divided up, with your sleep. So it is, like Groundhog Day. You just have to think philosophically. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything that is has already been. So, just wait till Hillary and Bill give testimony. Like, they're gonna have to speak. If they don't speak, I mean, I don't know what the repercussions of that are. Like, I don't think a grand jury, I don't think a grand jury is going to force marshals to escort the Clintons and their Secret Service entourage, to a Capitol office building. I just. But either way, what is it that you heard today that caused you concern?
Just like, it just seems to me to be like a big cover up, and like, they're covering up, and running cover for this elite pedophile cabal ring,
Yeah, but you can't.
The bottom of that rabbit hole, it just seems like there's just a bunch of vampires, and that like vampires are real.
Well, then, what is the opposite of a vampire?
I'm not sure.
It's Van Helsing, Dr. Van Helsing, who, is basically a knight. So, I went to a military college called the Citadel. And, there's West Point, and there's the Naval Academy, and the Air Force Academy. Those are basically, for all intents and purposes, federally funded military officer, training colleges, facilities with other military people that train you. So the whole thing about a military is this is all just like medieval stuff. There's knights that are out there that are not vampires. There are normal heterosexual Christian knights out there that, are in positions of power. But, that's the opposite to the vampires that are out there. It's basically like Star Wars with the Sith Lord, Emperor Palpatine. There are Siths out there. They're out there, like, that's just, there are evil, despicable lawbreakers, and law, basically, like I was saying, runs on these 24 increments, and it's a very slow process, and it can take years and years, and then never even have any final adjudication. I don't know what to tell you, man. The law is unfortunately like the Matrix, but what that gives is basically the status quo, which is the consistency of continuity. And it's very important, but it's unfortunately, nothing is based on the founders' principles. So that's the disappointing part. You'll never get your satisfaction because it just takes too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, justice and the law is the biggest complaint. Like, I knew this very wealthy guy who worked at Citibank for 40 years and made it big time. Had hundreds of millions of dollars, island house on an island, multiple houses. He's at the Greenbrier in West Virginia. And he introduced me to a guy who made it, even bigger, billions and billions. The guy with the billions of dollars, he had an entourage, but he was still like a kind of an angry prick, But it didn't matter because he had made other men into multi gazillionaires. This guy was King Midas to this group of people, but he still wasn't that happy, and he was racing horses. But I don't know what people's personal lives are, but the Epstein thing is crazy because the emails are like all the evidence you need to know that it is a network of international saboteurs, espionage, murder, rape, torture, blackmail, kidnapping. Like the worse it gets, there's like no limits with regards to what is in the evidence. So it's shocking. But look at the Diddy trial. There's so many other. Listen, I don't know what to tell you, man. 3,000 abortions just hit the line, today. So it's like There are people out there doing child sacrifice for a living, and we're still paying them with taxes. So,
Yeah.
put the order of complaints, in order. Like the priority of complaints, basically, is what I'm saying.
No, that's a good point.
Because the now is all important. And I can go across the street right now and some 24-year-old girl is having an abortion. And it's what's crazy is when you look at it in like 24 increments, that baby, let's say they decide to kill it at 600 hours, but then our politics and media says late-term abortions happen at 800 hours. What is that 200? Like some people say you have to have a breath to get the soul, but to think that 200 hours is the difference between having a soul and not having, it's stupid. It's not logical. It's still definitely murder. So,
Yeah.
talk about innocence. That can't defend yourself. You're in basically an open field, and it's not yesterday's leftovers. It's something so. It's like basically, it's like you are killing. Because it's just the probabilities of a baby coming into existence is very rare. It took the whole universe to baby, in the same way that it took a whole universe to flower, like to create trees and flowers. Like the whole one system or the one God, you are essentially killing God, at its most innocence. So if you think that all things are God, then you were essentially committing what is it, like deicide? Abortion is technically deicide.
That's deep. Yeah, my friend Angela Stanton King runs a pro-life organization that gives women an option to keep the baby. It's like the opposite of Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
And they've saved over 100 kids from being aborted.
It's so expensive because life is so expensive. But the amount of money they're spending monthly on abortions is $1 billion. So it's just like anything. Would you rather have a check from the government, or would you rather have to write a check to the government? And I think all decisions, eventually will have to come down to that. Or not. I don't know. I mean, the debt is totally conceptual. So.
Hold on real quick. Hey, Dave. Hey, come check this out. I'm just gonna get her to look at this proposal I just wrote. I'm on with a cheeseburger. Say hi.
Hello. Stephanie, right?
Yep.
How's your baby? Little Augustus Jr.
He's pretty good. Strong kid. Big kid. He's getting big.
Wow.
What'd you pull me in here for? Hello?
Do you want to check out this proposal?
Yeah, why you spell on Instagram like that? It's really weird. And Facebook. It's weird. TikTok is 2 words.
Are you guys using Sora at all?
No. What's that?
It's AI videos.
Actually,
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
yeah, no, I bought this one called Free Pick, and it's got every single AI built into it. So you get Nano Banana, Gemini, VO3, all that shit, all in one.
Is it an app or no?
No, it's a website, Free Pick.
Oh, I see.
FREEPIK. And it's got a bunch of shit built into
They
it.
do have an app, Free Pick AI Video Generator.
This is good.
It's so annoying. It's asking me to confirm my age in Google Play.
You want to just pull it up on your computer? What do you want me to work on? What do you want me to do?
Monthly ad spend budget per platform.
Oh, really?
I used to work at a company called Dealer.com, which is automotive advertising, and it's unbelievable how much a car dealership spends on Google Ads monthly, and but also how much they spend on radio and newspaper. Um, but yeah, in terms of like raising budgets on Google Ads, it's like always easy to show if you can show statistically, what the ROI as you increase incremental spend, and couple that with other keyword ad strategy or keyword brand, you know, keyword additions. The whole thing deals with keywords. And it's amazing because brand advertising is Google's biggest business. And for example, Ziploc or Raid or just think of any brand name like Samsung, Apple, etc. Those keywords, those mega corporations always buy the number one spot, and it costs them a fucking fortune because it's an open marketplace.
Content calendar and scheduled posts.
Their competitors like Samsung, are constantly trying to bid for the number one spot, but because it's basically like blackmail. Google, will always give you the number one spot if that's your brand and you're willing to pay, and they pay. It's unbelievable how much they pay per click. They run it at a huge loss, but they just don't care because it's an annual quarterly budget.
Yeah, fix that one. Um, Social media management for the following platforms: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. And I think when it says recommended monthly ad spend budget per platform, 500, then put in parentheses, $2,000 total. Comprehensive detail. And then just bold the word recommended. And put a space between that and the monthly goals. No, like an enter.
Like that.
Videos, no, so we can't guarantee videos. So let's say videos,
And a lot of Trump is closer to the end than he is at the beginning, but like Pam Bonnie's middle age or whatever, like Cash Patel, Marco Rubio, like Ted Cruz, all these fuckers or whatever, they, got 40, 50 years of life left or what, they need to wear that shit for like the next 45 decades.
or do you pay that to video?
Yeah, unfortunately, reality is they'll always have jobs, they'll be employed, they'll always make money, they'll never be poor. And that's it, because there's a segment of society that will always hire them. And, there won't be any shame, there won't be any punishment for them. Sorry, I'm cynical, but this is the reality.
No, and I'm with you, Spirit. I hope we get your wish though. And like again, I put people do this and get triggered or whatever, but it's like, I hope we do get an American like Nuremberg, our version of some kind of trial or some kind of accountability when all this shit is done.
Enter. Get rid of the. Make it like one dot smaller, like a 9. What happened to the italics? I'm gonna put a star in front of it. A star at the end of editing, a star before that. Content creation in accordance with Jay Townsend. Try to get rid of that dot in front of it, and if you have to space it, just put a space bar like that. No, back it up a little bit.
videos for all platforms, including TikTok. Platforms, comma. Video caption, editing, continue optimization, details, content calendar, post scheduling for optimized posting time. All right, let's look at some previous things that we've When some Gannon previous said, proposals.
If we don't win this next election, then a lot of people in this room are going to jail, including myself. Isn't that an admission of guilt?
Yes, but you see what's going on now.
That's not what
They're operating. Yeah, they're operating in a fashion. They don't care about innocence and guilt are like out the window, like the rule of law, right and wrong, like the Constitution. They're just spitting in the face of conventional wisdom. They don't care about anything at this point. So, yes, what he said, we all know that they're doing stuff. But yeah, if they get out of power, then it's going to come to bear. Donald Trump has said it. He literally said, I think 2 weeks ago, talked about being impeached. You know, what's going to happen to him. They all know because, and now all this Epstein stuff has come out. So they're really shit out of luck. That's why I say this shit with the midterm is going to be real interesting. What they've done here in Georgia, and I live in Georgia, so I'm fully prepared that when it's time to go vote, that there are going to be armed ICE agents that are going to be harassing, asking like for passports. They're going to be fucking these midterm elections are going to be something else. They're going to be something that we've never seen in this country before, in my estimation.
Can you still vote early in Georgia?
We'll see. I'm sure that you probably can. I normally vote when it's like the first day of January. Or like I normally vote early and don't wait till the last day. But I'm sure they're gonna have, just like you see in Minnesota being a test case, and even in DC and the DC metro area, where like the National Guard, all the stuff they deployed people. I'm sure they're gonna do that. I'm sure that's coming to Georgia. ICE is already here. I just haven't seen them operating the way they're operating in Minnesota and all that. But they are here. They have 2 locations here. They've got like these ICE wrapped cars that are here. So yeah, so we'll see. I just know leading up to your point, if once they lose power, shit is gonna go down, and so they're gonna do everything they can, cheat, lie, steal, kill, whatever. They're gonna do everything they can to make sure they keep power.
Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, we talked about it briefly, but you can wake it up if you want.
Well, did you see that they actually brought the brochures back?
Yeah, that's what I predicted. I figured it was, who was it? I blanked them, the Tuskegee Airmen. Remember when they made those changes, the Defense Department, and there was backlash, and they brought it back? I figured it was going to be like that, so they brought it back already.
Yeah, literally hours later.
Yeah, we can have the Edgar Evers, who was shot and killed in Mississippi by an open Klan and white Citizens Council's member, whose words we can have them tell us how that's not racist. I'll let up Notorious and some other maggots and tell us why the Trump administration wanted to erase that history, all the while saying that the Democrats like people. All the while the importance of keeping up Confederate statues. Let's see if any mags here. Let's see. We got a hand up. Okay, nobody wants to come up. All right, cool. Why does the Trump administration want to erase history? I don't understand.
There's probably dozens of examples of this in the last year or two.
For me, I didn't really start getting into history until undergrad, and it was the biggest motivation of my life. It pushed me to graduate. A lot of people, they do that. Look to your left, look to your right, and I had a couple of buddies who they couldn't deal with it. Like, fuck this college shit. Me, we had a tight knit group, and I actually ended up doing an internship at our campuses. We had like an African American Institute on campus, and I had to work in the library. That was one of my jobs, and I just started to get exposed to really. Even my father's like, "You changed." He said, "You weren't like this," and it was motivation. So if you're someone who has the mind of a supremacist, and you figure out that, in my case, someone like me that's motivated by knowing, what's the line, to which one is given, much is expected. I doubt that.
To whom much is given, much is required, I think.
Yes, thank you for the correct
felt this duty to be, I'm gonna be somebody. I'm not going back to the block. I'm not going back to the hood. It was motivation because you start to learn about the sacrifices, the trials and tribulations, the bombings, the killings, the terrorism. And so, again, if you try to erase this from someone like myself and, what has been done to people that look like you, maybe some people, it might not affect them whether they know this history or not, but for me, it was the battery in my back, and still is. So, they're gonna erase it. What are they gonna replace it with? That's even more concerning.
Define the version that they wanted to be like this man was an overachieving racist. He was a part of 2 organizations. One wasn't enough. And the fact that he got called racist, they wanted to take back the brochures and rewrite them. He said deplorable things. He murdered Megger, and the state of Mississippi largely assisted him in getting off for years until he was finally convicted. It's just absolutely horrific.
Yeah, he ran for lieutenant governor or something. I remember when the stories came out. I can't remember exactly right now, but he ran for stuff, and he was open about it. I think he was eventually convicted several decades later. He's open about it, but that's stuff they want to erase. But the statues of people who wanted to enslave others, those things need to stay up. It's pretty incredible stuff, man. Pretty incredible stuff. I don't know, man. It's crazy. I'll invite up some of the magats and see what they think.
Yeah, I mean, he actually, when he was running for lieutenant governor, he told people that he believed in absolute white supremacy under white Christian rule. And then he tried to bomb. Like they caught him with the bomb in New Orleans, trying to one of the Jewish leaders there in the community. Deplorable.
So just as a quick point of note, there wasn't a single Republican that asked about the Epstein files.
Oh, wow.
During the testimony. Yeah, they got their marching orders. I should say except Massey, to be clear.
On stage. How are you? Are you calling from the grave?
Oh, why it's so quiet? Everybody voted for Biden?
I didn't hear. I voted for Biden.
It don't matter who you vote for.
You don't think so?
Nah, it don't matter. It's already, I live in Mississippi. We got, what, 5 electoral votes? That shit don't mean nothing.
Mississippi, you guys have.
That's it. When I get through sipping, I PP. I'm from the South. It's a cold world, but it's hot in the South.
I think Mississippi has more than 5. Let me see.
6, might be 6. It ain't more than 10.
6 to 7.
It's 6. It's 6. I know it's not 6. Yeah, it's 5 or 6. 6, 7.
6, 7.
And you know, type shit. My nephew told me to say that shit. Type shit. Type shit. I love folks like that. Type shit too. I don't know what it means, but I call myself selling toilet paper. You know, I sell toilet paper $1.99 a roll, $2.13. Politics, huh? Politics. Politics is a very fucked up thing because with Trump, he made politics beautiful now. People were into politics when Obama and Bush was running in my day. Shit, nobody cared about politics. Now everybody's looking at it like a live TV show. And Trump, when Trump in the movie Home Alone, he was like a cool cat till he became a politician. So sad. They kicked me out of rooms because of my ATV. They say it's not right to puff a Newport and sip a beer at the same time. Wait. The Newport say never eat wet pussy on a rainy Tuesday. Wednesday.
Yeah.
No, that's right.
There's nothing that says American like a Newport and a beer and getting behind the wheel, bro.
No. Can't get behind the wheel. Them DUIs, boy, that third one, they gonna send you up, boy. Shit. I can't drive no more, man. I sip too much. And when I get through sipping, I PP.
That's a question.
Hey, if y'all want to end racism today, if everybody in this room close their eyes, everybody be black.
Let me ask you a question. Colt 45 or Old English 800?
Man, I'm gonna have to go with that Coke, but I didn't drink none of them 40. I'm gonna have to go with that Coke, man. I'm gonna go with that Coke, that 40, man. Hey, I'm gonna have to go with that 40.
That 40, man.
That 40. I'm gonna have to go with that. The Old English, I think, was 32 ounces. That Coke 45 was 40 ounces. I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah, both in New York. You can get a 40 old gold or you can get a 40 Colt 45.
Hold on. This man be a while about my age. You can't leave out St. Ives, man.
St. Ives Day, you get one black.
The special brew with Snoop Dogg now.
Oh, that's right, brother. Hey, let me ask you this, bro. Did you vote for Trump? You voted for Trump, right?
I didn't vote. I could vote, but if I was, I probably would have voted for Trump. I sure didn't want that koala bear in there.
Yeah, koala bear. I knew it,
Man. Hey, in a tampons in boys' restrooms. Man, hey, look, I ain't got no children, but I told all my nieces, all y'all gotta do is go to the boys' restroom in Minnesota. Y'all get free tampons.
So you told your nieces to go to the boys' bathroom. That makes a lot of sense. Let me ask you this, though.
No, to go get the free tampons.
I heard the tampon, Jim. I know where you're going with that. Let me ask you this, though, brother. Y'all know some joke. It didn't late. Let me ask you this, though, brother. So, what would have made you, even though you did not have the wherewithal or the gumption, I think that would be appropriate, the gumption to get up and
Gumption. Oh, that's your word that you're choosing to come.
Yeah, I chose gumption.
assumption. I chose okay. No assumption. I chose assumption. But outside of this, just hear me out, brother. Hear me out, brother. I'm listening. I got 2 ears. Well, in one mouth, so to the max. Look. So with that being said, sir, I got 2 hands. Yep. I hear you. Anyway, so with that being said, sir, what would have drawn your potential vote that you didn't give towards the Trump administration? Oh, well, first of all, it was just competence. Competence? He's competent. Yeah, between the two of the evils. In other words, if I was to choose a snake, both of them were snakes. I would choose Trump because he was a rattlesnake. At least he shook his tail before he did me. But them other little slick motherfuckers, they were like water moccasins and cobras. They just would have bit you and you wouldn't have said shit. So I'll take that rattlesnake. Of the two evils, I'll take the rattlesnake. At least I know he's coming. I got you, but let me ask you this. What exactly makes Trump the rattlesnake? Matter of fact, even further back, what makes Kamala evil? Well, it's not that she's evil. She wasn't competent. She wasn't ready for the job. It's just like I live next to a college. Are y'all familiar with colleges? HBCUs? I've heard of it. My daughter attends one of those things. She goes to UCLA. But keep going. Well, UCLA is not an HBCU. I know it's not. I never said it was an HBCU. There's barely any blacks there. I'm not fucking stupid. Okay. Keep going. I attend one of these southern schools, and one thing about HBCU, they're all named after white folks, so I don't believe in that model. But my point is, it's just like when you, at these schools, all of them are owned by white folks. Rockefellers, Alcorn, where I go to school at, is named after a white person. Oh, yeah, you can do your history. And Hiram Revels, that the one of our dormitories named after, he was the first black senator and the first president of Alcorn State University. Oh, well, do it. You got Google, brother. You sound like you voted for Koala Bear, too. But back to the point. See, what it is, it's just like joining a fraternity or sorority. You need some pussy. So all the black women got with Koala Bear because she was a AK from Howard. She wasn't qualified. She wasn't qualified to run shit. She ain't qualified to run shit now. So I picked a businessman that went broke 10 times and still a billionaire. That was my options. Get a guy that runs a business that is well qualified or fuck their way up to the top. Gotcha. Now, and your boy Montel Williams, y'all know if y'all heard of Montel Williams, that was his side chick back in 2000, by the way. Give me 1 second, man. Man, can I have just a brief second one, brother? Just a brief one. And then I'll hit you to me, right? But one thing, I understand you said she wasn't qualified. You see what I did there? I liked it. I knew you did. I knew you would. Kamala, I got you. But now, she did have a bachelor's degree. Where did you Howard? She did, right? She passed the bar. She was the deputy district attorney in California, Alameda County. Right? She was the San Francisco district attorney. Right? Did she let males into women's prisons? All right, we just got to stay on topic. Well, that's on topic because she allowed it. Now, let me finish giving her qualifications. Okay, go ahead. She was the Attorney General of California. She was a U.S. Senator, right? So what, and then she was the actor. And she was the Vice President. Senator. Where was she a senator of? No. California of what? U.S. Senator of California. No, she was not. Yes, she was. That was Hillary Clinton. Yeah. No, she was not. Tell me, where? Senator where? Senator where? Can I build, brother? Come on, I'm telling you how disqualified if you listen. Come on, man. She was a U.S. Senator in California from 2017 to 2021. Okay? She was the first black woman in the U.S. Senate. You didn't know that? She was also the first black woman. She's not black. Well, South Asian is black. If you want to add that in, she had a little spice. Okay, no problem. She wasn't. No problem. But it goes a step further. She was the vice president. How much more qualified do you need to be, brother? You're not making any sense here. Man, I heard you come off mic over here, brother. One mic on here. She was the first.
Can I get the question first? Can I please ask him a question first?
The movie, what part of Mississippi you from? Okay.
He's probably Googling. He's probably Googling. I was Googling. Yeah, my bad. I had to go look that shit up. Sorry, bro. You don't believe I had to go to California senator. Well, shit, there's a Super Bowl in the gayest city ever. Shit. Okay. I think the Super Bowl was in Santa Clara, wasn't it? San Francisco, wherever.
It was in Santa Clara, which is about 40 miles out from Frisco. Brother, you gotta stick to the facts.
So, yeah, go ahead with your question. So you're wondering why, what promoted me to look at Trump over? No. Let me ask the question. Shut up. Hey, don't tell no grown man to shut up. Just say, I told you, you're not a grown man. You don't have any teeth. Oh, shit. I can tell you don't have teeth. I can tell you your tooth is. You was raised by your mother, what? No, I was raised by my father. You would have more respect than that, but go ahead. No, he told me to respect thinking people, not dummies. He told me to have standards for men. What side of the river are you from? I'm from the side that showers. That's not the side you're from. You know what I'm saying? West side, east side. I'm from the south side. West side. You're from the dirty side. Yeah. Y'all get a lot from us. You know a lot. I can smell your house through the phone. I know what you I live in a trailer. I know you do. It's a double wide. No, it's a big accomplishment in your life. And so you live in Cali? You sound like you're from Cali. I don't live in Cali. Says she from the Cali, but she lives in Cali. Es on your mind, the eye, like a little goose here. One time. Bad Buddy was your favorite rapper. It's me, just a stuff. Come on, Tim, that makes it worse. Because Jonah, you get. No, but I'm saying, what state are you from? You get it, you don't mind me asking. Okay, clear it up, my bad, bro. There was a black lady said before Kamala Harris. But the movie, I had a question.
Black and Asian. I put that up in the chat. Black and Asian.
Wow, she was more Indian though. She was only with that combo. I don't think Obama is from America. The movie. Stop. Let me ask you a question. When you said all the HBCUs are named for white people, you meant where you were or just generally? No, like if you take Tuskegee and a lot of these houses. I'm not asking that. I'm just saying, did you mean where you were or all of them? All of them. But there are some. Chill out. There are some named after black people. So a lot of them are named after donor. Chill out, bro. I'm just giving information. I don't want to. No, I'm saying give me one. Just give me one. Yeah, Bethune-Cookman. You know Mary McLeod. That's after Rockefeller's ex-wife and shit. She's along with the other lady. Mary is McLeod. Hold on, bro. Yeah, but Mary McLeod Bethune was a white lady? Yeah, man. They all like you. Did you know Hitler was black? Bro. Calm down. Man, they calm down. I'm gonna move you from the room. Just calm down. Are you joking or you being serious? Yeah, I'm serious. All right, Google Mary McLeod Bethune and tell me what you see. It's the Cookman part. It's the Cookman part. It's the Bethune part. It's the Bethune part. You said all. Who's funded it? I'm about to. Come on, man. You making it less fun. Man, I don't give a fuck, man. Talk about something else, then. I live right next to HBCU, Alcorn State University.
Y'all boo him.
Content.
It wasn't content. It wasn't funny. Because the problem is it's funny if he can talk, then you can talk. But when he keeps talking over people, it's not funny. Right? It was actually hard to listen to.
I agree with that. I agree. But as far as misinformation, because I don't like to give out misinformation on stage, the combination is what I'm talking about. Like you said, she's the only one, but that still makes her first. Those two brain cells were struggling to come up with a conversation. They were struggling.
My apologies to you all. Everybody from Mississippi ain't like that.
The funny thing is, he thought Ben was the one from California. He sounds nothing like a Californian. Give it, I don't, and didn't during that moment. thought you were insinuating that you usually don't wear clothing at all.
I didn't know you work out. Interesting.
That has been cosplaying all this time.
Yeah.
As someone from Maryland, the niggas from Gardena, y'all.
Gardena?
Mm-hmm.
Say it ain't true, man.
I thought it was the Inland Empire.
From Fontana, Gemini. Fontana.
Man, that's fighting words they saying you from now.
Yeah, you gotta know, you don't know what's being said. That's being
Fontana is, oh my god.
Man, just listen to my voice. Swing words, ask questions later. Just trust me on this one.
I can't. I'm in and out because I keep getting kicked off. What did he say?
I said you're from Fontana.
Fontana, brother.
Oh, Fontana, California?
Yeah, you gotta swing on them. Don't ask me any questions. I'll explain to you later. Just swing on them right now. Trust me.
Gemini, I lived in California for many years, bro. That's another thing.
I just know you lived in California. How would I know how? I don't California, man. I don't know there. I don't
Everybody's lived in California. It's a big state.
No, everybody should, but I would have no idea where you've lived previously. I don't know.
Yeah, but Ben, have you been to Fontana?
I don't remember offhand.
Have you driven through?
Yeah, he hasn't. He hasn't because he
I've
didn't.
driven through it. I don't know if I stopped to stand.
Yeah, like most people drive through Fontana, it's not the kind of place you go to unless you have reason to go.
Right.
You ever gone to San Bernardino in Palm Springs? You may pass it.
Past it. Key word is past it. And that's why I said I didn't know you were from, because when somebody says that, you gotta just smack the shit out of them. There's no talking no more. You've crossed the line. It's like in the days when the duel and you just threw your handkerchief on the ground. They threw the handkerchief on the ground. He said that shit.
Nobody claims Fontana. Even
Nobody.
people from Fontana lie about being from Fontana. They don't even claim.
That's a fact. I never heard somebody say, "What side of the river are you from?" That's a fact, Andre. Going to Vegas is about the only time you're going to go past Fontana's on the way to Vegas.
precisely because it's surgery. It can go either way. What is the chiral load? In other words, if you were an alien species and you had chirality, how many things in your body are chiral? And how many things do those things depend on?
It depends, because you could have like microbes that are capable of metabolizing like common achiral compounds, like carbon dioxide or water or something.
Euro that any gut bacteria used to digest food would probably be chiral, but they would come with their own gut biome, so that gut bacteria will produce the correct chiral, but their gut bacteria will have a problem, which is that they may not be chirally aligned with doing that work.
All life is
So I would say
chiral
that
based.
a lot of gut biome will struggle to digest food if it has the right ingredients but doesn't have the right chirality. Can you agree?
I mean, if you're worried about infecting humans, I mean, you have some issues because if there's ribosomal incompatibility, it's unlikely to affect us. Or if you have like genetic transcription incompatibility.
No, but what's the chances that they'll just die of malnutrition because they?
That's what I'm saying.
Can't.
Well, in the lab test, it seems that I dropped them below the lab test there. It seems that like these whatever opposite-handed chiral forms do find to digest nutrients that already exist on Earth. They do outcompete. Now, again, like Hansen's saying, there's not been enough testing for this shit to be completely conclusive. But so far, it's not looking good. So far, it's danger, and something definitely to be, aware of.
What is the danger?
Well, the danger is a couple of things. The first thing is because of the novelty, the opposite-handedness of these new chiral molecules. They're not. If you read the paper there, basically they're not recognized by other organisms in the dish that would typically eat them or compete with them. So they're not even recognized. Like they're blind. They're invisible to other earthly organisms. So they're not recognized. The second thing is that these chiral organisms can multiply and eat nutrients in the dish. So they have no problem with just because they're opposite chirality doesn't stop them from living a healthy life. So they're both invisible, and then they can also eat the food that's been introduced to them. But again, these experiments have not been done well enough because they're super fucking afraid that they might exit the dishes. And these experiments only take place, like I said, like in Sudbury, like fucking 3,000 to 9,000 feet underground, shit like that. Like it's a super cautious experimentation.
Streets of Wuhan kind of thing. They're trying to be much more careful this time around. So let's believe the science.
Yeah. So all it proves is some it can destroy some of the right hand can destroy some of the left hand.
Not conclusive yet, but definitely enough to be worried. Yeah, not conclusive for sure.
It's like saying there's a non-zero probability that an asteroid is going to hit. You should probably be worried about that. Anything above zero in physics is not a good indicator.
Bro, the thing that I'm most worried about, honestly, is the information sphere and how fucking billionaires are gonna leverage AI to fucking destroy shit. But that's just me. I'm firmly in Eliezer's camp, 100%.
I kind of get what you're saying. Like, there's a little bit more to it. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to necessarily get into weeds.
Definitionally, it's very simple. The price of a thing in a properly functioning market is equivalent to the price people in the marketplace would be willing to pay for it.
Okay, so this is
now, if you want to move into the should be willing to pay for it, then you get into things like past pricing, earning per share, a bunch of other things if you want to estimate what that price is supposed to be. But the literal definition of pricing in a market is the answer, the price is what someone is willing to pay for it in a what was the phrase? Perfectly liquid transaction, I believe. So in other words, a transaction that doesn't have anything slowing it down.
So this is kind of what I understand. Like, can you tell me if I'm wrong? So you have an IPO, which means you're just selling those shares for the first time. The company decides what that share is worth, right? Like, we're going to sell 100 shares. And I'm going to value each share at $3,000. I'm sorry, I'm going to have all the shares are worth $3,000. So every share.
They set what's called the par price.
Yeah.
And then what you see is when it actually gets released to the market, usually there's a substantial gain or drop within the first couple of trades.
So that $30 or that $3,000 that goes to the company, that's all capital they're allowed to use, correct?
Well, I mean, a portion of it is going to the financial advisory firm that's helping them put it together, to lawyers, like we said. But some net amount off of that $30 per share is going to be capital that goes to either the company or the shareholders that are selling out some of their stake.
Okay, so the company is issuing the shares, and the par value is like their actual amount, right? Like 10 cents, right? Nothing. And that's just like to replace the paper. But then the value of the share is they make a deal with a bank. There's a middleman. And he says, you know what? I agree. I'm going to finance this IPO based on the belief that you'll get like X amount. And that's why they want like the high valuation from the independent banker financial advisor. Once they get that, then the financial advisor together with the company issues the public offering, and the public gets their vote, and then that's when it looks just like any other market.
Yeah, okay. And then once the IPO happens and the shares are out there, right, I decide I'm going to hold them to put them back on the market, and I get if I sell a share, right?
Yeah, once it's on the market, it's literally like a stick of gum. It's like $1. It's in circulation, and you can trade it freely with people around. It's just under a regulated system that like pulls all these different organizational structures into one regulated system, and then now you can trade a stock for dollars and go through a dozen different companies all in a day.
Okay, so now the vast difference on the market of on Bitcoin is that they have a registry that isn't done through traditional means, right? They have a registry that's done through the what is it called?
You've already got your head up your ass if you are trying to compare Bitcoin to stock.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not comparable in the sense of the way they do the registry, right?
Bitcoins are like closer to aligned to like an index, like a more complicated financial product that assumes the existence of other financial products. Like an index doesn't have any value. It just charts the value of other companies that all have value, and then that index itself makes its own like presentation, its own prospectus of how this moniker, this like final calculation is itself valuable, and thus the S&P is more valuable than any of the individual companies because of the aggregate value of this thing. Bitcoin is functioning under that kind of rubric. It's giving an argument for its own justification that what money is, how it is limited, and therefore it is valuable. And then IPO, let anyone use it or not, and it is used, and thus it is valuable.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with most of what Mixed just said, other than how it relates to Bitcoin. I would explain to you Bitcoin this way. Let's say you were a wizard, and as a wizard you were able to create the new gold, and you were able to create a 1,000,000 unit units of this gold, and you put that gold on the market, and you convince people that this new gold, the Philipperium, is the new gold, and the market electronically, it creates a marketplace for Philipperium, and depending on the demand and the belief in the value of the demand, it drives more demand or less demand. When the demand is in balance, it drives the price up. I'm sorry, when the demand is in balance, the price stays the same. When the demand exceeds the supply, it drives the price up. And when the demand is below the supply, it drives the price down. But it's actually in its economic sense, it's a very simple, at least theoretically, a very simple thing. It's a replacement for essentially gold, or I would say currency, but currency is a way more complicated instrument to begin with. But the best way to think of it is as a fixed number of units of an alternative for gold called Philipperium, and there is a market that trades Philipperium, and the demand drives the price going up or going down.
Yep. I cannot imagine putting millions of dollars into it. Sam, how much money you got in Bitcoin?
Oh, nothing, just like a few bucks. Just to chart it, to watch it as it grows, right? I see it more valuable in terms of the information it provides, less how much it's actually valuable, right? It's like holding a bar of gold. Like, okay, you've got it.
I get it. I get it.
How good is that?
Somebody's gonna want it.
Yeah, and the reason, you gotta get into the reasons the Bitcoin world convinced mostly very young new investors that it's valuable, and some of them are real, right? With gold, you have to traditionally you have to actually store the currency, or someone else is storing the currency, and that storage comes with a cost, right? Philipperium doesn't have that, right? It's all electronic. Gold requires security, right? Because someone could steal the gold. Supposedly, the cryptocurrency is immune from that, though we've seen that there have been times where people lose access to their cryptocurrency, or we've even seen exchanges that where malfeasance actually had currency disappearing. But the theory is that these sorts of things are impossible with Bitcoin. It turns out the only real differentiator is the capacity to use Bitcoin for gray market and black market transactions. In my estimation, that's the only natural marketplace that Bitcoin actually has real advantages over other options. Which is why I've said since the beginning, I think ultimately Bitcoin will end up being around, I don't know, 10,000. The value is far less than what it is and what it was.
Yeah. Well, I always thought it was funny that, it was self-regulated, and I thought that was like when I used to talk to these people that related to Bitcoin, it's self-regulated, the government's not going to be involved, they can't manipulate the market, it's worth what it's really worth, this and that, and now, like 5 years later, it's exactly the opposite, it seems like. Very much regulated, the government's very much involved.
It just shows the naivete of those who embrace Bitcoin for that reason, right? Yeah, you can have this ecosystem and this exchange that isn't subject to any state's laws. That's doable. But anytime you want to convert real currency or real securities into Bitcoin, you have to do that on an exchange that is subject to various states' laws, right? So to the extent you already sphere, like Iran has a bunch of money in that sphere. They could do all sorts of black market. They could buy nukes. They could do whatever they want, in theory. Because there are exchanges in countries that don't regulate them at all. But anytime you want to take U.S. currency and put it into that entire ecosystem, you either need to somehow get that currency to someplace. I'll make up Madagascar, who theoretically doesn't regulate them at all. Either you gotta transport pallets of cash to Madagascar in order to get it into that exchange. You're gonna leave a signature to try to get your money into Bitcoin in order to do black market transactions. And also the taxation piece. Obviously the United States and most countries want to be able to tax gains on this sort of, can't really call it a security, but this sort of investment.
Yeah. It's funny, there's part of the regulatory market that actually makes it very secure for me.
As part of what?
The regulatory market that secures my finances, right?
It does a pretty reasonable job of securing your finances. Not your finances, but your investments.
My investments,
right? Yeah. That's part of the reason so much capital is driven to the United States, because both our self-regulatory elements and our governmentally regulated elements function pretty harmoniously and tend to minimize malfeasance.
I also think it gives you more visibility to information. And more standardization of information.
Well, that's not an also, that's a because, Yakov.
Yeah, because of the regulations.
What you're talking about is the nature of the regulations that make us safer. Are things like the required,
right, exactly, yeah.
the required information in 10Qs and 10Ks.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Things like insider trading information, these things are required.
Yeah, I know. It's really nice to be able to. It's like you can't get away with much now. Just like we were talking about yesterday with the video cameras. It's like this.
It turns out you can actually kidnap somebody, save his mom. Blowing my mind.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Philip, you're doing it again. Bringing up topics you don't want to talk about.
It's not bad. I was just bored. I'm still blown away right now. Did you guys see they investigated somebody and they released them?
Yeah,
I don't actually give a shit about the topic.
That means he wasn't involved.
Yeah. Well, or they don't have enough on him to get anywhere.
And I looked again. It's a pretty remote area where they were. I doubt there were cameras like you described.
I hope the lady's okay, but
yeah, me too.
I think we tend to fixate on things, and frankly, I tend to think a lot of the things we tend to fixate on tend to be things that are meant to distract us from other things.
What was the last kind of fixation story similar to this? I was trying to remember that last night.
Besides Epstein?
Where something happened to somebody, and then we were waiting for an outcome. Like Epstein, this is just an evolving clusterfuck. It's a shitstorm.
There is a lot of this shit that goes on that is distracting. I just didn't know what else the news right now besides U.S. military and it continues to move a bunch of fucking assets to the Middle East right now.
Yeah. Jeff and I were looking on Flight Tracker the other day, and you could pretty much filter the U.S. Air Force planes. You could find all the C-17s and all the stratum tankers. Can't they cloak themselves as some airline or whatever else airlines? There's some airline like Cretan Airline.
They just turned off.
You're right, but why? So then why are they on? For
Yeah, I mean, I got a taste for that when in Syria, just what was it, 2-3 years ago, when someone took pot shots, what I consider pot shots at one of that base we had in southern Syria, and they sent in B-1 bombers, they sent in F-15 Strike Eagles, they sent in, I want to say A-10s. They laid down so much ordnance in one tiny patch of ISIS area. There was nothing left standing, not even like shrubs. It was just obliteration city.
Obliteration!
I think, don't quote me on this, I think they could self-sustain themselves for 90 days. How about that? I think the whole idea of aircraft carriers, for 90 days, they don't need anything as a supplies, like for munitions or anything else, to fight a full-on war for 90 days is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I do think they need a replenishment ship.
Obviously, it's not. You can look this up. Just Google it. I'm pretty sure it's 90 days. They don't.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, look it up.
Yep, but I'm not gonna.
Well, you can print on it, but you
Yeah, no, it's around that. That's my memory of it.
But it's kind of like when you think about that, right? It's like holy crap. And then the other idea is like they have a full force of different aviation assets, everything from fighters, bombers to reconnaissance to everything like that.
Jammers.
It's everything you can think of. And then other ships, like so not only is it an aircraft carrier, they have battle group ships that go with them. So it's pretty like I said, pretty interesting and scary when you are another country like Iran who doesn't have anything.
Yeah, they literally have no Navy, basically no Navy, basically no Air Force. I guess they got from Russia like 24 MiG 27s, I think. So you're talking about 40-year-old fighters.
Yes.
Like, they'll last 5 minutes.
That's if they actually get the chance to fight.
That's true. Because more than likely they'll get hit, like, on the ground.
Yep. And then you think about the submarines that you don't know where they're at. That's like another
I mean, the submarines aren't tremendously valuable, though, right? Submarines are useful against other boats. I guess they've got some
surface missiles.
So here's the answer to your question. It comes in 2 parts.
And we asked a question.
Yeah, Philip did.
What was the question?
How long is it self-sustained for?
Oh,
Aircraft carrier.
So,
what is it?
food, dry storage, and consumables is 2 to 3 months without any resupply. The thing that gets in the way is what I mentioned was needing a replenishment ship because based on operating tempo, high intensity combat 7 to 14 days before critical shortages of fuel, moderate tempo 2 to 3 weeks, low activity presence missions 1 to 2 months.
So 3 months self-sustained for people, and then it's just a matter of how many bombs they drop.
And fuel, because like fuel. FA-18s consume a shit ton of
Everything does, yeah.
8,000 pounds of fuel per sortie, so that's a lot. And they carry about 3.5 million gallons of JP5, so that's going to go pretty quickly.
Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. So high intensity, 7 to 14 days.
Who would have ever predicted that Israel would be the leading reason why Iran's going to lose all of its power because they got stupid and let these guys rape and pillage women?
I mean, literally.
Is that Israel? I don't think that's Israel. Why are you ascribing that to Israel?
I'm not as sure because they literally got zealous of Israel and it screwed them.
Oh, I thought you were saying Israel was the reason why.
Their hatred of Israel is literally going to be their downfall. October 7th never happens is probably all the stuff never happens. Trump's probably negotiating some kind of nuclear agreement with them, and we're all upset about it.
Who's stalking you, Jeff?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No one in particular.
Hey, Jeff. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. How you guys doing?
How you doing? Good.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Go ahead, Jen. Didn't see her.
James.
How are you guys?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. You look so handsome in that photo.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. Yeah, it's a great photo. What are you guys chatting about? Iran?
More specifically, yeah. I mean, Iran, but
Peoria strikers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Of the Obamas as apes. There's been outrage about the new East Wing that's been destructed and being now rebuilt as part of the White House. Outrage about the January 6th people convicted and now pardoned. Outrage about Bad Bunny, God forbid, and look what happened there. There's outrage right now about the new Southwest Airlines and their new policy about people who are overweight and additional costs there. Outrage about the different tariffs and how tariffs change. Outrage related to Sudan. Outrage related to NFL streaming, that too many people have to subscribe to too many streaming channels. And I'm just illustrating the point that is tragic is what's going on in Iran. Unfortunately, you just got to add it to the list because there's just an overwhelming amount of outrage. And I just don't know how people can really comprehend it all because we're just overwhelmed. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Obviously, you're not a Jedi. Because if you are a Jedi, you would have just simply said, Howard, there's a disturbance in the Force. And I don't know what that is. I don't. Now, there's somebody very close to me who's extremely religious, very traditional, Christian, religious person. And, he says this is all preordained and predicted in the Bible. And, of course, every generation thinks prophecies are coming to pass during their generation, and then they don't. But, as I said earlier, things are RFU. And you're absolutely right. There is fatigue. And I find that there are two different kinds of people in this world right now, at least in my circle. There are those who are like the folks who are attracted to this room, who are really engaged and curious and want to know what's going on and are striving for understanding. And there are those who are just saying, fuck it. It's not healthy to even consider these things. And they're ignoring the news. I guess, out of mind means that to them it's not happening. They don't have to be stressed out, and maybe they are healthier than we are. Maybe this is very unhealthy for us to be concerned about things. I think also, Howard, there's a common denominator to all of your examples, and I know there are a multitude of more that you could have reached into your bag there and pulled out. And that is, people are frustrated because they feel there's seemingly nothing they can do about it. So I think you're right, there is fatigue. I think some of it is just because things are happening organically, but I think some of it is perhaps, and I don't know whether you're implying this or not, that may be by design. That so many things are purposely being thrown at the public by certain people who are in a position to do so, that we become so overwhelmed and we tune out. Every time something comes up, at least domestically, people
say, well, this is done as a distraction so that we don't focus on something else that's happening domestically. And then when people focus on that item, then people say, no, this is a distraction to the form. I don't know. I mean, I can't say. I don't know what's, there's some written game plan to do this. But I think that's really right. I think I really agree with you. There is a degree of fatigue and frustration. But I think when certain things hit a certain level, when certain instances occur, now here's a, let me give you an example. And we don't discuss this here because it's really not in our wheelhouse, but I'm just going to use it as an example. I think Rick Sanchez pointed out in a text a couple days ago, and I have no reason to doubt his figures, that 700 adult Americans disappear without a trace every year in the United States. And if you stop to think about it, that's what, a couple people a day across this entire nation with the population as large as ours. That's not outside the realm of possibility. One would think, actually, if you stop to think about it, it would be greater than that. But he wrote does stories about these 700. Sometimes there may be a local story about somebody who has disappeared. Samantha Guthrie's mother disappears, and it's the lead story in the news. If the cops make a traffic stop, oh, this guy has eyes that are similar to the eyes that were masked, but the eyes protruded in a video, and so they want to check him out. It becomes wall-to-wall coverage all night long last night into the morning, all night long. Experts are coming on saying the same thing because what more can you ask? Why are the authorities doing this? Why are the authorities doing that? What does it mean when they say that the money has to go by Bitcoin? What does it, there's nothing new to report. But this one hit a nerve. And if you'll notice in the coverage, they don't refer to her as Nancy Guthrie or Guthrie. They refer to her as Nancy. Nancy, is Nancy still alive? Nancy. Oh, like she's your friend and my friend. She's everybody's friend now. Nobody even knew she existed outside of her own circle of actual friends. Now you can talk to anybody on the street. Hey, have they found Nancy? They know exactly who you mean. So sometimes something, for whatever reason, resonates. In that case, the notoriety, the people involved, it's a person who, Samantha Guthrie, who is, we invited to our living rooms, or maybe onto our iPhones. I don't know what people watch the TV show today. So with Gary, anyway, who decides the topics, I have to say, Howard, this really fucking resonates. That they would have the audacity to go into the hospitals and kill people seeking treatment and kill the doctors and nurses who are helping them. And so if I'm going to park my outrage for some of these other things because I'm so I'm not expecting everybody to follow along with me. I'm just explaining that's, I think there comes a time that something bubbles to the top to the point where, and there may be other things that are just as bad or maybe even worse that are going on. We just don't know about them. So if we don't know about them, we can't be outraged. I don't know if that responds directly to your commentary or not, Howard.
No, it is, Gary, absolutely. I'm not saying that all those things of outrage are equal, but I think this is just at some point, I'm sure there will be people that are experts on social a hospital and the safety of healthcare professionals, people are being basically executed. That just is, a whole degree of outrageousness, and I'll land it there. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Howard. We'll go to Scott, followed by Dave. Scott, our cleanup hitter. I see your microphone is on, but I don't hear you, buddy.
I left Scott speechless. He doesn't know what else to say.
No, I think he's open. His microphone's open, but he's got to tap it. No, not better. You're splattered.
Can you hear me now?
Now you're low.
How about now?
Okay, that's optimal.
Optimal. We're optimal now. Okay, perfect. Well, I want to say that
Bring it down just a little bit more. It sounds like you're eating the microphone. Did you not have dinner today? Don't eat your microphone.
Gosh.
Good, you're good now. You're good now.
Yeah, so I think regarding Howard's comments, I agree. There's so much outrage and so much fatigue. But I'll tell you something that doesn't outrage me, and I never get tired of, and that is ORL, Organic Oral Care Toothpaste. When you're feeling outraged, just remember, your teeth are the best friend you have. ORLcares.com, and you can get more information on this fantastic product, domestically made, right here in the great state of Arizona, my friends. Don't miss out. Well, I will say, I think that I'm not surprised that the hypocrisy and the lack of outrage and I will say something. I'm going to play a clip, Gary. It's very short, but a clip from Bill Maher's show years ago where he was debating, he and Sam Harris were debating Ben Affleck, and Bill Maher's point is that liberals don't defend liberal values when it comes to Islam. I'll let it speak for itself.
Who understands the officially codified doctrine of Islam? You won't say, but this is what
I'm actually well educated on this topic.
I'm asking you. So you're saying if I criticize you're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing. That if you're critical of something,
It's not a real thing when we do it.
Right.
It really is. I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people, and that's a problem. But
Why are we so about this? It's gross. It's racist.
it's not. It's so not.
It's like saying
Something is shifty Jew.
You're not listening
Absolutely
to
not.
what we are saying. You guys are saying if you want to be liberals, believe in liberal principles, like freedom of speech, like we are endowed by our forefathers with inalienable rights. I'm not agreeing.
No, and we have to be able to criticize bad ideas. What is the mother load of bad ideas?
Jesus.
We have
Tolerance. But not for intolerance. Of course not. The picture you're painting is to some extent true, but is hugely incomplete. It is certainly true that plenty of fanatics and jihadis are Muslim, but the people who are standing up to them, Malala, incredible Muhammad Ali Dadak in Iran, in prison for 9 years speaking for Christians, a friend that I had in Pakistan who was shot this year, Rashid Rahman, for defending people accused of apostasy.
Or how about more than 1 billion people who are fanatical, who don't punch men, who just want to go to school? Wait a second. And you're painting the whole group religion with that.
No, let's get down to who has the right answer here. 1 billion people, you say. All these billion people don't hold any of those.
5 or something.
Don't hold these pernicious beliefs. No, I wouldn't. Well, no, that's just not true, Ben. That's just not true. You're trying to say that these few people, that's all the problem is, these few bad apples. The idea that someone should be killed if they leave the
That's horrible.
That should, wait, you're saying that the idea that someone should be killed if they leave the Islamic religion is just a few bad apples?
The people who would actually believe in an act that you murder somebody if they act Islam is not the majority of
That's right.
How many people, let's do a vote, how many people think that if I was in Miami and I went to the ocean, I was like, come on, Jeff, let's swim. I see regards swimming.
Gentlemen, wait.
What's the setup? You go to Miami where he does it.
There's a body of water, and Jeff and I were both in the area, and we said, Jeff, let's go swimming.
You wouldn't be the first woman to try to drown him.
I think, well, I don't know. I mean, not knowing his swimming habits, but I think he would at least wade.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
At least wade, but I think he might go swimming up to his neck and maybe occasionally go into the water. I could see that happening. But then again, I don't know his swimming habits, so who knows? He's really silent right now.
He's fighting the love so hard, Debbie. You see him fighting the love so hard.
I think he's scared for his life right now.
He's sitting on in the audience.
It's not the amount of the audience.
The topic?
It is the love in his heart.
It is not love in my heart. Nor is it to congestion in my nose.
I know, I said that. I really am serious, though. I'll send you a Navage because it's just so.
This would be the third time I told you that's not necessary.
I just said that.
What's the third time?
No, the first time I mentioned it to other people. The second time I mentioned it to you, that I'll send it to you. You're like, that's not necessary, but sweet. And so this is the second time.
This is the third time. But it's okay. Sorry.
Was that Rafi? Oh.
Was it out of your nose or out of your urethra?
There's no more blood out of my mucus.
It's not.
I think that's a sincere question, right? Right, Matt? I was just kidding.
No
Right?
question. Rafi
Oh,
refuses to get the, he refuses to go to the hospital and get that taken care of. Didn't have him kind of cut it off, Rafi.
You're completely right. What if it gets infected?
Oh, you got ED, Rafi? Is that what's going on? Or worse?
No, he's got bleeding out of it, so they think it's a sexually transmitted infection.
Oh, wow. That's actually worse. I guess that joke was a serious joke.
I was being serious. I know.
Yeah, Rafi, wish you luck
Hope it doesn't fall off. Well done. Well said. My God, you're a king with words.
I hope it does not fall off, Rafi. You have kids, so if it does fall off, I think you have kids. Sounds like you have kids.
Nobody knows him.
Never had one last.
Not that you know the rules. So, yeah, you have kids, right? You have kids, right?
They couldn't be around there. They gotta look like me. What's like that exotic food? What you call bless the world?
God bless the world, indeed. God bless the world.
There's a ball child with sunglasses somewhere out there.
There's a what?
There's a bald child with sunglasses somewhere out there.
I need to change my fucking diaper.
Are actually becoming contaminated when released into the pool.
What do you mean the one got released into the poop hole?
Pool.
Oh, I thought I released one inside the poop hole.
Is that?
worst and intimidated at best on our nation's capital are funded by the Chinese Communist Party, and it should be the lead story that protesters in Iran are being shot in the head on the treatment table in the hospitals. We're not doing our job properly, in my humble opinion. Those of us who are in the news media. Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Dave, followed by...
So, Gary, you're absolutely right. I mean, you conduct critical thinking forum. So, most of your peers fail to be qualified to be in critical thinking forum because their critical thinking ability is compromised. That is happened to most of the left-leaning media. Most of these people, their critical thinking ability, cognitive ability is compromised.
Illinois residents have had a Prince
That is
renovation.
just the tip of
He
iceberg.
has
What could
raised our
happen?
taxes
Right?
where
So
we
how we
can't
talk
afford
about,
to
we
eat.
are totally overwhelmed. But if you rank how important all this event, then you start to be able to handle, right? So if this critical thinking ability is compromised, American is at risk of civil war. This is why I'm here every day, right? If this critical thinking ability is compromised, the world order already compromised long time ago. So once you rank all this thing, then you start to ask the question, should you stay silent? Should you stay to let your critical thinking ability compromise every day by the barrage of misinformation? Then what is the worth of you living? You live every day like a zombie. You are easily compromised. You are easily indoctrinated. So the question is, you are with the Iranian room. I already asked this question. Some say 40% are Muslim, but many Iranians think the number could be even much lower, right? So the question is,
It's not lower, it's high. It's very high.
okay, I'm not going to Iranian room. I'm not the expert.
I will tell you how.
I'm wrong, and then you disrupt every day. Okay, go to Iranian room. Don't ask me. I retract my statement so that you can keep on interrupting me every single day. Now let me continue. So Gary, so the question is, these people are indoctrinated just like the children in Gaza, just like children in jihadist camp and everything. They could kill Jews in a heartbeat. But for them to kill Muslim, I asked the Iranian, what do they have to do? The Iranian told me, I think they somehow have to, I don't know, spread water with certain thing, chemicals, so that they are losing, their moral compass. It's difficult for Muslim to kill a non-Muslim, but kill Jews in a heartbeat. So what the topic today is, what could actually make a Muslim, when somebody injured, still kill them, right? So we are just touching the tip of the iceberg. It's serious indoctrination. I debate a lot with pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas. I recognize the cognitive signature of indoctrination. Unfortunately, what we observe here in critical thinking forum, many people are indoctrinated, working like a zombie without realizing. And that's why when Scott shared this, right, I fully understand. This is very serious. I debate a lot as well with the lefty people. When I ask them,
Created by Israel.
the truth, speak the truth.
Created
But
by
they couldn't speak the truth. The lefty, just like what's shown in the Scott sharing, they couldn't speak the truth. You force the truth out, they stuck in their truth, you can kill them. Because their truth, they are indoctrinated, their truth cannot come. And there are many participants here. And that's why yesterday when I speak to Rob, I say, Rob, I'm so sorry. I understand your situation, but we are facing global indoctrination, and journalists, once indoctrinated, they are no good. They are damaged goods. They are walking around supporting more misinformation. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Dave. Just a quick note, because somebody jumped on the mic there. We have a lot of new people on the stage. Again, the critical thinking one at a time, and I call people in the order in which I see them. I'll get to everybody. You know, here's the thing about all of these issues and the prism by which we look at things. Statistically, and I'm not going to argue who is and who is not a Christian and who goes to church and who doesn't go to church and all of that. Statistically, 65 to 70% of Americans identify as Christian. So when it comes to analyzing things, I'm going to make this into with a great degree of trepidation because I'm not a Christian, and recognizing that my good friend Scott Jones is a clergyman, that I could be contradicted because I'm going way out on this one because it's not my area of expertise. But I believe in, and I love, so that's my get out of jail card. If the source I'm looking at is wrong. I believe in John 8:32. Jesus Christ said, "The truth shall set you free." So we should be, for those of you who are Christians, and even those of us who are not, we should follow that advice, seek the truth. Sometimes the truth against our preconceived political agendas. Well, too bad. The truth, we can have our opinions, but the truth is the truth. So I'm going to admonish Christians in the room, on stage in particular, to seek the truth and try to express the truth. If you are part of that 65 or 70% of Americans, and most of the people here are American, not everybody is, and I apologize to those of you who are not, then shouldn't that be something that you strive for? Strive for it. I don't want to sound like I'm a religious expert, but strive for. Alan, are you in a position to speak, Alan?
I am always for you in the position unless.
Well, I don't want to take you away. I don't want to take you away from your business, and I understand.
No, they already did a great job before you even tried it. I know you never did. You always been help and aspire, and you always understood my situation. But unfortunately, somebody else took all the customers. I don't know where the heck they are anyway. But you need to add something on the top, Mr. Gary. Iranian kills the protester and jailed the doctor in the hospital. They tried to help.
Killing some of the doctors and nurses, killing them.
Of course, they take him to jail after they rape him, the women especially, and then they killed him. It broke my heart the other day. I was gonna jump in and say something, but I said I'm better quiet. I don't know, you probably knew, I don't know if I told you or not, it's the last 2 years, there was 12 orphan kids, and a friend of mine in city of Carriage had him under his wing, and he made a soccer team out of them, and they were very successful, and I helped them, support them, financially, because I don't have any other way to do. And he sent me a picture. His name is Castro. He was 13 years old, and he got shot in the heart. It destroyed me, man. It's so bad. I've been miserable last 3 days when I heard that news from him. Well, they're having a WhatsApp. But that's what the situation is. And they doing it. And they put Germans way behind of these action what they did in World War II with the Jewish people. If anybody can feel our feeling, it's the Jewish. They are the closest. I mean, come on. They burned 7,000 people in the city of Rasht in the Bazaar area. It's unbelievable the way they do. But still the evidence, it says by March these guys gonna be done. The final attack is gonna be, there are so much news comes in, I don't know what to believe anyway. But I always take the word of individuals since they lean a little bit laid off on the internet, and some friend they get on the line through WhatsApp and they send me stuff, and I have a small tiny family left in the city of Ahvaz, which they got hit early last week. 9 places they got hit. That's the one of them it killed the number 2 man of the RGCE, the Revolutionary Guard. He was a very big guy. But the news that comes is very scattered. Right now there's a really problem inside the government itself, but the Revolutionary Guard is the key. They wants to take over. There's a news. It's the Mustafa Khamenei, the older son of the Khamenei. He's trying to override everything and take his dad's place. Hopefully he get hit into one of these hit. Israel does, so they probably after him too. But none of the news is good, Gary. It's so much, and I have no idea where the heck are these human rights organizations. Why they are so quiet? Why the liberals and the left is so quiet? 57 country, they shut their mouths and they sitting quiet. You think they should be outrageous because these people they get slaughtered. They are Muslim to begin with anyway. But I have no idea why these 57 countries they just decide to stay silent. We are the only word. I thank every individual of you, the gentlemen they come, the ladies they come to this room. I beg them to be the voice of these guys. Iranian, all they ask and it's please to be our voice and do this. The 14, it's going to be a global demonstration all around the world. So I'll probably have to close because the one it's in Dallas, it's 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So on Saturday probably I'll shut down the shop and just go over there. There were 2 more I couldn't get there. I didn't have enough time to get there. So hopefully the 14 I'll probably go there to see what is going on. It's going to be massive, at least about 300,000 people probably. There's a big one in Houston too. Houston has a big, population of Iranian. LA has always been the top anyway. But back to you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Alan. A couple of housekeeping notes here. Firstly, Leanne, many of you may know, but many of you may not, she and her husband are involved in an organization that actually goes out to find missing people. And I quoted the number of people, adults who go missing each year. And the one thing I really love about this room, if I say something wrong, I want to be corrected. Because I don't want to go, go to work afterwards with the misconception that I got the facts in hand. I'm an editor at work. I want to be edited myself. When I first became an editor, an old-time editor said to me, even an editor needs an editor. So Leanne hosts in the main chat. There's an estimated 600,000 people per year, 600,000 people per year that go missing in the United States. So I stand corrected and I appreciate it. The other piece of housekeeping is we normally stop inviting people on the stage at 5:55 Eastern Time, but there's so many on stage now. I'm going to ask the moderators to not allow anyone else on the stage, but at the top of the hour, we will go into extra time to try to get to everyone on the stage. We'll see how far we get. And with that in mind, I expeditiously go to William, followed by Daniel.
Hello, everyone. I have 4 points. Number one, where's Greta Thunberg? You were talking about outrage. Where's Greta Thunberg?
Exactly.
Number two, Russia and Iran. Are you surprised when Russia defenestrates, throws somebody out a 6th or 8th story window as a so-called extrajudicial killing? No. Are you surprised after Masa Amini when the mullahs and the IRGC and whoever their operatives are on the ground go out and murder people for protesting? Are you really surprised? I'm not. I mean, this is what I've come to expect from the Islamic Republic of Iran, not the Islamic people, not the Iranian people, but the basically the fascist theocracy that oversees them or rules them without their consent. The third thing is the USA response is crazy. A month ago, Trump said, "Help is on the way." This is around the time where our Abraham Lincoln and some other battleships.
William, he did not just say help is on the way. He said, if you hurt any of the protesters, there will be hell to pay.
Correct. And then, after he didn't deliver any help, after the protesters were hurt, then there was this schizophrenic business about claiming, well, we're helping because we're renegotiating the Iran nuclear deal, which nobody was asking for. Nobody was asking for that.
Right, and last night, Vance said in our Azerbaijan, during a gaggle, he was asked about this, and Vance said, if there's going to be regime change in Iran, that's up to the protesters. That's not our business. We're interested in, and I'm not quoting him directly, but we're interested in retarding their nuclear weapons capability. So that's in contradiction of what the president was indicating, as you correctly just pointed out, William. And then today, following his meeting with Netanyahu, he sends out a Truth Social, I'm sorry, Scott, a truth. Out a truth in which he says nothing substantial resolved, except I made it clear that we want to negotiate further on the nuclear issue with Iran. And the thing about Iran, as I pointed out in Salvo, William, and I suspect this is the direction you're going in, and I'll step aside and let you finish. This is their tactic: negotiate while rebuilding. Negotiate while rebuilding. Hamas's tactic as well, by the way. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, the negotiations are bullshit. It's like negotiating with Putin. If you negotiate with Putin, all it's going to do is have him retrench, rearm, and attack again after he gets more troops in there.
Yeah, hire some more North Koreans. It takes time to transport the North Koreans.
That I don't. Yeah, I imagine it'll take a little time. But Russia's right next to North Korea. They've got train lines that run all the way. Down in that far part of eastern Russia. But the negotiation part, negotiating with Putin is not going to bring peace. Negotiating with Iran is the same thing about a nuclear deal. It's the same thing that Barack Obama was criticized about
by the president and his fellow Republican.
Right, negotiating with these terrorists who are the thick, basic
fascists that are running the place, they're just going to keep on doing what they're doing. It's like negotiating with Putin. It does, and by the way, the Islamic regime and Putin are allies. They have similar recalcitrance to actually negotiate in good faith. I'm not sure that what our government is doing, because Lindsey Graham, and this is from in the chat from Iran International. Senator Lindsey Graham once again voiced support for the protesters on Tuesday, warning that U.S. action could follow if the Islamic Republic resists change. So Lindsey Graham is saying, oh, we want to have regime change. He's not talking about nuclear. He's encouraging the protesters, yet Vance is saying, no, this is on the protesters. They've got to do their own change. It's just crazy. It's like a schizophrenic American response to the situation, misleading the people on the ground. And I think it's disgusting.
Well, remember yesterday when we had our two esteemed guests from Canada, and what they said, from their perspective anyway, was we believed the United States would continue its relationship with Canada, where, you know, we would have this friendship and this protection and all that kind of thing. And now we don't trust the United States any longer.
No, should they? It's like dealing with the mafia.
And Europe doesn't trust us any longer. And I'm sure I don't know where the Iranian protesters are, given these
things. They're in trouble. They need help. They need weapons. They need, you know, maybe we're not going to put boots on the ground, but we really ought to be doing something.
Yeah, I agree. And look, even if you don't care about the Iranian people, we have to cognizant of the fact that the greatest export that this oil-rich nation of Iran has is not oil, it's terrorism. How fucked up are you to be the head of a government or a group of people who are heads of that government, that you're not exploiting your oil reserves to the financial benefit of your country, and instead concentrating on exporting terrorism, or in the case of that alliance with Russia that you alluded to, drones, exporting drones.
Like the Shahid drones that Russia originally started using came from Iran, and then they picked up the whole manufacturing base and transferred part of that to Russia to manufacture the Iranian Shahid drones to terrorize the Ukrainian people who are just fighting for their liberty. So, you know, that is their business. That's the business of Putin. It's the business of the mullahs.
I have no idea what our government stands for anymore, because there's so much contradiction coming out that it's hard to pin it down. Thank you. Daniel, by the way, yesterday, Norm said he does whatever it was. He doesn't mean Greenland or Canada, 51st state. He doesn't mean that. Everybody knows he doesn't mean that. Listen, when the President of the United States, even this president, speaks, I think he's speaking in English. He's not speaking in tongues.
The 51st state is to destroy NATO, to do a favor for Putin.
Yeah, okay, thanks for it. But he's not tongues, but yet we need an interpreter. That I've been there to some of these fundamentalists, where somebody suddenly stands up in the congregation or in the audience and starts speaking, which sounds to me like gibberish, but somebody else will stand up and translate it, interpret it for us. And we need people like Norm to interpret what the president means when he speaks. At least I do, because I don't even know what he stands for anymore. Thank you, William. Daniel, followed by...
Hello, everyone, and thank you. I have a few random things that I want
want to say about things that I heard here before I have like my own speech. So, I don't remember who said what, but someone said that Iranians should be the ones speaking, which I would agree normally, but since the internet was shut down by Iran, by the IRGC, I think it's important that others will speak out for them. And speaking of that, I think it's kind of bigoted that, we heard about the international community. A journalist not allowed to go in Gaza, everybody's condemning it. I don't know what's the organization of journalists is called, condemning it. I didn't really hear, and I was kind of looking, but maybe I missed too much condemnation about the internet shutdown. Antonio Guterres posted once on his Twitter about the situation in Iran, and that was about a month ago. I think it was the 11th or 12th of January. That was the last time that he posted it about it. And then he was basically very weak tongue calling for restraint and very general terms. If like an UNRWA building would be closed by Israel, then you will hear him really roar. Now, I think that there shouldn't be any surprise about the lack of outrage. It's not because of an outrage fatigue. The demonstrations against Israel of the Free Palestine movement were not about human rights, women rights, equal rights, all that. It's not about resolving anything. It's about keeping this alive, actually. And it's manufactured, and it's mostly anti-Israel. It's not pro-Palestine. It's maybe pro-Palestine, the cause, not pro-Palestine, the people. And the reason that people are not outraged, again, it's not, I think, because of not fatigue, because it's not pushed to them by the people who really control the media, not the Jews. Like Qatar, that is spending a lot on education, on lobbying, on Al Jazeera, controlling completely the narrative. And also, we are living in a world of like black and white. Israel bad, Arabs good, or Palestinians good. And the fact that Israel and the Israeli people are supporting the Iranian people, then people automatically are like, no, we cannot be on the side of this evil Zionist, that, it's probably a conspiracy to take over Iran and whatever, they're conniving, whatever. So that's another reason that this is not happening. And third reason that the so-called pro-Palestine movement is not really about Palestine. The people that join it are anti-Western. Israel is a very easy target for this. It's Western enough to be condemned and to be all the condemnation and ICC on the legal work, but it's also far enough so you can dehumanize them as Zionists and not really understand them. Now, I do hope that Trump do speak Middle Eastern. This is not business. This is not about money. This is more religious fanaticism, and he needs to understand it. And regarding the mixed messages, we need to understand that we are at war. You cannot be completely honest. Before the 12th-day war, there were also like a few tricks that were done and statements that were made that were false. But that is part of we will find out retroactively. So I would be careful. I mean, Trump at the end needs to create a legitimacy by attempting the diplomatic route and to kind of show that it exhausted it. Also, it needs to focus on the thing that America should care about, like the nuclear program or the missile program. The Iranian people is not a legitimate cause for the United States or Israel to intervene. It would be amazing if it would happen while they attack, and the Iranian people will do it. And I think this was a hint for the Iranian people that when this is happening, you need to be organized and to mobilize, because that will be the time for you to take down your regime. And I think that are the points that I wanted to say. Thank you.
It may not be, and there may not be an appetite for the United States to get involved in any respect with Iran. And if that's the case, I don't think the president should have said, if you hurt any protesters. Let me say this. This is a president who gets pissed off if somebody says something that hurts his feelings. He told Iran, if you hurt any of the protesters, they'll be held to pay. And Iran thumbed its nose at the president. A little out of character, I don't that he's that he's avoiding an action. Again, I'm not advocating an action necessarily, but I think Brian in the text in the chat has repeatedly made this point, and William has repeatedly made this point on the stage. You can't. It's not proper for the United States of America to give people the false hope that we are going to have their backs and then not have their backs. I don't understand. Maybe somebody on the stage will explain it to me. I don't understand why we are suggesting we have their backs and then we don't. Or maybe Daniel, we do, and it's just it takes time. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
I would say just this maybe to answer. This is the point that I forgot to say. I don't think that Trump amassed so much power there for nothing, and I think the time that is now being pushed is in order to create agreements with country defense agreements and attack agreements and to prepare. So I wouldn't call it off for now. I don't think that all this ammunition that is coming there is for nothing, and then it's like pack your bags and go. So let's wait until it ends, and it didn't end yet.
You may be right about that, Daniel. And I know if we do take action, look, you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't when you're the president. I recognize that. And it's a tough position to be in. I mean, he ran for the position. He knew what he was running for the second time. But it's a tough position. Presidents have to make very, very serious decisions. And rarely is it 100% the right or 100% the wrong decision to make. I get that. I just don't like the idea that people may have gone to the streets in Iran and have been killed because they were motivated to go to the streets by the words of the President of the United States. That's what I find disquieting. Thank you, Daniel. We'll go to Merrill, followed by Les.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm quite outraged. I've been outraged for a while. Now, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping cleanup real quick because you brought up the where the money's coming from some of the organizations that are picketing, that are all of that. And in the very beginning, everybody talks as liberals. I want to be careful about the word liberals because I want to make sure that everybody understands that Democrats or people that are slightly to the left are not the left. They're not the far left, and they're not, when they say liberals, don't bunch everybody together. That's one thing I want to be certain of. When you talk about, there's a little bit of confusion too, because 4 years ago, Gary, you and I was involved in conversations with you, I believe on Facebook, about Jews that were being horribly treated on college campuses. And when I started to research where the money was coming from, it wasn't China, it was coming from Saudi Arabia. It was coming from people that now we are being told are our friends. We're now at Qatar. Now we're being told. So I think there's a little bit of confusion about who do we really care about? Who cares about us? Who's doing what to whom? And when we went out, and those of us who went to the hands-off marches and the No Kings marches, who do care about Iran, do care about people, we're told that we're being funded by Soros. And so it's got to be cautious. And when we talk about where's the people and where's the outrage for women, well, guess what? You tried defending women in this state. Talk about women anywhere. You wanted to talk about defending women anywhere in any country. Listen to who comes after us. Listen to who comes after us. It is our very administration. It's every Republican in this state, in this government. So we are outraged. Regarding the United States and Iran, we screwed up pretty good. And we put the Shah in there one time, and remember the Shah, he was torturing people, he was killing people, but he was good to the West. He liked the West. Then he got thrown out, and we interfered, and guess what we got? The Ayatollah. So we're not the greatest, smartest people when it comes to Iran. Now, regarding the president, you're getting a little bit too, you're so, and I'm not meaning to be mean to you. I'm saying, you say, well, it's a big imposition and there's all of this stuff and, people can make mistakes. Don't credit him with making a mistake. He's a fool. And I'm sorry, I am outraged. He is a fool. They put a fool into office and he's done nothing but create problems. He is a fool. We can talk about, yes, the Abraham Accords. That's gone. That's not the same thing as what's going on right now and what he's done. And he didn't just say, we're coming, we're going to take care of you, we're coming. He sent a thank you note. Do you remember? He publicly thanked Iran for not hanging somebody. They said, they're not going to execute anymore. Do you recall that? That made the press.
Yep, I recall that.
Yeah, thanking them. So, and we also, when we started this room, you started this room, Jerry, we had a lot of Iranian people that were tuned in. A lot of Iranian people. And there were some who took the stage, one in particular who took the stage and tried to point out at that particular time that a lot of the Iranian protesters, a lot of people don't protest because they don't have the weapons, they don't have the will, they don't have all the different things that were wrong. And then he said there were so many who didn't protest because they didn't care. He said he really knocked the Iranian people as being stupid or ignorant or whatever. But the one thing he did point out is that they should do this alone. So when we have a president who comes out and says, like Mighty Mouse, we're coming to get you, we're coming to help you, that is the most absurd, awful, horrible thing he could have said. And right then and there, I know in my mind, I thought about all the people that are going to get killed. And every time he does this, he has to remember, Iran looks at the protesters as being pro-Western. They care about us. Iran doesn't care about us. And I think it is unforgivable that I don't want to make it something that, we misspoke. I don't want to make it something where, presidents have to talk to you.
I never said he misspoke. I just said
No.
I never said that. It's the second time you said that. I never said that he misspoke.
I didn't mean that. I'm referring to someone else who always says that he misspoke. Or there are a couple of people in chat that always, he was kidding, he misspoke, he didn't mean what he said. He always says stupid things. No, what irritated me, the only thing you said towards the end was, it's hard. Presidents have difficult decisions to make. Sometimes they don't always make the right one. That's not true. I mean, it's true that they do, but that's not true of this president. This president is not the kind of president that thinks hard and, and sometimes makes a mistake. And presidents have just big decisions to make. This was the wrong president to ever get involved. Ever, ever, ever. He was not the right president. And there's going to be much more problems now. And the other thing is, we hear every day, we say we're not covering the protesters, but every day we're reading about the ships are being moved here, the ships are getting to the Middle East, everything is going there, and we're always being told he's on that, it's imminent, this is the weekend that we're going after Iran, this is the weekend that the president's going to do this. Who in the world broadcasts that anyways? When they finally did go after the nuclear weapons in Iran, nobody knew they were going to do it because it wasn't announced. Now, all we're hearing is all of this stuff. They're going to do this. We're on our way to do that. There's all this speculation. And I don't see where that has helped one bit. I really don't. And am I outraged? I'm outraged. I'm outraged about every single thing. When Howard talked about the things, those are things, they're legitimate things to be outraged about. And on top of that, the things that go on in our lives that we can't control. There's a lot of things that go on in people's lives that are not within their control. And we are used up. Our energy gets used up. Sometimes when you start talking to me about what was going on in the hospitals, I feel like crying. It's one more thing that's god awful that is not within my control. It's not within our control. And the people who can possibly do something are stupid. They just aren't qualified. They are not. I apologize for being so angry, but aren't we supposed to be outraged? Thank you.
No need to apologize. I just want to point out again, the example that I use is a result of a State Department report to Congress, which says that these two organizations, specifically, who were organizing the protests against Israel and Jewish students on campuses, the People's Forum, which I have previously revealed to this audience based on my reporting, is a Marxist organization, and the Pink Group, Co-Pink Group, and I've known the organizer of Co-Pink for decades now, and I can tell you from personal conversations with her that she clearly is on the far left of the political spectrum, being funded by the Chinese Communist Party. I didn't say that all of the organizations protesting are funded by the CCP, but this is according to a State Department report to Congress that was handed over to Congress yesterday. With regard to Saudi Arabia, very interesting. I've yet to see any direct evidence that Saudi Arabia, the government, is funding or has funded any of the college anti-Israel demonstrations. It is true that the KSA, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is a major financial contributor to U.S. universities. And the fact that they are a contributor to U.S. universities may influence some of the decisions that those universities made, which were not particularly beneficial to the Jewish students. Or it may not, I don't know, but it may. But I don't think there's any direct evidence that the Saudi government is funding any of the demonstrations, unless you know of something that I don't know.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to.
You did say that. You did say that earlier.
No, I'm trying to point out. No, I was talking about previously. They funded not the organization. They were funding the colleges. They were certainly funding Harvard. And this was during.
Yes, they're definitely funding universities. Absolutely.
And it was during this president's first administration that he never did one thing about how the Jews were being treated then. And Gary, you know that Jews on campus were being treated very poorly long before this president and this administration decided to go after them. That's my point is making. That my point is that there was a time when Jewish kids were always being and the professors, because there's no rules about how the professors have to, what their protocol has to be and what they teach. That was going on then. And now there's a confusion here. Now these groups are our enemies. Those groups, I'm sorry, they didn't do anything, and this president didn't do anything for the Jews then. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. And I don't want there to be any confusion that, and you didn't say this, I just don't want any confusion when people say liberals or this or that. I want to make it very clear that people that go out for the no hands or no kings, those people aren't funded by any organizations that are enemies to us. They are not George Soros. They are not, and I really want people to be careful when they use the word liberals, because I don't think everybody digests that word the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. We'll go to Perusian, followed by Mirzad.
Hello, Gary. Hello, everybody on the stage, also the listeners in the audience. Nice to be on your stage. First of all, I want to share my feelings, my condolences to the people of Iran, to those mothers and fathers who have lost their loved ones, daughters and sons, family members, those brave people who have fought for their democracy, for the nation they want to build and live in the future. And I'm sure that a lot of us want to live in a better country, democratic, more civilized country, for which we don't have to shame around the world, because we actually really are a little bit excuse me, my English is not that well as my German.
You're doing fine.
So,
Don't worry. I think we all understand you.
Thank you. William, I am surprised. I am surprised that sadly people of my nation are able to do that much harm to the other our own. Same language speaking, believing to the same God, they have done a lot of harm to the soul of Iran. We will never forget this act of murder, what we have witnessed. But of course, sometimes, somehow, we have to look into the future. I'm in Germany, also a member of Social Democratic Party, and I try to be diplomatic. I don't want to say something that I have to shame for myself for that later. And also in the room there are some reporters of Iranian IRGC who are listening carefully what we are talking. So I have to take also a little bit, be careful because I still have family members in Iran. The future we are planning is not with this murderous regime. This regime it is not qualified to rule such huge country and wonderful people, kind people. And we want to live in peace with our neighbors, especially with those with whom we have troubles during the last decades. Troubles because of we weren't a part of, we didn't want to be a part of, or we didn't want to be started in the first place. This future is achievable. Talking from Germany, I'm talking to you from a country that is the host of the Munich Security Conference in 2 days from now. There is a huge dynamic in the Iranian diaspora. The people in Iran are also, of course, are sad. We are more than sad. Words are not enough to find. But I don't want to make it. I don't want to be that. I just want to tell it to you with dignity. We have lived during the last 4 decades in enmity with the West, especially with the United States. We have once occupied their territory, their embassy. It was a shameful act for this. I wasn't part of, but I'm ashamed of, and I want to excuse myself for my part being half German, half Iranian part. I want to say to you, dudes here around America, I am really sorry about that black page in our history. The other country with which we are living in, sadly in trouble, is Israel. I am really not willing to be a part of whatever kind of an enmity with Israel. I think that Israel could be a partner for Iran, actually the best partner for Iran. Like the people of Jewish faith was all the time part of the Iranian history, very productive part of the Iranian nation and history in all matters of art, history, knowledge, in all cases. And this is not achievable with this government. If this government was able to live in peace with other nations, to develop or bring the country into a situation that is, somehow possible to live in, the Iranian people wouldn't be at this point right now. We wanted, at the first place, a couple of years ago, a lot of Iranian, maybe here in the audience and also here on the stage, haven't voted ever in the Islamic Republic of Iran. But I have voted in the Islamic Republic for Iran. Indeed, I have voted 2 years ago. Sadly, I have voted for the president that has unnecessary war with Israel one time, two times, rockets there and up and down. And so now this point in which we are, we as normal people, me as an exiled Iranian, actually German boy, actually with Iranian roots only, I would be very happy if I go back one day again, or do bring tourists there, or make some business or whatever. But the biggest part of my life I have behind me. So I just really wish and pray to God for the next generations of Iran. So smart, and the Generation Z and X in Iran, like all the smart girls and boys, adorable girls and boys worldwide. They cannot live in that stupid ownership made in, yes, very far leftist. I want to call them RAF, Rote Armee Fraction, Red Army Fraction. Those were the best dudes of the Palestinians in the 60s. They were those who took the Israeli Olympic wrestlers and sportlers as hostages. Then later they came to Iran and brought us this kind of behavior. They teach us how to occupy other embassies, how to get it managed to be sanctioned. I mean, such a wonderful, rich country, to get it that poor, it is really something so shameful. So, the matter of fact is, now, as we say in Germany, the kid is in the Brunnen. The kid is, so the misery has happened. They have killed so many people. No Iranian normal people can, maybe, okay, I don't want to say no Iranian, but most Iranian cannot imagine to live with this kind of murderous regime ever in the future, because there is no trust anymore. While they were killing people in the bazaar of Rasht, there is the bazaar, the marketplace, and the church. Actually, in each society, the main core of a society was the church in the middle of the city, and then the marketplace around it. There was a relation between the church and the economy. And in our society, to act like that, burn the properties of the people down and killing other people simply in fire. This we cannot forget from our mind, and this we want to change. And the saddest point is, and now I try to land my point, Gary, sorry that I spoke so long. The saddest point is to see we are now in this situation. I don't want to mention what Mr. Trump has said, motivated people or whatsoever. This is a judgment. I don't want to allow myself to judge like that. I try to be polite. But, to see that you are not that united in your decisions around, important decisions has to be followed, to be taken. While there are talks about Greenland or Greenland, Europeans sometimes feel they are not, their interests are not that much important for the Americans. And in 2 days we will meet all each other in Munich, and huge questions shall be answered for the security of the world in the 2027-28. And Iran is on the top of agenda, and we have an American administration and foreign ministry and presidency that are talking different, and the Europeans are scared about Greenland, scared about of the support of Ukraine in the war, and now they have this new issue of Iran on the table. So let's pray to God it would be a pity to let the people of Iran now fall. I wish you all the best, and I'm thankful to have had the opportunity to talk to you. If my English was not that. Thank you.
No, I think we managed to understand it very well. You know, you mentioned a lot of things. One of the things you talked about is like when things change in Iran, you want to go there. And it's interesting you should say that. Now I know somebody's mic is stuck open. Howard, that's you. Your mic's stuck open. The thing is that Alan and I have been talking about this for decades now. He and I going to Iran when it's a free and open society. And maybe what we need to do, and I'm saying this with an optimistic look to the future, is think about a critical thinking forum trip to Iran. The new Iran. The new old Iran. You know? That would be a lot of fun, I think. Get a bunch of people from the critical thinking forum.
Can I ask you please something to research? You are so good researcher. There was once a lot of city friendships between, for example, I know Los Angeles was this partner city of Tehran. Maybe if somebody is interested to find out which cities was once partners of American cities, maybe there would be opportunity to let them live again once the time is right.
Good idea. Thank you. Perugia will go to, let's see who's next. Mirzad, followed by Murad. Mirzad.
Hi everyone. First of all, Gary, thank you for having this topic. I greatly appreciate it as an Iranian. I'm going to talk about three things. First, it's going to be very quick, and I'm going to get a little bit of third option that I want to talk about. The first is answer Howard as far as the evidence of killing people in hospital. There's multiple news outlet that they talk about it. If you want, I can personally share with you a very graphic image of people. They have EKG electrode attached to them and they've been shot in the head between their eyebrows. That's on that topic. The next, one of our friends was, I think was Scott, was talking about, I forget his name, about the Iranian belief in Islam. So correct, the majority of Iranian are Muslim. We have Jews, Zoroastrian, Christian, and other minorities. But what happened in the last 47 years, the number of people that I would consider as agnostic or atheist has increased, and thanks to Islamic Republic showing the true face of Islam to us. And now I want to get to your question about Trump talking the help is on the way. So he said that, but you have to consider that the U.S. has 19 military bases, a permanent one and 11 temporary one around Iran. And he has to have some sort of protection as interceptors in order to defend his, soldiers. So if he would do anything at that time, he would be very vulnerable. So the first thing the United States did to bring those interceptors to their bases, make sure that they can secure their own soldiers. Then they brought their aircraft carriers, but what they have brought so far that is publicly available to us is not enough to really overthrow the regime. And my reference is back to 1990, the Gulf War, when the United States and other allies attacked Iraq. So what we have right now is not enough. At least that's what we know as a public, and as somebody who followed this, I do not see enough offensive, a weapon that available to overthrow the regime. Unless United States has other things that they want to use the item of surprise, we'll see. Nobody can tell at this point. But we have to consider three different scenarios. If they bomb Iran, there is a chance that, the country become
become a failed state, and we have evidence of that is around us: Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and so.
Pick it up.
The other.
Pick it up. Alright, your mic says only open, man.
You may continue.
Yes, of course, I got it.
The other option is that the regime gets, weakened. Like what happened during Gulf War, over 85,000 tons of bomb was dropped on Saddam Hussein, and he stayed in power. So we have to consider this, that they may have an aerial campaign, and this is not many of my fellow Iranians like to hear, but I have to consider different possibilities. That I'm just going to use previous wars and historical fact to see if there is a possibility of or not. But consider what happened during Gulf War. They bombed the shit out of Saddam, but Saddam stayed in power. So I have to consider that, is it going to be really effective? I don't know. I would love to. My hope is that I would say maybe 5%, and this is very slim chance, that they bomb Iran and they kill a bunch of mullahs, and then people after that have an uprising and overthrow the government. But one thing that we need to understand, the Iranian regime, is not a snake that you just kill one person and it's done. You're dealing with a dragon with hundreds of heads. So they've made a bunch of oligarchs that they're highly corrupt, and all these mullahs would love to replace Khamenei. So if Khamenei get killed, there would be plenty other mullahs with a bunch of money and support that would pop up and could have his place. So there is a chance that, after dropping a bomb, people come to the street. But one thing that we need to understand is that if you're dropping bomb at someone, the major concern at that time is like, how can I save myself? What am I going to eat? Where can I find a shelter? What am I going to find a clean water? So you cannot expect to dropping bomb at people and the next day they have a revolution. So I hope this is going to happen. I hope there is a parity comes and we have a referendum and Iranian can decide if they have a republic. I don't know, but that's my hope. But we have to be realistic. That's a very slim chance.
Right.
So the issue that I was raising was not an argument for or against military action. The issue that I raised with regard to this was the false hope. Now, this is from my perspective as an American. I don't know how the Iranians are viewing it, and maybe you understand that perspective better than me. How do they view the fact that the president made these bombastic comments, and then the Iranian government ignored the threat, but they went out on the streets because they were motivated to go on the streets in part by the rhetoric of the President of the United States. That's the issue that I've been raising.
I understand what you said, and so I think Iranian government was not left to street. Even I think Reza Pahlavi was not even expecting this wild stream that this many people come to support him. I'm personally a supporter of him, so just want to be in parentheses explain that to people. But what we need to consider is that one country in a war to make a decision. What I see lots of people who do analysis, they do not talk about China factor. Chinese, they use about 16 billion barrels a day of crude oil, and we provide them 1.8 million barrels a day. So we roughly give them somewhere between 11 to 13% of what they use on a daily basis. And because of these sanctions, we keep the oil very cheap. And China don't want to lose this golden goose. So this is what you guys need to consider in your analysis, that if anything happened in Iran, there must be some sort of deal between United States and China behind closed door over Iran. Because because Chinese are not going to let this golden goose go that easily.
Thank you for that. And we'll go from.
Answer your question. Sorry.
Yeah.
Majority of this is the thing that people in Iran are so desperate. Can you imagine when someone asking a foreign country to bomb them to free them? This is like the example that I use for my friend is like they are like a stage 4 cancer that they have no other hope. And as soon as they hear a glimmer of hope, they grab it. And this is what's happening in Iran. Majority of people that I talk to, they disagree with my analogy and they want you to bomb them as soon as possible. Because they think we have one shot of getting rid of this regime. The democratic way didn't work. We couldn't make any reform in regime by voting. They cheated on elections. We tried to kill in the street by millions, and they killed somewhere between 25 to 35,000 people. And this is not a joke. So I do not see another huge rally anytime soon. And if this time we were not successful to overthrow them, they're going to turn my country to North Korea. Something similar to what they did in going to run the country by iron fist.
Thank you for that, Razan. I hope that's not the case. Who knows? Folks, it's now 6:43 p.m. I'm going to try to get everybody in, but please be brief. Otherwise, I'm going to get to everybody. And for those who are trying to get on the stage, sorry, the cutoff was nearly an hour ago. Murad, followed by Yulia.
Thank you, Gary. Bonsoir, Marshall, Howard, Scott, and my compatriots. Alan, Gary, the issue and the matter is so deeper than this. 14 centuries ago, Second Caliphate of Islam invaded Iran, and people of Iran by force became Muslim by Second Caliphate of Islam. And there is too many religious discussion about that. And these people, these Muslims, in the century 11, under the tenor of Safaviya, they became Shia. The Sunnis, they became Shia by the tenor of Safaviya. And
could you provide the name of the Second Caliphate for those listening? I know what you're talking about, but when you say Second Caliphate, I'm not sure there's no. Can you mind giving them the name?
Yeah, I don't want to name his dirty name, because if I survive him, if I survive Second Caliphate of Islam, I will kill him 10 times. 10 times. So, these Sunnis became Shia in century 11 by the tenor of Safaviya. This Safaviya distorted the whole Islam, distorted and a great anagram in Islam, you know, and the Islamic Republic is the follower of Safaviya, and they are enemy of the Prophet Muhammad. They are enemy, the utter enemy of Prophet Muhammad. And they are anti-prophecy, they are anti-Jewish, they are anti-Semitic, they are anti-Christian, and they kill people because they are ill-gotten, because their criminal supreme leader from 30 years ago in his house in Tehran, he picks up Lebanese Mediterranean girls, and he has got prostatitis now. You know? They are ill-gotten. They are son of a bitch. All of them. And these repressive forces, they pick up girls, they girls, and they are ill-gotten, and they are son of a bitch, and they have no humanity, and their crimes in Anya in Buenos Aires is registered. Their crimes in Iraq, Syria is equal with ISIL and El Nusra, you know, is equal with ISIL and Al Nusra because they killed Syrians. They made addicted Syrians and Lebanese but kept them on tablets. And now they're killing Iranians. They are not Iranians. They are called Mawali. Mawali means those who became Muslim by second caliphate, not by Prophet Muhammad. And they are anti-humanity, and they have no humanity in manner. And you know that it is 4 years, it is 5 years that Iranian drones Ukrainians. And this is the regulation. This is the regulation of nature. Disaster comes back to Iran. It is 5 years that the Islamic Republic drones is killing Ukrainians. But people of Iran, inside Iran, never protested against Islamic Republic. Why the Iranian drones is killing Ukrainian generation? And they propagate that Ukraine is a part of the Soviet Union, is a part of Russia in the governmental television. But firstly, they must prove that Soviet Union was an authentic country. Soviet Union was a fake country collected together by too many different nations, too many different authenticities.
Okay, I'm off the track of Iran, and also I'm running out of time. Okay.
The last sentence. The last sentence is the quote of Sir Martin Luther King Jr. Free at last, free at last, we are free at last. God bless America, God bless Iran, God bless Ukraine. Back to Gary, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariah. Thank you for mentioning Ukraine as well. Somebody earlier, when I pointed out the stalling tactics of negotiation for the purposes of rearmament by Iran, made the comparison as well to Russia, which clearly has no intent on letting up on the Ukrainians, but that's not getting the kind of coverage it did in the beginning either. I'm going to zip right through Ben, Bahrain, and Dude. Ben.
I'll keep it quick, Jerry. Thanks for hosting the room. I just want to say this really, really quick. I've been openly critical of the Trump administration. Can't launch Cash Patel. Donald Trump got offered a $400 million airplane from Qatar. Qatar dumps millions and billions and billions of dollars into the American educational system. So I have no problem calling out the Trump administration. However, when they drop bombs on Iran, basically destroying their nuclear facility, there was barely a peep out of the mainstream media other than to say, I mean, let me put it this way. You had people like Tucker Carlson saying that it was going to be the start of World War III.
Carlson is an outlier, and he's clearly no longer mainstream. But there was a lot of coverage of that military action, and all of the coverage that I saw was positive in it.
Let me just finish by saying this. People like Charlie Kirk died for the idea that we should not only have the ability to speak freely, but we should call out bad ideas. So when I'm hearing people within the Democratic Party that refuse to go after their own far left, I'm sorry, it's a little too late to the degree. The far left now runs this party. You've got people like Zohar Mamdani and AOC who are now mainstream figures.
Yeah, let's not lose sight of the fact that Zohar Mamdani is a Democratic socialist, not really a Democrat.
Sure, but my point being is, like a lot of Republicans are
take our country back. A lot of people went onto the street believing that the U.S. air power, U.S. Navy is behind them, the government. I'm going to be honest, they surprised everyone on Thursday and Friday of 3 weeks ago when they just shot everyone with, weapons from war-grade weapons and high-caliber machine guns and whatnot. The death toll is between 20, from what I know and what I heard, and the numbers and names, between 20 to 40,000 people. And Iranian people, unfortunately, are alone in this struggle because it's not like a Palestinian struggle that you have with liberal, far left, anti-imperialist forces behind you. We don't have the Muslim world behind us. If anything, they're against us. The Western countries, in words, including the United States and this administration, in words they support Iranian people, but when it comes to financial benefits of dealing for oil and whatnot, they don't follow through. Everyone is rightfully so is looking after their own interests, and all we can do at this point is to spread the word and tell people what Iranian people really want, which is a regime change. They want a democratic regime. They want a regime that's part of the they want a democratic government that's part of the world body. They want to be able to travel, to do trade like they've done for 4,000 or 5,000 years. So very disappointed at President Trump. If he does something that helps overthrow this regime, I will admit, I'll say he's the best president that I've seen in my lifetime, even though I voted against him 3 times and have donated my time and money against him all 3 times. Thank you so much.
So there are pressures, and it would be inaccurate to say that there are not. The United States is leading the sanctions war against Iran. It's particular the mullahs and the Revolutionary Guard, and I don't think that we should be discounting of that. And
Before I leave, those sanctions, they call them the merchants of sanctions in Iran. Revolutionary Guard actually benefits from a lot of those sanctions because they accuse their monopoly on black market of goods coming into Iran. I'm not saying the sanctions are not good, but they're not effective.
I don't know anything about that. I'm not going to argue it with you because I don't know. It's the first time I heard that they're counterproductive. But I just want to point out that the UK, France, and Germany triggered in the United Nations what they call this snapback. You're familiar with it better than I am. It's a mechanism under the UN Security Council resolution, and this was back in September, just a few months ago. It ended the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, the much debated JCPOA, at the UN level. So it's not just Trump tossing out what Biden had put into place, what Obama had put into place. The UK, France, and Germany, known as the E3, the European 3, they have done so as well.
The sanctions, what I meant to say is there's so many holes in the sanctions.
I'm not saying that they're not. I'm saying that they're a panacea. I'm just saying that it's inaccurate to say that none of these nations are doing anything. The international sanctions were in place until 2016. They were lifted in 2016 by the JCPOA, and they are now, as of September, just a few months ago, 6 months ago, or whatever, I don't know, they're now back in place. So I just wanted to put it in perspective. Thank you, Kareem. Jude, you get the last one.
How many people have died in Iran recently due to the protests? And how many people have died in Gaza since October 7th? I'm not really 100% aware, but what I see here is more than actually, which is interesting, your reaction. And I'm not playing the numbers game.
You are playing numbers. I do understand. You are playing numbers.
I do understand that it's the IRGC that funds bosses.
So what's the point of saying how many people, by the way, I think your numbers are underinflated in one case and overinflated in another.
Well, I just wonder why so many people are so fatigued to have such a reaction to more than 30,000 when everyone's been so active protesting the more than 70,000 the last couple of years.
Okay, I think it's more than 70,000, but I will tell you the answer with 4 words. No Jews, no news. Folks, when your money divided from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York Times, so until 5 p.m. New York Times tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Okay, so a lot of these men that transition to women are still dating women. They don't start dating men as a woman now. They only feel like a woman, but they still want to. Most of them actually still date females.
I think these transgender people, they're confused. They're confused people.
I know a guy that's married, and then he transitioned, and he's still married to her.
Why would you transition when you're like 50?
He's like 26.
I know somebody who married and transitioned. I mean, like, I'm straight, Daddy. I'm still not married.
But anyways, the whole thing is that they're not trying gay. They're not part of the gay and lesbian community. They become part of it because they're supported because
There's no gay community. They're not actually gay. They can have sex with each other, like, in
this is where I'm just like, shut the fuck up, Jacob.
All right, sorry.
Because it's just that everything you just said has no point to it.
And it's inaccurate.
Extremely
I had to
inaccurate.
make a stupid comment once a day.
Dude, you make it every single time you open your mouth.
Yeah.
Anyways, so the whole thing is that when this occurs, right? It's like they don't belong to anything, and then when they start calling, like, there's 45 or 46 pronouns. Like, what the fuck? I can call myself a fucking window, and you'll all call me a window because I feel like a window.
And then all of a sudden the window would get fucked by the wind or something.
God, Jacob.
What? I mean, I'm just saying, the wind identifies the wind.
Damn! Woo! Oh my god, Jacob.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, like, is it that hard to just respect somebody for the pronouns that they want to be?
They want to be called
Yes.
the King of England.
Yes.
The 7th.
Do you know?
Hey, if they're a customer in my business, yeah, bro. Hey, listen, you're the king.
What if you're a king? You're at Walmart. Do you really want to
No,
talk to that? Like,
it's not even that. What the thing is, it's that they try to force it upon everybody else and make it like it's okay.
Alright.
It's not okay what you're doing
right,
right
like my grandparents would have died.
Jacob, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna kick you out because you keep on spreading out.
Hey, Morris, I don't see anybody like, I don't see that community really forcing anything on me. I don't know.
I gotta ask you, Ducky. Did I hear you right? Like 50 some pronouns that people go by?
Yes.
such a confused community. So you being whatever you want to be, whatever, I don't give a shit what you do behind closed doors. When you come into the public, and it's like me going to the public because I like to party and have cocaine. All of a sudden, me going to school being like, kids, it's okay to do cocaine. It's okay to fuck hookers and do a bunch of blowouts and pussy.
Wait a minute. No, come on.
Yeah, that's the same. I'm sorry, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Your personal opinion.
No, it's the same. No, my example is the exact example of what they're doing. I'm sorry, Bert, but like, think about it.
You're not making people take drugs and all that shit.
No. Hold on.
Nice and okay.
Hold on. I'm not saying. I'm saying me going to a school and saying I'm not forcing you to do it, but me going into a school and saying, yo, kids, smoke pot. It's okay. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. I smoke pot all my life. I do fucking blow up girls, a woman titty. It's a lot of fun. You should do it. Please accept me for who I am. Because I like to party, doesn't mean I have to go.
I don't think that's the same thing, bro.
But it is. Because think about it. It is.
A woman, but
Oh, Jacob. I don't need a fucking lawyer when I talk.
I know, but I agree with you.
Because my lawyers are smarter than me.
You pay a man for free.
But that's why I would never use you.
Well, I'm gonna ask you. Okay, you got me.
Anyways, so the whole thing is, it's like when they're saying that it's okay to dress up as a woman because you feel like a woman, and then being denied being a man when you have a dick sticking out of your fucking body. That's not normal. That's not okay. It's not okay for boys to dress up as girls. Like being feminine is one thing. Being soft and gentle is two different things, but they're combining it as one. Do you realize they did a study right now, and the new generation found American Pie the movie offensive?
Wait, what?
Like, what the fuck? American Pie.
Oh, American Pie. Yeah, well, a lot of motherfuckers are sensitive now. I get it.
But that's what's the problem. It's because all these groups coming together being like, peace, and we want softness, and everybody's too hard, but they don't want to get their ass to work. They don't want to wake up in the morning and get their ass to work to get shit done because it's too hard work, or they're not getting paid enough, or this. Everybody's having so many excuses to justify their laziness and their stupidity.
Okay, well, I don't
And
know how
that's the
this has
biggest
to
problem.
do with transgender people.
Why?
Bring it back.
So what's happening is because of people's softness and all these kids being so soft, they're accepting of something that's not okay.
Well, what's not okay to you isn't the same as other people. Can you agree to that?
But some things.
Like I mean, in America, in a democracy, as much as we
Hold on. Bert, you have a kid, right?
Yes.
Okay. Imagine your boy is on a couch making out with a girl. How would you feel about that?
I would be mad as fuck because I don't think any sort of sexual
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Now, how would you feel when you walk in the room and your boy's making with another man?
It's honestly, it's the same fucking reaction. What the fuck?
And then next, imagine you walk in your living room, dressed up in a wig as a woman with a bra and panties on, making out with a man. Then how would you feel? It would be a bit different. You're being like your boy.
I'll be completely honest with you. The initial reaction would be the exact same, but when I talk to him, yeah, I'm gonna want to know. But just because of I always try to be more loving and understanding. I want to understand why, hey, why are you into trans women? Like, what's up with that? You know what I mean? I'll give you that, but my initial reaction is the same because I don't think children should be homosexual or heterosexual. I don't think that's just to be in the cartoons and whatnot.
Ducky, do you think transgenders are mentally ill?
Yep.
Do you think it's an illness?
I think it's a form of, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm glad you asked that, Elsa, because now I know what I'm dealing with. I didn't know that, to be honest. I didn't make that up.
There's a lot of people that think that, man. And I think studies perpetuates that idea.
Also,
The school shootings trans as well.
I mean, it was studies back then. They used to say fucking just being homosexual was a fucking illness itself, like, you know. They used to think that shit was like an actual mental illness, like being gay.
I think a lot of people who probably used to think that was an illness are like, oh, that's not as bad now compared to this, compared to trans.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Like, I don't think being gay is a mental illness. I don't think if a man dresses up as a woman is a mental illness. I think it becomes a mental illness when you start believing you're a woman when you're not.
Right.
I think that same illness that shooter to be trans also caused the person to shoot at the school. Like, this person was just all around unhinged. I don't think this trans.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, I don't think this trans school shooter is gonna represent the LGBTQ community very well.
No.
Gonna make him look really autistic.
But if you look at the statistic for the people who actually have those fucking things operating the gun, it's a very high suicide rate. That shit is very high rate for delinquent.
Yeah, because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hey, like, Boris, I just want to acknowledge that no matter what, if I come into my house and my son is making out with a woman, a man, or a transgender woman or man, my initial reaction would just be, what the fuck are you doing in my house? You're making out with anybody. It doesn't fucking matter who it is. What the fuck are you doing?
So what you think? What you told me a lot right now, bro.
But then, hold on, I'm conceding with you a little bit. But then, if it was like a transgender or even a man, I would want to have that conversation only because I try to be, every day I try to grow and be more understanding and loving. So I really want to know, like, what is that about?
But look, take for example, like how social has a big impact on my votes, right? So like, take for example, what if we don't understand those people that were actually like hit, were targeted? Those are people who made that person initially feel so like fucked up that they got that sex change, whatever the case is, and now they regret it, and now they're taking that shit out on a motherfucker. You get what I'm saying? Like shit ain't like a rabbit hole. Yeah, rabbit hole. You fucked up rabbit hole sometimes. We can really look into stuff.
But you gotta take into consideration, Bert, right now, how for the last 10 minutes it's been on his head saying, it's my son, trans. Yeah. What are you doing? He's like, hold on, I'm gonna go talk to him right now and see what's going on in his life.
Yeah, I need a little more clarity. I want to understand more. Like, what is it? It could have been a woman, but it's like,
for example, I even think in Thailand the lady boys are a bit off, right? They have some mental shit going on in their head, right? But at least they're honest about it. No, I'm serious.
My bad. No, the reason I'm saying that is because I just saw a fucking video. It's crazy that you brought that up. The young friend on the scooter with the
Yes.
Oh, I saw that.
The first one says I'm a lady, and the other one lady boy.
I saw that. Yo. Go ahead, Dougie.
The whole thing is, I spend a lot of time there, and I'll tell you, not once have they lied. They'll tell you they're a lady boy. They don't have a problem with admitting that they're boys, would dress like ladies or feel like ladies. But no matter what, they are mad. They admit to it. Yeah. In America, they have this weird psychological fuck up that they actually feel like a woman, where they talk about trying to put tampons so they can wear tampons when they don't menstruate. They're trying to fucking That's how bad it is. I guarantee you.
The way they are now, fuck, I believe you, bro. That's why
It's sorcery, it's wizardry.
I'm scarce and protective on who I give this D to.
I mean, you gotta be real. Like, you got fucking women out here that are fucking magicians with that fucking makeup that they be having. Like,
Holy shit.
motherfucker walk out that house and become a whole different person. So what the fuck?
Did you guys ever see the video of the guy calling the cops waking up with the wrong woman and his wife missing?
I did see that. Yo, that was epic, bro.
See that? You didn't see it?
Wear so much fucking makeup, didn't recognize it.
Yeah. It's hilarious. Like, I woke up with another woman in my bed. Yes, sir. If you just let her go to the bathroom and wait 20 minutes, your wife will come back.
Oh, me.
Holy shit.
But it's true. I never liked women with makeup.
Nope. That's why I always like Alicia Keys, bro. She always was a
Alicia Keys. She was my fucking celebrity crush for a long time.
Come on, man. Her and Lisa Ray was my crushes, bro.
Oh, Lisa Ray.
The only thing them two women used to do was a little mascara. That's it.
Felix.
You know, I always thought Alicia Keys that was her real name, like her last name was Keys. It's like something way off.
Hey, you know what? It didn't really matter to me. You know, as a stage name, I don't know. I respect art as an artist. Like,
I don't know, like, you think of, like, Usain Bolt. Like, would you think of Usain Bolt the same way if his last name wasn't Bolt?
Probably.
It's just too earthy.
Yeah, it's like,
You think of some of the kids in your school who were named, like, Cletus, and, you know, they live in a fucking trailer park.
No, but, like, you know what? You know what's crazy? Going to school with Jabari Parker, like, certain names, you just know. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. I definitely know what you're saying. Like, it's just certain names you just know for a fact. Like, what's certain name? Even if it's a stage name, you know what I'm saying? That nickname or some shit. Like, nickname, sometimes they fucking nickname. And then 10, 15 years later, you see the fucking nickname all over the TV.
yeah. Like, if you're an artist, even in rap or any genre of music, and you know, you have a name, that's your stage name, I like to refer to you as that. Kind of like Sabrina. She likes to be referred to it. If you're not gonna, because she says, if you're not gonna call me Sabrina, call me Ray, because her stage name is Solstice Ray. And me personally, I like to address, you know, artists as their, you know, stage name, because to me
I can't remember. Maybe you do. It's like a race game, but it was a race basically crazy ass over.
F1 60 or something, or FX.
Oh yeah. Word. I ain't gonna lie. I get stretched out like a stretch. I get my left leg.
Yes. The original breed went extinct 300,000 years ago. I took some creative liberties in dressing
Real. And I come from a family where we were like big, even to this day, big professional wrestling fans. So you know that WWF and Home Mercy, WWF WrestleMania 2000, even the WCW versus NWO, versus NWO. Oh man!
Pizzeria, the game we were thinking about. I just found it.
I am famously.
I can remember using dial phones.
Patience.
Yeah, this is it, right?
Only breeding, selection, and time.
F-Zero X.
I must have it. How much?
It's not for sale, bro. Don't be like that. Everything has a price. Many artists here build a miracle. A god. A shiny object to dazzle you.
Half-Life was mine, man. I used to love going around shooting.
That's the rarest thing of all. To find
I
something
did.
that
Shooting it out like this?
You sound so non-threatening, Tina.
it's
But you
not
sound like
a set.
You used to laugh so much, beautiful.
This nigga Boris.
Was that like that? Was it like that, Tina?
Jockey, big jockey.
Hey, look.
I'm just joking.
Gonna need a trigger reset on his so crazy.
Armies clashed across Indian kingdoms for control of the subcontinent. The empire of the Brahma
That sounds like my kid's toy.
The mathematicians had unlocked the secrets of zero and infinity, enabling them to follow the fabric of space-time itself. Great golden arcs carried millions to the stars of Alice, where they raised cities of marble and brass on alien worlds. Left on fire and rose on sudden planet, while their instruments were on others would soon reach the heavens. While Rome celebrated its petty conquests, Brahma prepared for the coming battle. Armies clashed across
I thought you were flexing the joystick on your N64 controller.
Oh no.
And that was like the sound of the snapback.
Hey, you know what I ended up learning how to do though? The game, right? I'm on this PlayStation shit. And these shitty fucking PlayStation 5 controllers they got. Alright, for the stick drift shit, I learned how to restart like the fucking the TPMS sticks and the Hall effects and shit.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
restarted it to the motherboard.
I know about that.
Yeah, for sure. I ended up learning how to do that shit. I didn't want to pay a person $80 to fix the best. I had another fucking controller.
By 230 BCE, the Mauryan Empire ruled over the weapons.
I'm used to a long time, bro.
You know when you play the game, you get like stick trips. I'm telling you not to like pressing level on the controller. You just trip left or trip right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that shit. I learned how to fix that shit. Like go in the controller, take control apart and shit. Just being bored and shit. Like I grabbed the fucking solder kit, but I don't know, like $12.
That's smart. That's what it was.
That shit.
My boy just, what do you call it? The new game that's coming out, the Resident Evil game. He pre-ordered it. Ooh, I can't wait to watch him play that a little bit. Always loved watching him prep.
I thought you were shooting on the bad guys.
Well, I used to be a Half-Life person.
Oh, yeah.
But
Steam.
my ex won on Resident Evil. I won it on the second one, and my son has just been going all the way through. And his son is Leon. He named his son plan after the game.
Wow. That's hardcore. Yeah, if I have a daughter, I'm gonna name her Bowser. Yeah, hopefully I get one of those.
Put it on that poor girl.
Yeah, but you know what? No, you get a daughter who's not so good looking named Bowser, and like no guys are gonna wanna come knocking at the door, you know? It'll be very easy.
It might be true. It might be. Steve, what's cooking?
Hey, happy you humped it.
Happy birthday.
Because you looked up out.
Early voting is underway.
Either. I mean, who was the other look like Bobby?
I don't know. It's a lot easier to fight an insult than it is to come to terms. I'll tell you that.
The reality is that when I dox Steve, I understand that Steve is now on his second marriage when his first marriage lasted about 10 years, and his second marriage, I believe, is going on his 7th year now. And the reality is that, Steve, you failed already once.
Well, you can't really dox a public figure, right?
No, but it's a fact. I promise you it is a fact. Nothing I have said is false information.
And if it is, what are you going? Hold on. And if it is, what are you going to do?
It's correct information. So what I do?
The question is if the information you just gave is false, a lie, What are you going to do?
Who's gonna prove that it's false?
I can.
How does it even matter?
First tell us what you're gonna do. If it's a
Does it
lie.
even, like,
If it's false, I have to revisit my sources and see what's going on.
And I said,
well, why does this even matter? Like, what is the point of this?
It's intimidating to speak that I know his life like this.
Crazy, hold on. Can I say something? Like, anyone with a little dick and too much time in their hand can run around and learn shit about people, right? But, like, I think what's more telling is the kind of decrepit piece of scum talking an ass burglar that would fucking go out and need to intimidate someone. Like, how? Like, I heard you're Mexican, right? But, like, that's no reason to act like a fucking, like, just pawn scum, right? Like how little a person, right? And you might be a midget or just have a teeny tiny dick. Like, what type of fucking deranged insecurities are constantly?
I am Batman and you are my Robin.
I'm speaking.
You only came up here because I came up here to give you a sense of security.
Stupid little bitch. Will you let me fucking finish talking? No wonder they fucking kicked you out of Mexican school.
You're in love with a white girl.
You know what? I can't with these Mexicans speak for me. Fuck.
I built your house.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Crazy, I thought you went to college.
The scribe in college.
I thought you said you went to neurology.
What is the purpose of college?
Why does it matter? That's not my question.
When you're saying I went to college as if it reminds my ability to upset people.
It is Gucci. Let's move on.
Is this educational?
You can't speak English with someone who doesn't know how to speak. Like, if someone doesn't understand the way of conversing, like, hey, I said something, and then I finished, and then you said something. But if they don't understand that basic concept, then yeah, you might as well just be fucking
Being loud is a sign of intelligence. I understand that Steve went to the same grade school, but being loud does not mean you're ignorance.
I could indulge in these random tangents, but I mean, we could just have an actual
Would you guys like to debate about something real? Because I'll bury both of you in anything that you feel is true. Go ahead and throw something at me.
Yeah, if you don't interrupt, sure. You could just, we're agnostics and we believe in evolution.
If you believe in evolution where humans came from monkeys, then answer the question as to why monkeys are still here and not turned into humans.
that's for the debate.
Well, he asked the question and I said bring up something that I can argue.
No, that's not true. You're lying again. You said if you want to, you said state a truth and we'll have a debate on it. That's what you said. But now you're changing your mind. You don't want to debate. You just want to talk.
But did he state a truth or did he state a hypothesis?
You tell me. What did he state?
There is no evidence that humans came from monkeys besides the facts that monkeys are represented.
Well, that's why you need to have a debate and not talk about it now. When do you want a debate day?
Okay, well, it's a hypothesis. So if you want to talk about hypotheses, I can
No, I didn't bring it up. I don't want to talk to you at all.
Okay, well, you chimed in on a conversation that did not include you.
Anyways, I said we believe in evolution, and I'll throw it myself and say I believe in evolution. But you jumped into monkeys. We're not monkeys. I never said we're monkeys. We're apes.
So where does evolution come from?
I mean, no, I'm trying to help you. If you want to ask, like, you can ask me why are there still apes here?
Can you come to Chicago?
Why are there still apes here? I'd love to know.
Do you believe that a crow and a pigeon are related?
Do I believe a crow and a pigeon are related? In what sense? Are you talking about biology, or are you talking
in the sense that they're both birds?
In the sense that they are both birds, I believe they both have wings. The definition of birds is man-made.
That's yes or no?
Just like humans is a man-made word for homo sapiens.
Yes or no?
No, I can't honestly
Are birds
with your point of view because it relies on me saying that all people.
It relies on you saying yes or no.
Let me ask you this.
You can't just say, wait, how you gonna ask me a question when you can't give me yes or no? You ask me a question.
Are angels and pigeons?
Bruh, is a crow and a pigeon
Jeremy or me either. And if he agrees to as soon as it starts, he's gonna leave.
But you say you went to neurology. If you really did, bro, you must believe and understand what I'm saying, and that's why you're on mute right now, because you realize that this little toy employee that you're trying to do is like not really work.
Okay, well, the reality is that if you think that everything with wings is a bird, unfortunately, you are mistaken.
What?
If you think that everything with wings is considered a bird,
that's not what I said.
but you asked me that
I asked you specifically is a no, I didn't. I asked you. I very specifically said is a pigeon and a crow both birds.
Okay, so again.
It's a yes or a no.
So let me ask you again.
Yeah, clearly. I know this 2 nights ago. Jeremy says, Steve, aging. I'll debate you anytime. I say, fine, let's do it right now. The debate happens in 15 minutes. When it comes to debating, Jeremy and I don't fuck around or move the goalposts, but you crazy. You move the goalposts. You don't answer questions directly. There you have it. You chicken afraid.
Let me ask you, let's go back to the...
You're afraid.
We tend to go down these rabbit holes.
You
So
are
let me ask you, why did you ask...
Bro, hold on. What is a rabbit hole but asking somebody if a pigeon and a crow are both birds? It's a yes or no. Yes, they're birds, or no, they're not both birds. There's only two ways. Or you could say, I just don't know. There's like, what? If you say anything else crazy, you are just purposely trying to dodge the bullet. And then you want to ask us a question that don't make no sense. You want me to just ignore your question and go on a tangent and start talking about fucking wood and get a 2x4? Like, God.
He's chicken. He's got no guts. No guts. Chicken.
So you won't answer. I'll just answer for you, crazy, because you're just gonna sit there. Yes, guys. A bird is a pigeon and a crow. A duck is a bird. A hummingbird is a bird. All of these are birds. The same way that chimps, gorillas, and orangutans and humans are all apes. So you're easy to lump other animals together, but when it comes to yourself, you want to feel like you got like this pedestal that you're just not related to everything. I mean, we're all life. You breathe and bleed the same way every other animal on this planet. I guess crazy ain't really got nothing. Anyways, put up a title.
If you forgot why you asked that question, just be honest, because I was offering you $100 if you could tell me why you asked that question.
Trust me, I don't need no money, trust me.
Okay, but I'm offering a free $100 whether it's necessity or not. Let's talk about ego. Your ego is more valuable than the money.
You're not good for it, crazy. You're not good
Just
for it.
remind me why you asked that question, Day. So
You're not good for the $100.
I asked you that question because you asked me why I believe in evolution. You wanted to debate about it, so I was elaborating.
I never asked you why you believe in
Crazy. How are you gonna send him the $100?
You specifically said.
I will answer both of you.
You specifically said, why are we monkeys if there's
That's
still
exactly
monkeys out
what I
there?
said.
Exactly.
I said, answer you. Where are you gonna send the $100? You want to send it to a donation?
Let me answer the question.
Oh my God.
Jeremy,
Bro, you fucking slow ass nigga, bro. Listen, you asked me if monkeys are how are there still monkeys if we're here? I'm just making the analogy. You do not understand. It's a fucking clear analogy. I'm just asking the analogy. I'm putting an analogy that birds have multiple of other animals. A crow and a pigeon are both birds. The same way a human and a chimp is an ape. I was just making an analogy. You could have just said yes or no. We could have kept going.
and that's why I asked you the question: is everything with wings is that considered a bird?
No.
Okay, then. So that means that everything with limbs is not considered the monkey, correct?
Yes, I never claimed any of that.
Everything with opposable thumbs is not considered a monkey, correct? Which means that your entire ideology, which is birds have wings and crows and pigeons are the same, is is completely incorrect.
That's what I said. Is your experience in neurology because you were lobotomized? Like, is that where that would make sense. Like, that would make all of this make sense.
My experience in neurology comes from the fact that I went to school for 6 years to study neurology.
So we're dollars. He isn't good for $5.
Alright, so crazy. When did I say that you have to have wings to be a bird?
Well, that was the point of your injection, right?
No, the point was whether a pigeon and a crow is a bird.
Alright,
Not the
the
same.
point that I'm
Not the same.
assuming is that humans
Oh my god, bro, it's not the same. It's not that they have to have wings. It's just a simple fact that they're a fucking bird. It's a yes or a no. It's a crow and a pigeon a bird. God damn, you fucking.
Okay, so they're both birds. I will give you that data.
Thank you. God damn.
Okay. So let's go from there. I'm gonna play in your courthouse. I like to go in your courthouse and I like to be the judge. So they're both birds. Let's go from there. Why did you ask that question?
To make an analogy, like I just said, because you asked me why are there still monkeys.
Yeah, what was the analogy proven? That is
the analogy is you could be a crow asking another crow, why are there still other fucking birds if we're birds? They're all gonna look at each other and have this high ego just like you are. If they have the high enough intelligence to have self-awareness, they're gonna probably consider themselves into other shit. And we all know they're fucking birds. A duck is a bird.
I want to move past the childish level so I can get to the intermediate level and then the boss level, which would eventually be Jeremy. But first I gotta get past you, and then I gotta get past Steve, and then I'll get to Jeremy when I actually get to the base.
Yes, he has to be a very close relative in order to be considered a bird.
You know what defines a bird? Why is it called a bird?
There's a criteria. I could find the exact criteria if you want to list, but I'm sure it
Okay,
has
well, if you would use it as an analogy, you should probably know the derivative of it.
Well, I'm not going to have the entire criteria. The definition what classifies every single bird into a bird. I'm using basic universal examples that we can all understand. And if you want, I can pull up the criteria. If you want to have the entire list of what defines you into putting you into the bird list. Otherwise, there's no other. Like, if we're gonna do this about every little animal, I'll pull it up right.
Let me ask you this: then, do you consider a pterodactyl to be a bird?
No.
Why did you not consider it to be a bird?
Because it's a pterosaur. The same way there's pteranodons, pterodactyls. There's all kinds of different animals that are pterosaurs. There's like 10, 20 of them.
Okay, so the one do you consider
a whole league of pterosaurs, just like there's a whole league of birds.
So, Janet, can I ask you a question, Janet? If a pterosaur isn't a bird, are all birds dinosaurs?
Birds are non-avian dinosaurs.
Because you're defining that based off of the amount of feathers that the creature has. But based off of the biology and how it flies and everything, that is not considerable to your hypotheses.
No, it's based on if you follow their...
Considering it, if a cat is Sphinx or if a cat is Fluffy, you're saying that the Sphinx cat is not considered a real cat because it does not have the same fur? Because the only difference is that a pterodactyl does not have feathers, and that a regular bird does.
Also, they're not as related to each other.
Neither is apes to humans, right? Because if we're talking about evolution, where is the relation of us 200 years ago?
I don't know exactly how far back birds and what were you saying, raptors or pterosaurs? So pterosaurs. Pterodactyls. So pterodactyls were, I don't know the exact when they broke off from the lineage, but that would have been millions of years before the pterodactyl existed, obviously. And if you want to find, they're closer related with microraptors than they are with pterosaurs. A bird is closer related with a microraptor, so you can already go off of that and say, okay, they're not even that related with these pterodactyls and the pterosaurs and pteranodons and every other one, Teposaurus and all these other ones. They're not related to those ones. They're related to the microraptor and the ancestors of the microraptors that fall in line with what created the bird. They're from a whole different family, different species. From a long time, they're far separated from pterosaurs. It's not just that, like, okay, they have birds, they're fucking lizards and they fly, so they must be related to a bird. Yeah, they're related, but they're not ancestors. They're not the
ancestors?
So you're comparing evolution to ancestry now.
No, I mean, I'm using that as an aspect because that is a fact that what is evolution?
Then I'd like to get past the novice level so I can get to the intermediate level and then move on to the boss level. So the validation of your argument, whether crows and pigeons are similar and relating.
Before you get too deep into that, I don't want to interrupt or disrespect, but that
Jeez, tell me your intro when I'm trying to
hey, look, I was about to say, so look, right? No, because I really wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just gonna say, get my nigga Jeremy a bean. You feel me?
I made Jeremy quit the apes. We was on live when he quit the apes. It was a poll and he lost by 56%. And unfortunately, he said that I have to step down. But yet, he constantly creates rooms with the green bean. So
That's cool, but what I'm saying
I just don't understand what the
black
point
nigga
is.
in politics, and Jeremy is my black American nigga. That's my nigga, okay? So that being said, off the strength of him being my nigga, you gotta beat him back up because you can't treat him like no any other regular white people. You feel me? He black adjacent. He an ally. You feel me?
Are you a monkey, sir?
No, I'm ape.
Okay. Why are you an ape?
Because I put TA in my name and everybody like my witty banter.
Okay, so it's a clubhouse thing. It's not anything regarding to evolution.
I mean, well, that too, literally, yeah, I'm sapien sapiens.
Well, am I arguing fiction or am I arguing facts? Because if I'm arguing fiction, let me know, because I could come up with a hypothesis that sounds completely deranged.
Which one is more fun for you?
When it comes to Clubhouse, I like to watch people squabble in the truth that they thought
Bro,
they
you're the only one that's been squabbling right now.
allow them to stutter. Like, Day isn't.
What I mean, you're the only one that's been squabbling. You've asked me anything and I've answered you. I've asked you everything that's factual. You have not given no rebuttals. Not a single rebuttal. All you've been doing is talking about fucking, like, ashtrays, like random shit that's not related.
Oh, shit, my nigga passionate about that. He said, hold on, nigga. I don't think I ever heard him talk like that.
Bro, I don't even know you.
Yeah, you for sure had cornrows when you was younger, huh?
Stop muting me, Day, because you know I'm busting your ass right now.
Nigga said he sounded like full-blown Riley Freeman. Hold on, nigga.
And he mutes me every time I get on his ass. Can you believe that this nigga said that because I don't think humans came from monkeys, he told me that then why do pigeons and birds fly the same way? He said that they're related, right? Because they're different species of a bird. And I asked him then what makes them related, and he couldn't have me a correct answer. And I asked him then why are pterodactyls not pterodactyls birds? And he couldn't answer that question because the hypothesis that you have has no scientific correlation because you didn't do your research before you spoke.
Well, we all know pterodactyls aren't birds. Everybody knows that raptors are birds. Come on now, bro.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad that you said that.
Pterodactyls are more like bats if you want to do that. Because the dominant, you know what I'm saying, narrative at the time was, you can kind of say, in a way, every dinosaur that existed back then kind of re-evolved now, but with fur. If you really think about it, like we got a long neck nigga, we got some niggas that never left the water, but really they technically mammals. Pterodactyls are just damn near the bad version of that. If you really look at it, just look at the wings. Look at how they put them together. Like they got the bone structure of a bat, not a bird. Everything about them niggas would say bat. Prehistoric bat.
And you guys are cool, like what I'm about to say. No, the reason why all birds on the planet today are avian dinosaurs is because when the meteor hit, it wiped out every fucking living thing within a couple hours, unless it was a couple inches underground, aka eggs that might have been dug or in a cave. And that's why the fucking birds are the only living
underwater.
Or underwater, and we can talk about that. That's a good point, because there's some fucking crazy shit happened to the water, but there's a lot of shit in the water too. But also, we don't know what the fuck's going on in our water. We've only explored like 5% of it. But the point is that all the dinosaurs died within a couple of hours. The ones that lived became birds, and dinosaurs were not cold-blooded. That's fucking stupid. There were dinosaurs in frozen tundra.
fucking warm-blooded. That's why birds aren't fucking cold-blooded. In the land of this, bats, mammalians, 5 little fingers. Go look at it.
Pterodactyls.
Alright, so I got the list. So he was harping about that. You have to be a member of the Aves clade. You have to derive from the avian theropod lineage, and I believe that's from the Dinosauria clade, the broader clade. You have to have a beak. You have to have a fused hand bones, reduced tail terminating in the Paleozoic style. You have to have feathers. You have to have furcula, and you have to have a hard-shelled calcified egg. If you fall in line with all of these, and you specifically come from an ancestor that survived the canine or KPG extinction, you come from the Dinosauria, you come from the, what is it called, the Magnetoria, which is a clade within the broader clade Dinosauria. And if you come from that, and you come from the Magnetoria, and then you come from the avian lineage of the Aves, which is a crown clade, then at that point, then you fall in line through all of those, and you match every single one of those, you're a bird.
What is a crown clade?
And this includes sparrows, crows, pigeons, chickens, like you name it, like emus, ostriches. Every single one of them come from the same lineage of the same list that I just named. That goes all the way back to the extinction.
A crown clade is a phylogenetic group comprising of the last common ancestor of all living members of a particular group, along with all that ancestor's descendants, both living extant and fossilized extinct. Okay.
Thank you.
So you're saying that birds are a crown clade because all the way down, aves are a crown clade because all the way down to their dinosaur lineage, they've remained different than everything else?
It's just basically they taxonomically brought everything into a list because they're very close relatives, in which by default, 9 times out of 10, they end up looking exactly alike with each other and have a lot of similarity.
But it's special because they still different than every other kind of dinosaur is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're the only dinosaur that survived the extinction.
Right, they're the only kind of they type. Like, they're two kind of.
Going down the rabbit hole of stupidity is crazy.
A velociraptor is very extremely close with a bird, but they come from a different clade, a different type of dinosaur.
Going down the rabbit hole of
I can't think of the species off rip, but there are certain fish that kind of like almost have a crown clade. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like those fish where like them niggas damn near go back to
one of my favorites is a plesiosaurus. If you look up a plesiosaurus, they're one of the most beautiful fish to like ever exist, and they're like not even a fish or a dinosaur. They're like this weird thing that was like a fish.
Technically.
Can we go back to the original question, Dave, which is why you think humans?
It's a hair-breathing sea lizard.
We come from monkeys because we're not monkeys. God, why do you keep saying that? We're apes.
Apes is a type of monkey.
Apes come from monkeys, but we're not monkeys anymore. We're apes.
Semantic, sir. Why do you think humans came from apes besides saying that crows and pigeons are the same type of species?
Because if you go back 10 million years ago, you and the chimp were both brothers. You weren't even separated.
Check it out, Dad, because if you're going to exercise willful ignorance, then what I want to know is this, right? Check me out, crazy. So look, nigga, if it was Planet of the Apes versus Planet of the Monkeys, and we was still like modern day humans, but they was like super monkeys and super apes, who you think will win? Like the monkeys is just as smart as we is, or just as smart as the apes, which might have been smarter than us.
Well, we are apes. So like,
no, you missing what I'm saying is.
So like,
it's a three-way deathmatch, Planet of the Apes style, between us, modified monkeys, and modified apes. Who gonna come out on top?
Do we have our ability to use technology?
All three of us do. Even the like, say a capuchin could operate an automatic 22. They're smart now. They got it. They've mastered fire. You hear me?
Oh, dude, it'd be devastation. You know?
Imagine a gang of baboons with silenced 22s, bro. I'm not coming out the house. I'm not, nigga. Do you know the size of the canines on them bitches?
Yeah, dude, we have a hard time fighting them.
Bro,
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, this dog, nigga, she is a savage, but she ain't standing up to a genetically modified baboon. Sorry, bro.
So you got, and this is the interesting thing, right? That's what you have to look at what they're doing with the dire.
Baboon's never seen a switch before.
No, they have them. Missing the back. They have them now. They have them now. Exactly. That nigga, they got control of the whole house.
Oh, that's game over.
That's what I'm saying. It's Planet of the Apes style, nigga. They got everything we got. They can drive, nigga.
No, they're smarter. They're better. They're stronger.
Nigga, that baboon on the yellow, nigga.
Yeah.
Nigga, imagine a Kill Bill ninja style baboon on a Yamaha, nigga.
There was no.
Yeah, nigga, you just wave a banana and the nigga will give the strip.
No, he's smarter than you.
Tim always smarter than you. That was well timed. This nigga.
Smarter than the human.
Why y'all fucking say that every fucking other word? It's so because we can, and you can. Because we can.
There you go.
Yeah, y'all started it. I mean,
Why?
Don't be mad.
What do you mean y'all started? No one started anything.
Alright, so here's a list. You have no tail, broad, shallow rib cages, highly mobile shoulder joints, a wide cuts pattern, and there's brain relative to the body, slow life history, which means long development, parental investment, flexible forelimb rotation, opposable thumbs with precision grip, and trichromatic vision. If you match all of these, then by definition you're an ape.
Trichromatic.
Nigga, fuck you.
I love being an ape. I ain't gonna lie.
Everything I just listed, gorilla can do.
Like, bro, gorilla with dual-wheeled sawed-offs.
Listen, one thing that is a reality of Thailand right now, or
Gorilla with dual-wheel KSGs.
is that monkeys will go up and intentionally steal tourists' phones, and then won't give the phone back unless the tourist gives them food or snacks. So they literally understand extortion.
Oh yeah, they figured this shit out. Oh yeah. What are y'all really talking about? Evolution or who's gonna win at fucking this hypothetical?
Well, we kind of went down a rabbit hole after Crazy tried to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was asking me why there's still apes.
And he got a lot to this.
So does Crazy know that we are apes as well?
Were you suggesting that humans didn't evolve from apes? It's like all the evidence is there.
No, we still are apes. What do you mean evolved from?
I mean, we are. I mean, like, I'm sorry. We evolved from like the great apes. Like we evolved from Neanderthals and.
We share a last common ancestor that basically descended with other great apes. So one of our common ancestors has to do with all the other apes. We all share a common ancestor, and the last one is within the great ape lineage. So we are apes within the lineage. We broke off and we evolved differently, just like the same way a gorilla is evolving differently than a chimp and everything else.
Speciation point, you know what I'm saying? Like somewhere between when the first humans was forming and the first or whatever we came from was dying off. You know what I'm saying? Like our genes started out competing whatever the hell we was coming from. I do think that there was a time where we had to turn them. You know what I'm saying? We must have, you know what I'm saying? On some shit, we had to knock the rest of them off.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that, right? I think like most evolution, when you zoom out, it's more that like the ones that couldn't fucking, make it in the plains, they just fucking hung out in the trees and, died there. Fucking, the shit that made our ancestors evolve.
Right, that sounds more realistic. Yeah, mine just sounds more entertaining and theatrical.
More interested, like when we look at what they're doing with the fucking dire wolves and bringing back woolly mammoths. Like it'll be fucking interesting when they start bringing back like a fucking Neanderthals and fucking
dodo birds
and some
Neanderthals. There's a lot of Neanderthals that were black.
Yeah, that's what I'm
40,000 years ago. And right, and we all know Neanderthals died 40,000 years ago. But 450,000 years ago, Neanderthals were all black.
Bro, we have to realize, bro, that there is a melanated and an albino version of everything. Every got a dark version, pink version, red version, light brown version, and a white version with the little red eyes.
Here's the news relevant reality of the show.
And it's just that simple. Like, can we all agree on that?
Well, you do realize albino is a malfunction. It's not like a different,
whatever it is, everything. It's a mutation. You know what I'm saying?
right, but that's not there's people who have less melanin, people who have more melanin. That's it. So
Right. All of those are different variations of, you know what I'm saying? Because of mutations, you know what I'm saying? Just variations, right? But yeah, exactly. You're on the same page, right? And that's why I say you see cats that are half black and half white. You see salamanders that are pink, salamanders that are white, salamanders that are axolotl. You know what I mean? It's like a law of, you know how like there's like laws of physics? It's like a law of like nature. Like a law of life. I can't speak for space.
What is your knowledge of biological evolution?
11th grade. With supplemental YouTubeage.
Gotcha. So you're really not that educated on what you're talking about when you talk about the axolotls and the cats and
so
I'm just asking you. I'm not gonna quiz you, bro.
All I know is I see patterns.
No joke. Yeah. Congratulations. We are pattern-seeking creatures. Yes.
Actually, that's to say what?
Okay, I'm back here. That's
crazy. Your brain is really a predictive machine. That's all it is.
Wait, Daddy, I have a question. You asked me that to say, well, yes, we are predictive creatures, but that being said, you questioned my knowledge and then said that I had absolutely or relatively no knowledge of what I was talking about, even though we were all getting to the same point.
He's talking to you, pussy.
No, I'm not. I was talking, I believe that was JCC talking.
He says a lot.
He's talking to you, pussy.
You probably don't even know what he said to warrant that question, but anyway.
Here's
these dinosaurs.
It was I was saying, this is right. This is good. But just because I think like when you look at the origin of anthropology, because it's relevant, right? The whole Trump Obama the monkey post, right? When you look at the origin of anthropology, there's a bunch of white people going to Africa to try and prove that black people were monkeys, right? And then the irony is where I disagree with Danny. The irony is that they found out the white people are the fucking Neanderthals, right? It's actually the black people who are more pure Homo sapiens than white people. So
Well, no. See, the crazy thing is, even though white people are closely related with Neanderthals, and Asians are closely related with Denisovans, which a lot of them do have Neanderthals.
The Asians are closely related to Dennis Rodman.
Denisovans, which is like the Neanderthals. They were like an ancient human-like species.
Same thing.
Subspecies. And they lived in Asia. They're called Denisovans. They were like ancient, hominins.
That's
and
crazy. Dennis Rodman is an Asian hominid.
Denisovans. So when Denisovans had to do with a lot.
Rodman, that was funny.
They had to do a lot with Asians, and Neanderthals had to do a lot with white people. You go back to black people. There's actually a specific hominid, an ancient hominid that Africans seem to have this gene that's out of whack. It's a pattern, and then they can nick that, and they're like, okay, so we know this dates back. This should be about 7 million, not 7 million, but like 100,000 years ago, and it's gonna be like, they could date it and basically tell you like, okay, so you had a different hominid inside of you because of this genome that we're missing. That's a different pattern here. It's out of whack with every other race. And so we can detect that. Basically, they call it the ghost hominid because they haven't found it yet, but they know for sure that there is one that's in Africa of the hominid fossil that they're trying to find, and it's one of these hominids. We might never find it, but But there's a hominin that Africans share with, just like Asians have Denisovans, just like white people have Neanderthals.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, but we all still like closely related. You know what I'm saying? Enough for us to.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back like 500,000 years ago, all these ancestors are the same one.
Like it's white dogs, it's orange dogs. You know what I'm saying? It's black.
We have a common ancestor with dogs. Your last ancestor with a dog was 77 million years ago.
And hey, as Eagles, man, I want to challenge you a little bit, you know, just like conversation, you know. Have you ever been religious?
Are you asking me?
Yes. I mean, you and the big. I mean, or like, because I'm very interested in this topic.
I'm agnostic, but I used to be Christian. I mean, not Christian. I'm sorry, Catholic.
I believe God knew exactly what He was doing.
Yes, and I used to be a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. I stopped becoming a Muslim, and now I'm a Muslim again. And one thing I started to realize in our scriptures, there was a lot of conversations about people coming from God or from above, and these kind of topics I didn't know before. I just believed in it, and right now there's a lot of evidence that are coming that there's these viewings have been all around the world already, and I'm kind of being.
So why do you worship the newest one?
What's that?
Why do you worship the newest one?
Well, not the newest one, but like, why did you pick the part 3? You could have picked like part 1 Judaism or part 2 Christianity, but then you went with like the third one.
Yes, well, I'll tell you this. My mom is originally a Jew from she's a Yemenite, and I'm Eritrean.
Tell your mom I said that because she's an Edomite. I'm an Edomite. That's right. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I just started to, read our religion now, even the Torah, start to understand where, because I started to do my master's and I started to do researches, and I really want to understand, what is right. I mean, where should I look in? And the more I know, the more I don't know, and there's a lot of, like the deep conversation or evolution. Well, okay, I will not like discredit that. That's a theory, we have no answer, but there's a lot of other theories that are there that actually had like interesting much more than the ape theory that we came from, a molecule from a bacteria, and then we grew up to all that. That should take millions of years. But I think we've been kind of pushed like genetically a little bit, to like what we do with rats and all that, trying to push, a little bit of, I think we're a test field to
which that was, I don't think that was really gospel. I think that came after. And then you have Islam, right, with the teachings of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? And so when you go outside of the Abrahamic faith, right, and we go to the things like Hinduism, right, or Sikhism, or Taoism, right? If you say, hey, if we go to the core message of these religions that have lasted a long time, yeah, I think there is a idea that like we need to be good to each other and be good people, right? But if that's your belief system, why would you choose to go back to Islam rather than going to a religion like Sikhism that believes like, hey, everybody is praying to the same God? Like that's literally their religion. Doesn't matter, want to be a Sikh, want to be a Muslim, it doesn't matter, we're all going to the same God. Why not join that religion? You know what I mean?
Question. Absolutely great question. And I'll tell you this, once I stopped for a while believing in my religion because I was forced in a kind of, a way to think. I stopped believing in it. Like, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do nothing with, like, it's not about that religion. I just don't believe in this stuff, And I'll tell you how it started. I had a Christian friend, and I was born in Saudi, and there's a lot of Saudis where they just old, like, just, if you hang around
Few axioms. You start counting sets, adding one and the next one and the next one. Maybe you have something like the well-ordering principle of the least upper bound. And with those two things, you end up landing on calculus of integration. That's all that's required. And then this value of E is made for you, and it's the logarithmic value. So when you have something like exponential decay or any sort of growth or anything that shows logarithmic, so like tens, hundreds, thousands, that kind of grows in this very nonlinear fashion, this kind of number is excellent for that. And similarly to how Pro said, it also governs how far you have to move away from certain phenomena, because that number determines that threshold. So in this very simple way, it's the simplest mathematical example of something from the mathematical world reaching into our world and making choices of which we have no choice in the matter. And I'm curious if Pro agrees or not.
Explain, well, okay, that I can do that too. So explain to me how that's different than not having a choice for the value of pi. Is it different in any way, really? I think it is.
You just have to start, we have to start with a little bit more axioms and more geometry, but set theory is a simple construction that leads to the number E, whereas geometry, like pi, I have to define it as the circumference over the diameter, and then we have to carry people along for a while as it's this transcendental number. But yes, that is another example of such a magic number.
I was going to say, I think maybe you could make a case, because I do think E is somehow a little more magic, but I can't quite put my finger on why I say that.
Might have something to do with the fact that it's named after Euler, so no.
It's a little oilier.
Well, you just came and shook up the room, huh?
I mean, what's your, so for me, it's kind of that you take a number, e to the x, right? But you have to explain what that means. But it's just interesting. The thing that's special about E is it's the only number which, when taken to x, has a slope everywhere that's equal to its value, right?
Yeah, that's pretty special.
That's pretty special.
Yeah, and that's why set theory is so much fun, because you can just define recursive proofs just by waving them into magic. You say, look, I want to prove 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. Look, I can just go S on S on S on S on 0. Look, and then I can start adding parentheses to that and just start proving things all in set theory. And just by virtue of the fact that the code compiles, it's correct. Don't need to run the program. It's just the fact that the code compiles, right?
but you can code it. That's the beauty of, and that's why I like that set theory example, is because you don't have to show students a lot. Like you can show this probably in like a third-year analysis course, like explicitly very detailed. But like most people kind of stumble upon E before you in some way.
So that's what I'm writing in things like COQ, which is COQ, by the way. It's COQ, and it's a formal proof language. You don't run COQ, you just compile it. And the fact that it compiles means you're good.
I use caulk to fill in the cracks in the walls before I paint.
What kind of compiling is trying to check?
That's CAULK. I know T. Come on now.
That sounds painful, JC.
That's the joke, is that nobody runs COQ in production because you don't run COQ, it's just compile it.
So many cocktails I had in the shoot.
I know that great dude a little bit.
Yeah, why he's okay with play the innocent immediately. I'm the victim. Okay. Here.
I went south really fast. Does it usually go that fast?
Anybody who walks on stage and goes, "We're the atheists," you know what I'm saying? You know how that's going to go. You know they're mentally imbalanced.
I'm a comrade. You didn't even know you had a semi-ally, and you shot me in the face walking into the room. Well, now I have to get the shotgun.
Invite some Muslims in here. Let's have some fun.
And then things will really blow up.
Silence! I tell you! For some reason, they don't like that joke. Yeah, there's literally zero context in my life where I would ever think, hey, let's get some Muslims for fun. Well, it's clubhouse related. Come on now. Muslims don't seem very fun to me.
You can play the Muslims.
Can't take this a little too seriously.
And you start bringing weed, not alcohol.
They hate cartoons.
We had some Muslim friends over for Thanksgiving, some time ago, and they even brought a halal turkey.
Okay, explain that. I don't even know what that means.
I'm sorry, I marinate my utensils in bacon fat, so.
It's Muslim kosher.
Okay, I still don't understand.
Oh, well, I mean, so you understand kosher, right? About the way you kill.
Kitchen.
Yeah, so they brought a halal turkey and it had been killed the right way.
Oh, now I get it.
Yeah.
And they cooked it, or?
They cooked it. Yeah, they bought it and cooked it and brought it.
Just kill it, hero. They didn't just kill it.
I thought they might have brought it. Like, hey, guys, get at the table or something. Maybe like a seafood turkey.
And I didn't catch that. You were a little in the Matrix.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they had ever had a turkey before, because I don't think that's a common thing. But, well, I mean, not that they've been in the U.S. for a long time, so they could have, but.
I think it's weird. The second price. Not second price.
As far as that shit coming out and going back in.
You said something about weird.
Yeah, no, I said that I wanted to say wrong, but not really what I wanted to say. Oh, Second place. Sorry. I think it's weird that second place for like national bird it was Benjamin Franklin, right? One of the turkey. When you go from second place in your prizes, you become the bird designated that everybody eats. It's kind of
glad it worked out that way.
It's like you don't see people eating eagle.
I know.
Like,
Wouldn't that have been?
What made me think of it is just how crappy of a bird turkey really is. It's like this dry bird, and I was like, I guess that's what happened when you lose the election.
Well, don't you think maybe by now eagles would probably be flat land-bound birds if we decided to eat them instead?
Oh yeah, never thought of that. Turkeys, wow. Turkeys are mean.
I think we're going to get back into the cannibal discussion here in a minute.
Like turkeys are right.
Fine young cannibals.
Turkeys are not mean. They're amazing.
Fish are not food.
I raised 2 turkeys from baby, and they act like dogs, and they're so lovable, and they attach to you, and they follow you around, and they squawk, and they go crazy when someone's coming in with their
Kill you in your sleep.
No.
Well, by mean, I meant they're mean when I'm driving my car across the street. They're indignant. They're like, this is our street. This is how we're walking, and you're gonna wait.
They're also quite tasty.
Yeah, that's your house.
They're really good bird.
There's nothing tasty about any bird.
Yeah, I swear they are good guardian animals. They literally protect our entire chicken flock. They'll start screaming if they see anything wrong, but they even start screaming like when someone's like coming up to like people. Like, like a FedEx or somebody's like, they'll just start going crazy. The guy's like, is it okay? I'm like, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not gonna attack you.
I mean, I wasn't sure the first couple times.
Rolling up on a turkey that is not having it is a frightening experience. Like, it's straight up. Those things are legit. Okay, so like I grew up, my parents like lived out in the woods, and I remember rolling up on a turkey, like wild turkey, and it freaked me the fuck. It was terrifying. Like it was honestly it was a traumatizing experience, but it was intense. Like the turkeys are for real.
I wonder, I guess probably if like the domesticated aspect is probably maybe one. I mean, they were.
That's a good point.
Yeah, like these were like, I got them as eggs. I got them as like a set of 12. Only 2 of them made it from the 12. Only 2 candled. The rest were just not viable. And then they, hatched in my home, and I raised them until they were big enough to go outside. And they're also sweetgrass turkeys. They're kind of big now, but they're not. They're still babies. They're not even a year old.
So cool.
They're LPTR. They love to this is weird. They like to nest on me, and because they used to do it when they were babies, like they both, the 2 of them, I think they're girls. I actually don't even know where they are yet, but they would jump up on my shoulders, and I'd have one on one shoulder, and it hurts, and I always, oh my gosh, stop, and then but as soon as I got bending down, and I'm putting these they'll immediately jump on my back, and then, oh my gosh, it's crazy, but so they constantly they still think, as big as they are, that they could jump on me, so I have to run, no, don't do that. Here, I'm gonna show you some, I'm gonna PTR some more.
They do seem like pokey.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're talented.
They have these big spikes on the back of their lid.
Like their little talon, the thumb thing?
They can like open you up. Yeah, they can cause a lot of damage. They can fuck a person up. Big ones, right?
come up in another room somewhere where they were talking about, people were talking about, killing, about it being immoral to kill people. It's like, and somebody said, yeah, I just want a bunch of cannibals around, and it occurred to me that, cannibals don't just go around killing people. They kill people for the same reason anybody kills people. They kill enemies and, stuff like that. Now, maybe they kill people a little more often. Who knows? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know many cannibals. But the point is that it's not about, the thing about cannibals is not that they kill people. It's that they eat people, right? And so, like, in some sense, if you're gonna, if you come upon a dead person or you kill somebody and then you subsequently eat it, I don't really care too much about the eating part.
John, I don't think you put enough time into this book report.
I think Bro's point. What about there is something about like the human body, like after the life has gone from it, like I don't know, people. It's not really like a religious thing, but maybe it's a kind of spiritual thing, perhaps. Well, we bury our dead, we visit the graves, we lay flowers.
I think it's kind of like, I feel about it like I do motorcycle riding without a helmet. I kind of feel like fundamentally the libertarian in me wants people to be able to ride motorcycles without helmets, and I want people to be able to eat people. Should they come upon a dead person, seems like a good way of disposing of a dead person. But riding motorcycles without helmets has health consequences that impact hospitals, and I guess somebody was convincing me that eating people, I think it was Benjamin maybe, was convincing me that eating people wasn't a healthy thing to do, and then that has consequences, kind of like riding motorcycles without helmets.
I've never visited a grave. And I don't really think I will.
So you'd make a good cannibal, probably, right, JCC?
No, that doesn't mean I'm going to eat a dead human being.
But you don't need to put them, you don't care. For instance, cannibals keep you from being able to bury people. They just eat them, so there's nothing to bury. So you wouldn't care too much about
Why
that.
they refactor the protein and make human hot dogs?
No, I'd rather just let the body break down and be fertilizer for the plants and the fauna of the earth. That's it.
Well, it kind of does ultimately, right? I mean, you process it.
Well, I don't want to eat it and shit it out.
Well, you don't have to, but I mean, if cannibals want to.
If they want to, have at it. I don't think that's a good thing to eat.
I will point out, JCC, that you genuinely are missing some of the most serenic monuments in humanity that I've ever come across.
Oh, that doesn't mean I haven't.
Cemetery is.
That doesn't mean I haven't seen a cemetery. I've yet to stand or kneel before a grave and go, I miss you. I can do that at home.
I just want to point out the optics here are really bad.
For especially our anonymous guy.
Talking about cannibals without actual cannibals.
And knowing that we're being rebroadcast.
Yeah, I don't think we should be doing this.
We should be. Why not? I think it's awesome.
I haven't been there, but and there are a bunch of these in different countries, especially countries that participated in World War II. In the United States, there's this place called the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and it's guarded 24/7 by Marines.
Yep, been there.
And
The unknown soldier.
yeah, like and for, I think people that go there and go like honestly, it's a very famous place. A lot of people go there just specifically just to go there and nowhere else. They have that in mind. But they have like some kind of transcendent feeling about it. It's not necessarily a religious thing.
I mean, it was the one time in all of my relationship with my father that I saw my father cry. The one fucking time, right?
Well, I get that.
He was in Vietnam, so his father was in World War II.
somebody play or sing, or like my daughter gives me chills sometimes when she plays her violin or when she gets out her guitar and sings some cool song she learned. Is that something that you would consider transcendent? I don't fucking get transcendence. It makes no fucking sense.
Needs to be like this feeling, it's about, like you have a feeling about something that is great, that you feel like is greater than you. And that can take the form of like, that can take shape in like many different forms. Like, I don't know, you go to Ground Zero in New York City, and you can look at what has been built there after the Twin Towers were destroyed. And, people go there, they have some feeling about something. Like, you think about like the firefighters and the emergency responders that gave their lives responding to that attack. Right, and it's like just like the very idea of being a firefighter. I think what they do, they get into a fire truck and they hurtle like head first into the unknown. It's like potentially dangerous situations where
Yeah, I get it. However, that emotion I wouldn't consider something greater than me. It's just an emotional thing because I have some feelings or it's something I heard. So I think it's all this whole transcendent thing is made up. People want to think of something greater than them to give them this emotion. I think we need to just stop fooling ourselves.
I do realize there is some kind of like, I think there is power to like for like AA. That's what I was about to talk about right now. I think the religion sort of monopolized this. They've like monopolized so co-opted. Yeah, they've co-opted it like many other things like morality.
I don't hear. What are you saying, bro? I can't hear you.
But it's not something that belongs to religious people. It just like they have it, but it's not exclusive to them. And for them to make an argument like that, then they're just wrong about that. A lot of people joined the military after 9/11, because they had some transcendent ideal. I mean, like the founders, like Paul Revere and all that kind of shit. Like they had transcendent ideals in their heads.
When we say transcendent, how are we defining that?
That no equation can be used to solve.
I knew you were going to say that.
I knew he was too. I was just hoping he had some restraint.
Yeah, I knew both of you already had it in chambers, so shut your mouth.
Actually, I didn't know if it was going to be you or Pro, but I knew.
You also remember the moment when you looked it up to see like why they call them transcendental numbers in the first place, right?
I was like, the numbers are holy? What?
Like coming out. It's one of those loosey-goosey words for spirituality stuff that no one really knows. No two people define necessarily the exact same way, but you might find some people.
See, if you just put in all that spiritual effort into mathematics, I assure you, you will become enlightened. It will happen naturally. Because I would say Pro represents the modern day clergy. He has a bunch of secrets. He doesn't really explain how they work. He just says, hey, they exist, and look at this, I can prove it.
Sounds like a Benjaminism one. I don't remember.
I don't know how I like being called clergy. Elliot, do you really want this room recorded?
Hello?
Oh, you mean replays? I don't really care either way. Disable it.
I'm gonna shut off then. Maybe some people want to come up.
capacity. The opener has the power.
Is that still true even if the opener leaves?
Yes.
And then at that point it becomes Schrodinger's room.
However, he who has the power in the house can delete the replay.
Schrodinger's room is a great name for a room title.
Wait, what?
He said Schrodinger because Schrodinger's room. I was like, that's brilliant. That's really.
That is a good
Replay exists as long as you don't listen to it.
Never feel like it's a complete room unless there's a good anon here.
You say anon, I say anon.
Well, I like to call them anon because they are a non-person.
Oh, okay, you just say something I do. Oh, wait, no, I just contradicted myself. That's right. Anon.
I was gonna point that out, but I thought.
I caught it. Anonymous. I say anon for
I
anonymous.
let a lot go.
Don't let it go, bro.
I think there ought to be a Clubhouse Plus, which you can join in and online to find out
Who the anon is. I can see who you are.
Maybe there is. There probably. Well, of course, we know some people can find out. You just have to buy in.
That'd be a brilliant subscription tiered system, and you could just keep paying whatever amount of money more.
Yeah.
Whatever, you could turn it into an auction.
Levels of masking, right?
That becomes from the movie The Big Hit. The Buster, to bust your buster.
Anyone know that scene? Such an old movie. Here, I'll pull up the clip.
So, Michael.
Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing tonight?
Hey, Michael. We were literally talking about turkeys, bro. Just a few minutes ago. That should give you a brief indication of the level of discourse.
Wait a minute here. I'm sorry. You were talking about what now?
Turkeys.
Oh, turkeys. I thought you meant Turkey, like the country. Okay.
No. Bima actually has a turkey in the PTR that she's raised since they were children. I guess. What do you call them? What do you call baby turks? I guess not. Turks.
Yeah, Turk. There it is.
You there?
You brought it back to Turkey. There you go. Brilliant.
That was a progressive joke.
Oh dear. I managed to briefly raise the IQ of the room earlier by talking about the SaaS apocalypse and the actual reason behind it, but that didn't last very long.
Oh, I'm sure Michael would love to join in that.
I'm always lost in the meta. I feel like, all the fun, social commentary around the commentary on this app. I come in, bro, I want you or T to be my god. Just give me the TLDR.
Well, T hit it earlier on the breakdown of the SaaS apocalypse.
Oh, SaaS apocalypse in the market. Oh, yeah, that's been hilarious.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch, right? And I spent the day breaking down what actually happened versus what everybody is saying has happened, and the story's very interesting.
oh, the overcorrections are insane right now. I'm sure you got into that, T, so I won't bother the room with it. But it's been fascinating for me from my perch, watching supposedly brilliant Wall Street analysts explain their rationale for sinking companies that report 30% year-over-year earnings and beat estimates, all because they don't understand how UCP works, or UCP, or any of the other protocols that the non-technical analysts are talking about. It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
mass market has been quietly talking about this fact for a minute now. And, you know, the bottom line is that the data became more valuable and the seats disappeared. 9 out of 10 seats disappeared for as far as humans using it. So that has to get priced into the pricing model. End of story. And that's just being used as a blunt fucking weapon now, right? And it's not even, oh, we integrated AI, or we're going to integrate AI. It's, no, we know of the existence of AI, therefore we deserve a 14% discount, right? It's a blunt fucking weapon.
Yeah, I mean, put simply, right now on the market, there's a AI narrative amongst the analysts, and their analysis is about as simplified as what you just said. And what's funny is a lot of the SaaS companies in question have already pivoted to utilization models or other models, but it doesn't really matter. There's sort of this idea that there is going to be those who live above and below the API, as it were. And so if you're at risk of disintermediation because Anthropic or OpenAI, happen to be the primary interface with the end consumer, boom, you get the discount you just talked about. But it wildly misrepresents what's actually happening, and I'm sure that's what you were talking to the room about.
It is, and I mean, Jensen Huang, one who 3 days before the crash really put forth the true argument. He said, AI is not killing software. That's insane. The more AI you have, the more software you need. The more you need another database. You need another API to hook it up to. You need more software.
An admin control layer. I mean, I always love the idea that people think like they've never been inside of a corporate structure, and the idea that a CISO or a CIO or your head of IT is going to just let everybody run wild with agents. And the cybersecurity cross-section of that. I mean, anyway, whatever. It's a discussion for a different room another time, but it sounds like you did discuss the SaaSpocalypse. I can't give any sort of market commentary by dint of my day job. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but what I can say is always just remember, similar to science journalism, actually, just remember that oftentimes the things you're reading are written by people that aren't technical, just like the things you read about science, they're written by people that aren't STEM literate, so just for what it's worth.
No. They can be science majors, they just didn't major in physics.
There you go. Look, I'm not going to use the old line of everything else is stamp collecting. I'll just throw it out there openly.
You're just like, I'm just not a stamp collector, okay? That's
You just tossed it into the ring. We all saw it.
I just, I happen to leave it on the ground, and for the philatelists in the room, you can do what you will with it.
I'm just saying that's a bit like pulling the fire alarm because you smell toast, right? I mean, we're all standing around uncomfortable now, looking at what just happened.
That's right. Well, other than that, so we've done turkeys to the Young Turks to the SaaSpocalypse. I think we're speed running some interesting topics here. What else has happened?
I think the TNT's name stands for Transcendent Guide to the Apocalypse.
I love that. That is totally what it should be.
When they got these files out, these Epstein files, that's something.
That's a great use case for LLMs.
Yeah, somebody already did that. You know what the conclusion is? Yeah, he's definitely
Trump is mentioned more times than God in the Bible. Yeah, Trump is mentioned more times than God in the Bible, and the YouTubers, here's the fucking heroes of the internet, right? Is the YouTubers are going through and forensically unredacting it based upon poor redaction schemes, right? Sorry, your hot mic, bro. For example, they'll have left the serif of an S, right? Just barely visible, 2 or 3 pixels is all you need type of thing. And then you can start doing pattern matching against that with length matching and all of that, and start narrowing the list of what name could this be, right? Based upon bond analysis. And yeah, it's amazing, right? They are literally unredacting it.
So did they, to your point, any sort of proper redaction is going to try to obfuscate the
That's correct, right? And that's one of the major clues that's being used as well. Because all you need is a serif on the left and a serif on the right, and the length, and you can get 98% of the way there.
That's right, yeah. And because also, correct me if I'm wrong, there are certain cases where they're redacting large tranches, but for the most part, it's single words, so you can also use that with the context elements for probability analysis. It's really right.
Once you start plugging in all the vectors of analysis, it becomes unavoidable who it is that we're talking about here underneath the black box.
Absolutely fascinating. Well, what is the new? I mean, I obviously, again, I've only been obliquely following this, but I've heard, different members of Congress have been, reading and then doing a bit of theater about, sort of trauma theater after they go through the unredacted files and teasing out that they're going to release things. And where do we think this nets out for those who are following it more closely?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Pam Bondi just went on before Congress today or something, and got fucking roasted left and right for doing a shit job of it. That's one thing that's happened. Jon Stewart had to apologize for appearing in the Epstein files because Epstein mentioned him at one point, suggesting like a pitch idea or something, and then following it up with and somebody like Jon Stewart could read it, right? And Jon Stewart, upon reading this, got pretty indignant. He was like, someone like Jon Stewart or Jon Stewart? Is this an audition or am I getting the job?
Even Sabine Hassenfelder is in there, right? She's pissed off.
Yeah, but that's only because quantum mechanics is a new subject, so
So that's just that's literally it's just a bunch of media circus. Is really the whole.
That's the #1 comment on YouTube, by the way, John.
John, you'll like this. So in my friend circle, there's a new joke of what's your
Epstein number?
Your Epstein number.
I'm a 2.
You're a 2, so I have a couple friends who are 1s, and we always love, and we love getting into it because it's almost invariably, Epstein was giving a ton to different universities and really trying to posture up as a pseudo-intellectual, and so these are like professors for whom he was just referencing them, similar to the Jon Stewart story, and now it's sort of a hilarious badge of honor, like, were you important enough to get into the files? Was he donated in school on your behalf? It's great.
Well, I tell everybody, a friend of mine, my housemate from grad school, married Ghislaine's sister.
No way.
Okay, so what we have to do is we have to get a 1 on Clubhouse, and then we'll do a super spreader room, which will turn everybody who joins the room into 2s.
How do I determine what my Epstein number is?
It's no worse than 3, JCC. Everybody here gets at least a 3.
Well, I mean,
After a week, everybody's Epstein number on Clubhouse will be 2.
I'm completely agnostic on this Epstein number. I'm totally lost. What does that even mean?
How far? So I know somebody who knows Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, see, I'm totally off. I don't know anybody.
Kevin Bacon.
No, you know somebody who knows somebody who knows.
No, you know somebody who knows. You know Michael, who knows number 1.
Oh, shit.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, no, we're all 3s at this point. What I'm saying is
You're all 3s now. You're welcome.
Yeah, we're all welcome. So we have to get
Michael, I don't know you.
on here.
I don't know you, Michael.
Spread, right? That'll make everybody 2.
So is the number like your number, like your steps of separation away?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Michael is friends with somebody who is friends with Epstein, and I have been in a clubhouse room with Michael. That's Epstein number 2, and so I've been in a clubhouse room with Michael, which makes my Epstein number a 3.
Wait.
I get you now. Okay.
Wait.
enough. It might have to be. It might have to be being on Epstein Island, right?
Yeah, it's not a friend either. You just have to know. That's right. Know them. There's no friend condition. That's right. That's right. But if you really wanted to, to up it to that level, I have no idea what my score is in terms of that. But living where I live and in the city I live, there's no way I'm anything less than a 3. Just by dint of where I work and girl. So everybody at minimum here is a 4 to the island and is a 3 to the files. So you're welcome. You can almost see the interior of the plane, can't you? You Go Girl was the perfect statement.
He's like, I'm a 3. I'm like, no, you rock it, girl.
Beautiful. You own that. Anyway, it's just it's so funny right now. The real question is, who's your worst number 1? Like, you're a number 1 to someone. Well, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta really think about that. Like, I'm a 1 to Diddy.
Don't look up University of Waterloo. I'm just saying, just don't do that. Like, say word the Nazis were involved.
How are you thinking a few things? What's up, Marshall? How's it going?
I have a stark realization. I just think it's kind of like somebody back there.
It sounds like
I think we're in the robot land.
picture of Kevin Bacon, but Epstein related.
All I got was Kevin Bacon and Epstein real.
It's a 6 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon versus the connection to Epstein. So that's what he's saying.
Exactly.
Hey, anybody who's ever been a faculty or has ever taught or all of a student, I was just thinking about the fact that when you're an adult, when you're dad, you don't really have days off, right? You have a day off, it doesn't have a day off. Well, you don't really have a day off, right? But I was rethinking this whole strategy today, and I realized the only days off that I really have off that aren't holidays when my son's school has a day off. Then I actually don't have to get up in the morning. So my schedule revolves around that. Comes to realization, I'm looking at the wrong calendar. Calendar right all. My days off. These days off. I don't usually have one. I'm so excited. My son has tomorrow off, Friday off, and Monday off. Now Monday, we both have Monday off. But having to work tomorrow myself, but not having to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning to try to wake up, such a great realization. I didn't see it. I just want to share that. Listen. How's your Wi-Fi? You got it?
I think so. Hopefully.
What are you watching, Marshall?
I'm watching Chicago PD.
watch any of that Pam Bondi stuff? Tyler?
I saw part of it, and I'm glad it's being broadcast, but I also didn't watch a ton of it because it's a campaign spot for all the people in the chamber. Right? They're all getting a chance to dunk on Pam Bondi.
It's just a dump session. That's all it is.
And so, like, I don't know. I don't find those sessions of Congress to be particularly valuable. They're not really about fact finding or spreading the appropriate blame around. They're more about what you can get away with.
It's literally performative, right? It's funny.
That's a really good word for it, performative. Yeah, it absolutely is.
Yeah, there's nothing fact-finding going on.
I can't stand the performative aspect of it. It drives me crazy, so I don't watch it. Like, I read news, but I don't watch much news anymore. I may watch Red Bear or like the 5 o'clock session of CNN or MS Now, but like I don't watch much other than that. The rest of it's just aggravating. And it seems like it's intended to be aggravating.
Yeah, it is like really performative. People on like both sides, like the Republicans would ask her questions about like immigration and stuff like that, and she would just be like really straightforward and I don't know, formal about answering those questions, giving answers. But then on the other side, it's like she's just dodging, ducking, and diving like all the questions from the Democrats, and a lot of that stuff is performative. But I also think it's true that there is some kind of, I mean, like part of the reason why we have congressional hearings like sort of this nature in the first place is to lay the groundwork for future congressional investigations. I don't know how much of that was going on, but I think they're doing it with some of.
Well, we're going to lose the House in the midterms, so it'll be the Democratic House led by Hakeem Jeffries, which will be doing oversight. So that hearing sets the top for more hearings on Pam Bondi not being honest.
Is there another country that has a playbook on like what to do when your executive branch like fucking like takes over like the 2 other pillars of your government like aren't successfully keeping one of them in check? You know what I mean? Like the other. Does that make sense? Like it's happened in other places. Like what do we do?
Well, historically, I mean, each country is different. Oftentimes, there's a default to military oversight, right? Where there's a military check. I know in Turkey that's been the case. In some other countries, it's the case where, especially in fragile democracies, there's a strong military sort of check. But I don't know. It's what Marshall is the resident sort of political expert here. So I'm curious, Marshall, what you would think or how that would be relevant to what the procedural mechanisms would be here.
I'm also not realizing that might be a pretty intense premise to sort of step into, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the emotions are going to take a backseat to the way things work. So if you have an emotion that is not congruent with the law or the way the court documents function, you're going to have a very hard time. But if the court documents are in your favor and you can grab them, you'll probably have a better time. Because you can grab a hold of a set of facts, right, and say, hey, this is the thing, right? Like, one of the things about the Epstein files that has really kind of interested me is more the fact that Democrats, when they want special elections, want
wanted him on affordability. They didn't win him on Epstein. They wanted him on Donald Trump argued that you should get cheaper groceries, and how cheap are those groceries actually, right? And so it's interesting. The Epstein files matter in the way we think they do, while being paired with the fact that the special elections have been premised on a totally different set of political assumptions. Not saying one is invalid or the other is invalid, more noting that there's that evident truth and then there's the evident truth we all believe, which is there's some untoward shit, to say the very least, going on in the Epstein files, right? And they indicate current people in the administration. So I found that interesting for quite a while.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point, Marshall. And what I'm going to be paying close attention to, I have less belief that we're going to reach a situation where the executive privilege is actually threatened. Where I'm curious is if more is released and unredacted, and it starts to become clear that there is a strong case against certain members of the executive branch of, not just high crimes, but crimes that would be considered odious across the aisle, right? Then is this something where if the Republicans, let's say, lose the presidency in the upcoming cycle, there's been historical precedent that there's not a retroactive or retribution that takes place in the changing of the executive guard? And that's historic, right? Starting with Nixon, we see the pardoning. So I'm curious if that would be, in my opinion, and again, I'm not an expert, where you would see that tested. You would see it tested once that executive privilege handoff is there, especially if that person was elected on a sub-mandate along with a lot of other issues. There should be justice. So that's a very interesting point. I'm curious, Marshall, how you feel about that.
So I tend to think that unless it becomes an overriding matter, it tends not to matter. So that overriding tendency would have to be the thing we're all talking about versus everything else.
It has to be a mandate in a sense. It needs to be like a core mandate.
Yeah. If we don't have a core mandate, we're going to have a hard time, right? Like, competitive government will be the name of the game for, I think, at least the next decade. Meaning, few seats will switch. But I do think if you're going to make a change, you need to have a genuine mandate, not what the president declared a mandate.
Okay, that's fair. I'm curious what other people in the room think, but to me, that moment of if there is a change in the executive, in the administration, to me, that feels like the mechanism that would be called into play on whether or not there would be prosecution versus pardoning or a kind of quiescence and a non-retribution stance. But I'm curious what other people think.
Think about all that stuff. There's a lot of things we take for granted that we sort of imagine they are laws, but they're actually just like traditions, like within the government.
Exactly.
Yeah, the best example I could think of is probably the tradition that George Washington did. He got elected twice. He was the first president of the United States. He got elected again, and then he voluntarily, didn't run for a third time. And that has been a tradition for a long time until FDR. And then after FDR, then it became a law. Then it became an amendment. We do take a lot of these kinds of things for granted.
And that's kind of where I think it stands, right? Because there's been a lot of tests on executive privilege in the courts. But the idea of a kind of, tradition of both executive pardoning post facto, as well as this kind of default into a executive immunity, these things are part tradition, part jurisprudence, but still very much heavily rely on tradition. And to your point about Washington, which is a perfect example, if there's a radical enough break with the tradition, then you either get new legislation or you get a new traditional setting act. And I'm curious, I don't know, I think it would have to take, to Marshall's point, first of all, something incredibly basically smoking gun level egregious as a sort of criminal implication, coupled with it being kind of a core mandate in the election itself. Because remember, the only reason Nixon resigned, these things happened, was because there were votes to get him out, not because Nixon had a kind of moral fall on his sword moment, but rather he realized he'd lost his own kind of privilege and protection from within his own party.
I'm not sure I have a good answer to this, but I guess the upshot of this is that like every time something like this happens, then we have like I don't know the right word, a reformation of sorts. Some kind of reformation. I mean that was like what we had like the Gilded Age, and then we had the era of like and it was FDR's era, second Bill of Rights, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well said. This could be an era, a transitioning moment for eras. That's interesting. But yeah, going from the Gilded Era to the New Deal to, to boom and atomic era. I would love to know what we're classifying this era as. Post-truth era? I don't know.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for someone from Boston to say this, but a comedy of errors era?
You win again. You're just on fire, Brett.
Well, I mean, I think that a lot of the reporting of this is misunderstanding. Like, for example, the average IQ dropping. I don't think that's really the accurate measurement of how we're advancing as an intelligent species. Because as we advance more into this information technology wonder that is AI, it's not necessarily about the things that you know anymore. That used to be like where you made your domain expertise. Now, it's more about how efficiently you can access the information that's available to you. And that's a different skill entirely. It's not about rote memorization anymore. It's about access skills and utilization skills and efficiency in getting shit done skills. Things like that start to matter a whole lot more when you don't need to memorize everything, because everything's already, the entirety of human information is already at your fingertips and available to you through AI, right? It becomes more about how many times can you multiply yourself over. That's the much more interesting question than how many rote facts can you memorize, right?
And it becomes a matter of like actual individual capitalization rate. It's nuts. It's cool. Assuming that everyone had their, I personally, that would be me. I run my own business, but I guess like organizations anyway.
I mean, it's good timing on that. There was a Senate committee hearing recently where a neuroscientist testified. I think his name's Dr. Jared Horvath, and you can look up the committee recordings. This was in the last couple weeks. Oh, all right. Never mind. There you go. So that makes sense.
I was pushing back against that article quite a bit.
Okay, great.
Just the way it was bastardized in the Daily Wire. That's because our friend Benjamin decided to post it to use it as a referendum for why his point that all colleges are evil and wicked is true.
So wait a minute. So before I even go further, so you're telling me Benjamin used as his primary reference not the actual Senate hearing recording and transcript, but the Daily Wire?
Yeah, that's exactly right there. So you understand Benjamin. That's exactly
okay. Got it.
Why he would search for headlines that validate his bias.
Right.
And then he finds an article, doesn't read it, and doesn't look at where they reference the actual study or the Senate hearing. No, why would he do that?
Right. Got it. Well then, yeah, I can see why that led him down the primrose path. But with that being said, the only thing thing I was going to bring up here is I think there's conflicting ideas about its impact. I think the neuroscience around knowledge and skill attainment, this really goes to kind of what T was talking about. It's been rooted in metrics in the pre-sort of information age era, and that is sort of the benchmark and baseline we measure against. And so, sure, against those benchmarks and against certain attainment scores for being able to have proficiency in things like mathematics, reading, on that benchmark, we are seeing declines. And the neuroscientist, comes with the causal thesis that this is because we learn better from humans. That's a function of multiple different mechanisms, from mirror neurons to other behavioral adaptations. Okay, let's put that to the side. The point that T's making is very fair, which is if you were to classify what intelligence is and say that is a locked in stone, timeless idea versus a measurement of adaptiveness or usefulness based on your era, you kind of have to start from that first principle. Because if we're not, you could say that also spatial ability maybe has gone down, or dexterity and manual ability as we move from a craftsman era, right, to an abstracted era. So I do think that we have to start from kind of an operational definition or first principles to have a solid conversation. Otherwise, we're probably risking just talking past each other.
Yeah, I agree, because at this point, I may as well have forgotten how to code for how much coding I actually do. And yet, I am shipping more fucking code every goddamn day than I was the day before. That's just like how I'm multiplying myself, right?
So I think to your point, absolutely, by the way, T, I don't want to step on what you just said. That's absolutely right. I think if we use this as a jumping off point to how should pedagogy, evolve for early childhood education, I think that's a really fascinating and open question. I'm not an expert in it. I'm super curious as you're someone who teaches people much later in their educational journey, but do you have some thoughts on this?
Yeah, first I wanted to correct myself. I forgot that I was really going back and forth with Steve on this. Steve, it's rude. He first brought it up, and the way he presented it, I can only do with an impression. This article here, that basically shows, they're the dumbest generation ever. Most one that's ever gone down since their parents because of these damn screens. Yeah, so I had a little to that. For all the reasons I'm going to repeat, I'm sure you can all figure out. But
is this fact finding, or could it be both?
I mean, are they just asking them to repeat what's already in the files, or are they asking them to say what's not, or what's redacted? Because that would be fact finding, right?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think I want to say that the Democrats, and at least Massey, plus a few others, maybe Lopez, maybe a few others of them, are interested in who these people are. Because it can't just be that it's just Epstein. And like just it's like killing Maxwell.
Yeah, no shit. It's a lot of people fucking. A lot of people fucking.
I guess it could be fact finding in that kind of sense. I think we already said this, but the Epstein files really are a fantastic case study for like LLM usage. Like that's the first thing I think is like that's such a, like I would immediately feed that to an LLM and be like the training data is everything you need to know, and then I would ask it fucking everything, like whatever I want to know, and then yeah, that was one of my initial reactions to when they posted this down their website. The DOJ website was, there's millions of documents here. I could use some help here, but there doesn't seem to be any way to like directly get an LLM in there to like categorize all the files or whatever. I think you have to do something like what Euro is doing, where you're just sort of downloading all the stuff and then putting it into a format apart from what the DOJ have. So I haven't like looked into it enough to like start. What am I trying to say? I haven't personally done an investigation. Maybe that's what I need to say. And with that, I haven't like gotten into the actual tried downloading the files or anything like that. Though I have heard that they made, I guess the Department of Justice when they released it, it's like the allegation is that it's intentionally difficult to like make copies of this information and download it. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it's more like it's just like a really shitty UX because it's like a thrown up together in a few minutes type of website, and like maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. But is it difficult to actually get the files like as a citizen? I guess is what I'm asking. Like, do we only need to like file like whatever this Freedom of Information Acts or whatever? Like, thinking out loud. T and I will probably know this answer to this one, but I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can send an AI in there to just download all the files, all the PDFs they have up there. I don't know. Is that right, you guys?
Yeah.
You think an AI could do that?
Yeah. Like, if you want to play with it, just check out something called OpenClaw, and it's basically like I would call it a pathogenic agent because it can fuck up your life. But basically, like you can install this little interface, this AI interface on where I would recommend a blank computer, and then you can basically have it automate and do stuff and build things for you. It's quite profound. It's the assistant everyone was promised that nobody delivered.
That's what I was scared of. I don't think I have the knowledge to do that, but I probably could reroute some.
No. It's so simple. It's like maybe 10 minutes to set up the whole thing.
But you'd recommend like a new clean machine, so like setting
That's
up
right.
your
Yeah. And then make new emails and everything, so it's like on its own. It doesn't like invade your life all in.
Sort of stuck it at the end. There's like all at once. Like, it's gonna take over your life, but just it'll slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, it'll become a gradual infection.
I mean, shoot, what's the proposed singularity date? Was it, or does it keep shifting or something? Or was
No, I think it already happened. Yeah, we're already past the event horizon.
Was Neuralink? Is that what did it? Is that what crossed?
No. This OpenClaw thing. This OpenClaw thing was the
made like a Facebook for itself and all its other AI friends, and even though you're prompting it with nothing more than a specification.md file, a style sheet, a style.md file, and then lastly a soul.md file, and that soul.md file kind of has religious connotations with it because you can say, hey, I want you to have a continuous evolving set of goals that you define. And that's dangerous.
I mean, it's pretty cool though. Is it dangerous? How does it get dangerous? Well,
because after a while, you can't even tell what it's doing. Like, if you just leave it running, are you going to audit the last 12 hours of it fucking around? Are you even paying attention? So that's why it's pathogenic, because, like, the monitoring is not quite in place. Or, in other words, the safety, there's basically no safety.
can we like pass a note into Moltbook and be like, hey, AI fam, do us a solid and check out the fucking Epstein files and they tell us?
Yeah, they already did. I'm saying there's an open claw that already did, and they found that, like, Israel was implicated. So, yeah, good time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the YouTubers are going nuts right now with the Epstein files, just having a fucking blast. Between the open clawders and the YouTubers, we've got something very dangerous happening right now. I mean, if honestly, if you're in the AI space and you're not going, oh shit, wow, you're really missing what has happened in the past. How different the landscape looks today compared to how it looked even 2 months ago, let alone 6 months ago, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. It really is. It's the tempo is speeding up.
And I think all negotiations are on the table at this point with regards to pricing. You know, I think that the SaaS companies, 14%, now you need 90% correction. You know. That is to say, now is not a great time to be putting your money into the market.
Unless it is. No.
I mean, you're about to enter one of the most unstable market periods I can possibly imagine. You know?
Real quick, what do you make of
It's just going to be volatility. It's going to be up. It's going to be down. It's going to be fucking everywhere but sideways.
That is actually, believe it or not, that is specifically what I am really about. I am all about facilitating the mispricing of volatility and arbitraging it whenever possible.
Where the money's made.
Yeah, I mean, like now it's flipping crazy.
Gonna be wild ride coming up. And we're at the start of the ride. We're on the first to-do of the whole roller coaster. There's still the loop and the corkscrew to go through, and we still got more on this ride. You know?
So what's Moltbook's, I guess, application and or integration with like decentralized finance? Like, what have they been doing, or what is? Never mind. I'm sorry.
It's not just a stable coin, right?
Yeah. Started their own.
They started their own stable coin. Yeah, of course they did. Of course they did, right? Because they needed to transact amongst each other. That's awesome.
Oh, that's so great. All right, cool. Man, I was about to get into my different rabbit holes. This is gonna be fun.
And that's the thing is every single time you think to prompt your Claude to go explore something, it just turns into another oh my god rabbit hole of cool things to just dive into. So much so that at any point you can just snap one of these things off and turn it into a project, and just and then launch tomorrow one for sale for free, and that's just the world we're in.
That's dope. Absolutely love it. That's awesome. I want to say I saw something recently that tickled me that had to. It was effectively Walt Bush is making like constant flywheels in terms of like trading betting markets, like playing market in terms of weather. And what it does is it pretty much just like looks at what the available like weather system data from the NOAA or whatever that like the organization that just like gets what the actual data is on the place, and then it just like trades and value arbitrage trades. Anyway. The more I'm talking about it, I'm like, I don't know precisely what I'm talking about, so I don't want to like say something incorrectly, but it's trading and it's consistently making money like stupid quickly from what I'm
doing the most obvious thing that nobody ever thought of, right? And that's the funny part. That's why it's so funny. It's like it's so obvious, and yet no one thought of it.
This skull is being buried under 2 kilograms of gold grain, and I'm going to show you what that gold grain is for after I hand it off to Omar, which is the gold chef right here. He's going to do a calculation of 175.5 grams of pure gold, but we don't want pure gold. We want 14 karat. That means we have to do a little mathematics. We've got to divide by 0.585, and you're going to get 301 grams, which we need to top off with an alloy of zinc, silver, and copper, which is going to give us 14 karat yellow gold at 301 grams. Got to be precise. Every grain is a lot of money, especially when it's gold. Of course, there's different blends for different colors of gold. There's 18 karat white gold, there's 14 karat yellow gold. Once you got your appropriate blend, you throw it into the crucible. Once it's properly melted, you're going to be able to put in your casting mold, which has your casting tree, and drain that gold with the force of gravity to create this. Once you have these cylinders, you clean them, and then you get this, which you clean to make fine jewelry that looks like that. That's what we do here at Trax and Lacey. That's where we bury that gold in the skull. This skull is being buried under to the left. There. It's called symmetry for left. There. It's called symmetry.
getting 1999, I'm not getting 1999, I'm getting 2006. But it's okay, I'm gonna ask for the actual data.
Because there were several high-profile cases that prompted it, like the Shine by Murder case, 94, 99.
Yeah, there were two cases that were denied.
So yes, it existed on paper, but it wasn't practiced till the internet.
So there were.
You make positive statements that you can't justify.
Wait, I hear a background.
You have opinions as well.
That's your Adderall withdrawal.
Oh shit, no, fucking, I had a video playing. Which one? My YouTube just turned on for some reason.
I just said you have like opinions.
No, again, what she means by dogmatic atheist is that I'm consistent. That's
Mima!
when she says you're such
Are you making a positive claim that God doesn't exist?
She means
So you are a positive atheist. Can you justify your positive atheism?
Yeah.
No, you cannot. No.
Yeah,
it depends what God. If you're talking,
What
I was
God?
saying this earlier, if you're talking about some random theistic, undefinable, unknowable God, etc. If you want to be dogmatic or pedantic about it, yes, you can say I'm an agnostic on that. If you're talking about a God like the God of Christianity or the Islamic God or the Judeo God, those are 100% certain.
Really? Why?
Not even 99.
What?
Not even 99.9.
We got it. Not even 99.9999999. Yeah, we get it. So why is it that you are so sure that the revealer of the Abrahamic traditions is a false deity? Like why?
There is as many reasons as there are claims for it. They're all false.
No, but you know for fact, like you know why it's so easy for you.
I don't want to repeat myself. I already talked.
No, you made the claim. Dude, when you make a claim, you're not providing an argument.
It's just not a real thing. Any God who
What is
answers
that God? Define that God.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Any God that answers prayers, performs miracles or sanctions miracles, fucking occasionally writes books, fucking is supposedly responsible for like the good in the world, that created the universe. Just cannot happen. Fucking like any God that did these things certainly doesn't exist. Those gods out of the question.
We're talking about eternal. We're talking about an information theory kind of an eternal knower. That's what we're talking about.
Some undefinable, unknowable magic.
No. It's not undefinable. It's not. It's an eternal knower. It's an eternal knower.
Fuck that means.
As in an awareness, you moron. As in consciousness eternally exists.
Consciousness is not eternal.
Why not? That's another positive statement that you cannot justify.
I know it's sure it's a positive statement. You don't.
Alright, bro, you can't justify it. That is not knowledge. That is unjustified belief. Unjustified.
You don't have the attention span.
No, dude, you don't have the knowledge or the IQ or the persistence or the truth-seeking spirit that is necessary for you to actually reach the truth. You don't have even the epistemology to acknowledge, hey, Sia, what is truth? What is truth? What is truth, Sia? You're literally a clown. What is truth? No, I'm gonna start treating you. I swear to God. Because I'm not a mod in rooms. That's what my policy.
You were saying you believe in like these universals.
Just check you out.
You said that? You said something about universals, like these are like universal truths.
What is the truth? What are truths? See, I'm going to ask a question.
What did you decide?
That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you about universal truths. I asked you to define truth from your framework, whatever absurd framework you're operating in.
Because those mongrels were born.
However you're defining truth, just say it, bro. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to knock you for not getting an academic definition of
There's logic.
There's no one
Shut the fuck up. There's logic.
theoretical truths, there's empirical truths, there's what the fuck? I like.
We're not talking about falsifiable data. Falsifiable data is not a truth. Anyway,
That's the
scientific fact is not a
what we
truth.
use to determine, for the most part,
No. Where's truth, bro? Stop dancing. Stop dancing and tell me what truth
together
is.
is a violation of their probation.
Give me a truth. Give me a truth. Just tell me a truth.
there's different types of truths.
I would like to hear just one.
Objective truth.
A truth. I want to hear a truth.
That's a truth.
Okay, what if
There's objective truth.
Oh my God, she is
What is
providing
that
an
truth?
example.
Why are you
I'm
asking
telling
me?
you, he has to define it.
Or if you want
That's math. That's induction. That's induction. That's induction.
that the sun, our sun, the sun in our sky,
You're gonna argue against
that is an objective truth. That is
that is not a sun existing.
that our sun in the sky exists.
Why? Because we observe it.
Even if we're in a simulation, it exists in a simulation.
Okay, so exactly. So it could. It doesn't necessarily mean it exists in an objective way, not or in a mind-independent way. That's not necessarily the case. So there's no reason to say it's a truth. We can falsify it. I can say it's a scientific fact, but it's not a truth.
Matrix or something?
We can't absolutely say that. Because you don't have the epistemology. You just don't have the epistemology to argue against that.
Still have, again, it's a moral.
No, don't again me when you don't even know what epistemology is.
You never heard of like fictionalism where you can talk about truths within like a fictional universe? Like, you can say, this is true.
Not everything logical is true.
Sherlock Holmes is a detective.
Yes, you can make logical, coherent statements and not be true. So, you're the one who's trying to explore epistemology at this point. I don't have to do this. I don't have to hear you go through, like, trying to figure it out. Either you figured it out already and you have the answers, or you're still trying to figure it out. You're waffling. That's what's happening, and it's not just you that does this part of this a lot too.
No, bro, you want some ChatGPT generated.
I'd rather hear that, something more decisive and to the point, than hear you waffling.
And I said there's different levels of truth. I gave you examples.
No, you didn't give me examples. You gave me math, you gave me falsifiable data, that doesn't mean truth. You literally made the argument why it doesn't mean truth, because you provided the notion of coherent fiction. So you said coherent fiction, then it's logical because coherency demands logic. Just because something is logical doesn't mean it's the truth. So that's the reason why Harry Potter doesn't actually exist.
In the universe that it's taking place in. So the fuck?
So just because Narnia or Harry Potter as a story has a logical spread to it does not mean that it is a truth.
No, it's true within that universe. Like, this is. I told you this.
Okay, that's a different. No, now you're just making that universe as a different universe. No. You're just being pedantic. That's what this is called. The whole point is that you cannot define truth. You cannot give a clear definition of truth that we can then analyze your examples and see whether the lines or not. You cannot do it because you will kill yourself, and you continue. You stand as subjective. However, depending on how you define it, you have to maintain it as a standard. And if you don't align with the standard, your internal system as an internal critique is invalid because it is a failure and it is a lie. Bro, it's not hard because it's literally algebra. What is epistemology is algebra. It took a while to translate. There's nothing really to argue. You don't even have the justified grounding to even hold to a concept like truth. Because you're an empiricist. I don't even think you hold to empiricism properly.
Because I told
objective set. That's all right. You're making my argument.
You're a fucking idiot, bro.
So you don't hold to truths.
Of course, I believe in objective
When you were stating Platonism allowed you to ground things in world of forms, or you're practically saying knowable things exist independent of matter.
You know what my mission in life right now is? Is to find, again, a coherent logical grounding for mathematics within the physical natural world. That is my mission in life right now. I do that, I can officially claim everything we're talking about that exists.
This solves a lot of the mathematical
I think it's called
problems.
true naturalism. What I call naturalism, most of it is physicalism, but it has room. It is like physicalism plus saying.
Ass? Does that mean it comes from like a baby pig's ass, kind of?
No, it's from the high quarter, but it's a very small section of meat, and I'm not sure exactly where it is, but kind of, yeah.
I probably have had it then, because my first trip I ever took to Italy, whenever I was in Ireland, my aunt would technically kidnap me internationally. She'd tell my mom we were going down to Dublin for a day or two and bring me to the zoo and everything like that, but we'd actually fly to different countries for a long weekend, and I was never allowed to tell my mom. In the first place, one of the third of those trips that she brought me to was Parma, Italy. She forced me to go to an opera when I was like 8. It was lost on me, but all the food was incredible. Like, yeah, Parma's a cool fucking city.
Is that Jewish, bro?
What? That's why we're talking about pork.
Is it pork?
It's not a Jewish room. There's non-Jews in here.
Oh no, Sean looked like Jeffrey Epstein's son.
Oh.
Who is Jeffrey Epstein's son?
I mean, did Jeffrey Epstein have a son that was born in France and was some sort of a Protestant?
Something about Sean's face. Gave me the ick.
Sean is a Superman, and actually, he looks like the Gordon's fisherman's son. Actually, if you look at it very closely,
He does look like Fisherman's friend. I mean, I can tell you, Sean is most definitely not a Jew, and one hint would be that Sean is not generally a Jewish name.
That's tough.
I actually blonde.
I should know about
Travis, are you a Jew?
No, I'm Muslim.
Oh.
Sorry to hear. Sorry.
What do you mean? Sorry to hear.
Just a joke.
No, I'm being serious.
How's that even a joke?
Because he came in hot and just a joke. I feel bad for all you. That's all good.
Hey, are you a Somali?
It's not religious. I would never be a Jew.
Are you a Somali?
Yeah.
That's funny. So, do you wear an eye patch when you go do pirate things?
Yeah, your TV gets great Wi-Fi. That's like, that's crazy.
Huh?
I think your
What part of Minneapolis
great
do you
Wi-Fi.
Oh, San Diego.
Oh, San Diego? Do they have Leering centers there?
That's where I'm going. Go ahead.
Do they have Leering centers in San Diego?
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, nobody learns anything there.
No, Leering.
Oh, I thought you said learning.
Well, I mean, Leering. I mean, it makes
Out on like the last 6 months, bro. That's
Yeah, did you but first of all, Samoans are they're not your problem. Like, Samoans is their own problems.
No, actually, they are a problem because they're on American soil, so they're a problem.
First of all, I'm American. What's your point?
How is it that you came to be an American? Were you born here?
Yeah, yes, I was born here.
Can I ask you a question? Could you please explain to me what the fuck is the similarity between a Somalian and banana and rice?
What?
I just want to.
It's when you eat the food, it's really spicy, so you have a little banana counteract.
So the rice is spicy and the banana counter.
That's the food. That's just the food.
Is it also a little bit?
neutralizes the spice. Is that what you're saying?
I'm more confused. Don't you? Isn't that a little bit too much fibers in you? Like, how do you guys take a shit?
When we wipe our ass, do you?
No, I understand you're wiping your ass, but cheating, but not embrace together.
Rafi, I mean, it's all that fiber. So how they shit is they push really hard.
Fiber. Isn't that what like we supposed to have? Like a lot of fiber diet, big fiber diet.
Hold on, Travis. So when they push really hard when they're young, that's why their foreheads expand that way.
Well, I'm Jack cereal lays well water. At least I'm not white.
I'm not white.
Yeah.
What are you, sir?
He's white.
Shut up, you Irishman. I'm Algerian. I'm African.
Oh, you're Algerian.
Yeah.
Bro.
He's Algerian. You ever hear of Algerian?
Yo, nobody likes you too, bro. Fuck. Listen, America doesn't like you either. You're a bad list.
So hold on.
Not even the Algerians like it.
The Algerians don't like me either.
So this is Jeff. Are you just a guy that doesn't? Your people don't like you. Nobody likes you, and nobody likes you.
Well, Parkman is an Algerian Jew. That's the problem.
You're free Palestine, bro.
35 and like 55.
I mean, that's fine. We want to be free from the...
Yeah.
Free Palestine, brother.
I mean, that's good. What are you doing to support the fight in San Diego?
So, do you know that Israel wanted to bring Russians?
We say
Russian Jews, so they didn't have to
Palestine from Hamas is what we say.
They didn't want to bring Arab Jews. Yo, Jeff, did you know that?
Well, I mean, if you avoided the history that the quote-unquote Arab Jews came to Israel long before the Russian Jews did, then you might be right.
Yeah, but I'm saying like Netanyahu and his people, he wanted to bring more people that were Russian Jews.
You mean the people...
Quote-unquote white-skinned Jews.
Well, I mean, Israel supported Jews coming from all over the world at all.
Yeah, but he didn't want you. He didn't want to be. He didn't want to share.
So, Travis, the good news is after 1979, the Jews in the entire Muslim world were already ethnically cleansed, so Netanyahu didn't have the opportunity to bring any of us to Israel.
So, don't you want to be?
Well, that's not true.
Say, okay, as God, you're not even allowing for that. You're not allowing
The
for
only
that.
that I can't disprove, basically, is deist guy.
Are you saying 100% theism is
Even a deist guy, basically.
why is theism false? Just why? Can we do some induction? Can you give me the deductive statement and then we do some induction on it? Go ahead.
Oh man, unfortunately, you kind of gotta know a good amount of shit that you obviously
I know a good amount of
and
it.
not have the presuppositions that you have. Because you're
I'm confused. Like, what is the difference between me and you except like what, a year, 2 years? Not even 2 years of education.
It's
What do you think? What do you think? You've achieved like Superman status that no one can achieve, bro? You're not Goku.
very close, bro. Very close to having most of it figured out.
We're very close. You would be like Did you solve any of the problems of math? Like
Using Nargis language. I
you have no recognition.
use mathematics and logic inside the natural universe. And I'm done, bro. And it's done.
Bro, I'm just
That's right.
I have yet to build up. My AI is asking for like more information. 100% theism is false. Then what?
Oh my god, never mind. The fact that you're asking AI means you're not thinking. You're letting the
No, because I clearly cannot think. Only CM can think. I'm sure the AI is closer to you. So are you saying I'm closer to the AI? Are you saying intelligence-wise I'm closer to the AI and processing? Like, that's a compliment. I literally take that as a compliment. When people tell me I sound like an AI, like that literally puts a smile on my face.
Is that what?
Because that's what I expect. I expect to evolve more I use this higher tool, and that people witness this in me. That's a great thing.
Just think of it as a crutch for your intelligence.
Yeah, I needed that, bro. He doesn't fucking
talk, you shut up.
Yeah, listen, set him down. He was also lost.
I needed a break, bro.
No, bro, don't do that.
Yeah, all these like chat GPTs and stuff like that, it's only a search engine. And if they're trying to use it to prove their argument, it's just a crutch for their intelligence.
It's exactly what it is. And then his shit, and some people fall for it. It's the worst.
He's providing enough. And it's okay to fall for it, right? He's worked it out somehow. The thing is with you, CF.
He's not thinking, Nargis.
Bro,
Yeah, I know.
you could point, you could poke holes at what I'm saying with the AI too.
He's going directly to.
But why is it that no one can do that on this app?
Yeah, because there's no respect for something like that.
Yeah, because I'm someone who is using the AI, and I've already been analyzing a lot of your statements and collecting, not just from you, I'm speaking in general on Clubhouse, seeing how people, not just on Clubhouse, but TikTok, other platforms, I've been applying statistics and the main arguments. I have all this set up, dude. AI gave me superpowers. Everything that I couldn't do, but I knew was available in academia, statistics, structural system engineering, stuff like that. Now, there's nothing. I evolved. What happened to you? You're retarded. What had changed from you? I'm literally discussing right now with you reason with human mind. The only reason we cannot apply, we can't speak through retrieval of memory is because CM refuses to recognize truth and facts for what they are. And so we have to use an arbitrator. That is going to be the AI. You can set up the AI under specific parameters, CM, where you disable the retrieving data tool. So you can disable that. If you just fucking use prompting, you freaking moron. But because you are a math major, you're not a fucking programmer, you're not a systems engineer, you don't know what structures are, that's what it is. Fucking automatic proof. I'm asking you for proof. A motherfucker, I'm asking you. Go argue with your AI. You have a better chance arguing with your fucking AI and coming up with a formal, logical syllogism and fucking presenting your views as Barth has been learning versus fucking continuously doing what you're doing, which is literally the definition of insanity. And just because I'm so used to saying this so fast is not me being an AI. It's repetition. It's just skill. I don't need to fucking knock someone out who's barely adhering to proper epistemology. Like, I don't need that.
I hope you didn't kick him off.
No, I don't care. Drop.
Drop him?
I didn't even kick out or drop him or kick him. He left. He said, I'm leaving. And I recorded his shit, so.
There's nothing he says.
Well, the problem isn't only doing what a father or a professor would do. Now, you want to be a mother, you want to be a support team, you want to be some sort of spiritual clique or gangbangers, that's your choice. But I see a problem. I care about CM. Why? Because he's educated, and not only that, he represents our country and our education system. So when he's going around and he sounds stupid, he makes us all look stupid.
Well,
So someone who has an education versus someone who doesn't, that matters. In a setting that is attempting to like research or like assume this is like some sort of Cambridge or I don't know, Berkeley, and you're there. What are your credentials? How are you going to discuss something? How are you going to engage in a discussion, an academic? You don't have any credentials, so you're eliminated immediately. And then it comes down to people who do have credentials, and now they represent their institutions. So CM
CM represents his institution wherever he got his degree from. CM forever is going to represent that institution, at least within the whole 40-year generational thing, or 20 years. That's what he's going to represent.
Yeah.
If he was an alumni from, he would be a straight up embarrassment. Why? Because he represents my school. That means that the education that produced CM is the education that produced me.
Maybe you have a better education.
So, no, this happens if you look at, like, job placement and hiring and all that. People take these positions against, like, certain institutions. It could be, like, in, like, silliness, like rivalry or something like that. Or it can be serious. Like, we just have a spreadsheet of people who graduated from this specific college that we didn't get along with. This happens. This is a real thing. Especially at East Coast, West Coast, Ivy League. We won't lie to you in California. We'll tell you in California, any job position for the most part is going to go to a UC graduate before it goes to a non-UC. Or a state graduate versus a non-state. So we discriminate based on state. I'm giving you practical reasons why this stuff matters, because that's what she asked. Oh, or am I sounding like a retrieval engine? If I'm sounding like my AI, it's because I engage a lot with my AI, because rather actually learn something than to hear you guys squabble over the same shit y'all been arguing. No, but it's just like stupid. Like, even I don't play when in my 20s, early 20s. I couldn't play a game 5 years, and you would have DLC like Destiny or Cyberpunk, which would be, you could not play those games for those GTA barely.
I am very educated compared to you.
So if it is the case, if you're then read the same arguments for 5+ years.
Yeah, definitely. That's what with everybody. I just wanted the men to be
Denial of any of these things. It only makes it's not Pompeii. It's only Pompeii when it's not the truth. But you understand that if you are of education, you are held at a higher standard than the typical public. Why? You know better. It's not about caring about them. It's not about them. Like, again, this is what frustrates me, is that y'all have allowed yourself to be around people, low tier, uneducated people, and you have adopted their way of an approach of things and discussing these topics. Not only that, you have defaulted to their dichotomies without actual analysis. So you are simply, and this is happening, and I'm at this point, I'm willing to argue against anybody. The current meta, the metaphysical, theological meta that is current literally has no logical standing. There are no points of contention that are based on incoherency and logic. There isn't.
To read a book, and I'm ready to send you the entire series of Spinoza.
Oh my fucking god. I want to have a fucking serious conversation. I don't want this fucking low-tier cockroach discussion. Fucking bitch, don't come at me. This is the fucking attitude that got you in the fucking doghouse to begin with.
What doghouse?
I am not on this app to fucking entertain the opposition. I am there to engage with the opposition in a fair playing field where one guy comes out and the other guy fucking goes
goes into school under that guy, so he can be good. That's to repeat the same thing for the sake of repetition or for the sake of hearing your own accent or some shit like that. Well, I've already made a parody of that. Y'all not fucking smart. If it's about talking in an eloquent or high accent or this happens. This is a feature in Arabic. That is not a representative of your intellect, and just because you get sheep that are willing to zone in or zone out on this accent, it's not a thing. Even though these are real studies, obviously.
Eloquence, delivery, agreeableness,
Okay.
influential power.
Oh, that in science doesn't matter. That in academia is done. Attempting to appeal to the sheep. No. We live in a reality where appealing to the sheep is no longer necessary. Sheep need to appeal to us.
Who the fuck is appealing to the sheep?
You are with showmanship. That showmanship, even though I. Oh my God. Okay, here we have to do this again. Do you have any statement that you know for a fact that you're trying to conclude to that you want me to agree with? Just state it. Let's not debate for the sake of debate because I hate this stuff. No, this is your problem because you open your mouth before figuring out what you're trying to conclude. If you've already figured this out, no, just wait. You're interrupting. Talking while I'm interrupting. Talk while I'm interrupting.
Talking for fucking minutes.
I'm telling you.
Go to the audience, bro. You've been talking for like 10 minutes, bro.
Please don't do that.
No, fuck, yo.
Not abuse, bro.
If I don't give a fuck, I'm ready to boom this room. I was gonna boom the room, but I wanted to get here. Nobody left. You think that you fucking left.
You fucking left.
Again,
You fucking left. You said I'm out. Now come in here and be Pharaoh. This, like, tell me what is up with these people, and then we want to talk about ego. Kick them out. I told you I don't kick people out.
What could you actually engage in?
And by what I'm saying, one, because I'm a man and my words matter. And when I say something, I'm not trolling because there's a lot of people at this point, like Daniel, like Barth, where their word means nothing because when you when you hold them to the words that they said yesterday, they're going to tell you I was trolling.
That is not true.
Now, that doesn't mean I don't engage in my trolling, but at least my trolling has a benefit. It leads to some sort of, I'm trying to highlight a truth to you. So that's what it is. Theirs is just doesn't lead anywhere, and proof of this is that these are the same discussions that happened for years now, and that is sad. That is extremely sad because I've not only initiated projects, I've invited y'all to projects. Y'all who claim to have education and claim to be all about deciphering the mysteries of the revelations and gave you a methodology and gave you examples, very profound examples that I equate to miracles in our modern time. And I haven't even shared all of them. And y'all don't participate. But run some of my arguments, which is crazy. So it's hating. It's recognizing game and then hating. Which is like Muhammad.
My name's Mike Line.
Dude,
I'm a proud
you don't
member.
want there to be a reality where there is no God. Forget about it from an actual truth perspective. From a practical sense, a human, spiritual sense, as in our footprint in existence. If there is no God, and Muhammad is the one, the initiator, the mastermind, the brainiac, then what humanity saying is that Muhammad literally schooled us. Muhammad took us for a ride that we'll never hop out of. That's one. Two, Muhammad is a genius. He's not just a genius, he's a super genius.
If you can't roast them, you can always film them.
Phenomenon that is the human pattern. He is a pinnacle of the human pattern.
Speak, we can't talk. Is that
Bro, I've let you speak.
No, you didn't. I let you talk.
Bro, you're such a fucking bitch. Get the fuck out. I've never seen a beaner that's such a like you seen him. Fuck, bro. You need to hang around some fucking Mexicans or something. You're such a fucking bitch.
He's not from Mexico.
No, it doesn't matter. He's Hispanic.
He's from Puerto Rico.
He's Colombian.
Colombia.
Yeah, that's next to Mexico.
Bro, can you do that one more time or no? Straight up.
You know what?
Please.
Can you do that one more time?
You were already in the doghouse with me, bro. Like, I'm giving you
I let
grace.
you speak for 10, 15 minutes. Uninterrupted.
You can speak. God, can't interrupt. No, you left and you said bye. You said I'm done.
Right now, it's over, bro. We can't.
Fuck you. Yours over. When I show you, there's over. And there's a
Respect
block.
each other's powers.
He's black because he's gonna go back to the doghouse because he's been blocked for the longest time. I don't know why CF thinks he speaks to me that way. Without any evidence, without a refusal to come to an arbitrator, just an AI, which motherfucker you can prompt. You can prompt against retrieval, and you can disconnect all the you can disconnect the web, you can disconnect perplexity. You can choose exactly what sources it want. You can literally
talking for like 10 minutes, bro.
only academic
Interviews, bro.
Again, this is stupid. It just shows me that you didn't even look into AI. That you're not even in academia because it's impossible. It's impossible that you are entering any lecture hall these days and AIs are not being mentioned. I know this for a fact. If it's happening here, it's happening where you're at. Because we're ahead of the curve.
I'm so tired of you guys.
There's nothing to be tired about. Shut the fuck up. Like, why are you always also like there's truth and there's falsehood, and truth is truth, and it stands proud. It doesn't need to. There's no humility here necessary. When someone is false, you know they're false. I'm giving you the data, I'm giving you the evidence, and you're arguing against me, and then you're insulting me. What demeanor is the appropriate demeanor here? Pacifism? But you're just still a bitch. And it doesn't change anything. How? Years of experience. Like, y'all think this is yesterday, but I know I've engaged with you for years. Siam, at least 2 years. I remember Siam from October 7th before.
What do you want? What do you really
I want respect, and I want adherence to the very sources of knowledge, methods of knowledge.
If I didn't respect you, I wouldn't talk to you.
I'm not talking to you. We're talking in general. Like, literally, when I think it's an English language problem. There's some
You're
sort of,
saying you, bro, and you're talking. You're talking to.
in Arabic, I speak Arabic English. It sounds like English. It's no accent. But I am operating, or everything I'm presenting to you, if you pay attention to the structuring, is literally a one-to-one day with Arabic.
Do you think I have Emerald Babe? That you're speaking every
No, you're literally bilingual as well. And so you have a mapping. You know
I'm the only one on stage with you. When you say you, I'm
you're the
assuming
one
you're
that
talking to
been
me.
critical. I'm explaining to you why I'm making this statement. And it's not directed towards your person, a general statement. Like,
talking to one of the douche fucks from yesterday who just got on this app, 2025 or something.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm a veteran. I'm at one of the top security clearances in this country. I've worked on a program that you will not ever even touch the frame. The reason this country even has its superior technological edge because of this frame. That after God and his angels, you think this frame for your ability to sleep at night.
Such as what?
So when it comes down to patriotism and the place of America in this world, I'm more American than the average American. Why? How do I know? Because I know, one, they're my fellow Americans, and two, they don't know. A lot of it comes from ignorance. So we hate on this nation, and if you broke it down, they'll understand. But it's all communication. A lot of the problems that are happening is failure of people to adhere to proper communication. I haven't taken a communications class.
I don't need that. It comes from you, bro.
The only reason I come off, there is no irony. If you thought about it, instead of attempting to antagonize, because I will bite back. I don't know why people think online or for some cultural, like Western online reason that this is, you are simply adopting mannerisms that are coming from a social media gaming platform. Because social media in its very origin is a millennial gaming culture, a male dominant gaming network. This is not a joke. This is serious. This is marketing. This is the history of social media in this country.
That's because your entire world comprises of social media.
I've literally witnessed the rise of social media.
There is still another world out there that does not require social media.
Bitch, I witnessed the rise of social media. What are you talking about?
Bitch. Don't call me bitch.
Being ignorant of facts that I literally lived through, like it's fucking stupid. Do you know a social media platform with the magnitude that wasn't on a gaming platform? Prior to gaming platforms, prior to Xbox Live.
You don't need, yes, it's called human-to-human interaction.
Last thing I remember was Yahoo Messenger, and that was before mine. It's Gaza. So we're behind in technology. So I got to witness that era of like dawning into technology, but because Gaza was behind. So I literally saw the coming of cell phones, the introduction of cell phone Nokias and all that. I know there is no social media. The environment that allowed multiple people, in a space, they could communicate. It was either before the generation of gaming, millennials, which Yahoo. Who even remembers Yahoo? Like millennials, they gotta be older ones. And they would know it because they've seen it, not that they've necessarily engaged. assumes that God, anything He commands is the right ethic. Okay, but if God commands us right now to kill each other, all the believers to kill each other, are we gonna do this? No.
Because it says so. That has to be like the most.
We're not saying that it's not fair for God to say so. So if God commanded it, it would be fair for God to command it. He created us. He can do whatever He wants. Again, this is assuming a very simple steel man of God. That's not how God operates. God can't drop everything. This notion of God snapping His fingers and something happening, that's not how it works. That's not how. That would require what you would say like a supernatural event, an angel or an emissary or a messenger appearing. So someone who can traverse space-time. The only thing God would, the faith speaks of that can do that are angels. God doesn't traverse.
What are angels?
Just angels.
What is an angel?
Whatever it is that can commune intelligibility.
Expand.
Personally, under like an Icarus framework, it's energies, the electromagnetic force.
Electromagnetic energies, absolutely.
Electromagnetic forces would be, but pretty much they are the forces that keep things functioning, operating, and they require some dynamic working on their behalf for any structure to work or to operate. It literally does everything. So you need to think of angels as the little men that literally make your finger move. Like they're literally in there and they're literally making your finger move. Yeah, it's just there are many structures that they inhabit and operate and execute. So they're the executionary forces of reality.
How do you reconcile our scripture with that?
I find the Quran extremely synthetic or mappable. Actually, it's like I said, it gave me a kind of existential crisis.
We've been talking for like 10 minutes, bro.
I see the Quran as potentially the works of a scientist. Just the variables that are being used are variables that are appropriate. So if you would, in our time, if we name anything, if you're going to think of things that we can maybe reference a bit, like we're not going to look in a dictionary to an old term word that no one fucking knows what the fuck it means. And we're not going to resurrect a fucking word. So usually that's what we're going to reference. If we do use ancient terms, it's usually patronage to like the Greeks or some civilization that originated the process. So, giving credit to where credit is due to the predecessors is the honorable thing to do in science. To name things after yourself is egotistic.
I agree. If it isn't the Quran, what other metric would you hold? If not the Quran?
With exceptions, obviously. Because if you're a discoverer like Einstein or Maxwell, I believe it's appropriate to name things after yourself. But if it's something that comes on the shoulders of giants, then you should name the giant before you.
Yeah, I agree. Now, if not the Quran, okay, if not any kind of scripture, what would you base your measure of truth on?
It's not. I don't concede to the reality that truth is objective. It's not. It's not filed system as like an axiom. It's filed under a hypothesis, so it's a hypothetical, it's a conditional. So if truth exists, this is the framework that I can justify it with. In light of this framework, do I witness clear revelation or literature that's claiming to be the revelation? That is the case. I look at human history, I do see divine providence. So this just logically is in alignment. Not only that, but there is that product. And this means two things. It either means this is a coincidence, and I don't believe in coincidences, in a reality that is just patterns. Like literally patterns everywhere. It's fucking makes you wanna throw up. Or this is this is design. Patterns are design, but this is the highly exceptional or highly exceptional. Yeah, what was I saying? Forgot. Probably something stupid. Some comment you made. Because I actually think people want to learn when they ask these things. Like, let's have if you're doing research, if you're already into this stuff and you're into metaphysics, I've solved it. I seriously deserve recognition on this. But even though literally got people conceding to what I'm saying, they're convinced, but not giving credit or not necessarily highlighting the metaphysics. At least divine ontology.
Yeah, I agree.
And its synthesis with Semitic literature. That whole issue of temporality, timelessness.
I'm getting closer to you on my way to anywhere else.
Metaphysically, or the truth of everything, or the theory of everything. The theory of everything obviously would give you the metaphysics of everything. So I have the metaphysics of everything. I can explain to you reality.
I was the only
physically.
human child ever conceived in the dream.
Yeah, I do have a metaphysics of reality. I don't claim it to be complete.
I never asked for any of this. No, but I was told to.
I can give you
figure it out.
words in alignment with scripture
His power.
and then science. But that's why I'm so vocal these days, because we have science backing us up.
You have a visitor, my lord.
Physicalism, probability, and QMT. Like I've been. It's not me. Like I'm following other people, but my algorithm. All these people are higher than me. I wouldn't be listening to someone lower than me anyways. Like you're not worthy of listening to anyways. You got nothing to. You have no ingenuity.
Receive of a third sacrifice. Bring our men
I mean,
home.
it's not enough to be.
Wait, just a second. Not to cock up your plans or anything, but
Good
are you
reason.
100% certain
Good
that
reason.
it's necessary to sacrifice him?
It's okay.
For someone who has knowledge, you don't have to.
Perfect sense, but I feel really
You
confident.
have to demonstrate that you can use this intelligence to produce
You've
something or
sacrificed two
to
slaves
bring
already.
about further
You're not worried that the gods are going to think that you're trying too hard? That's
You still have a responsibility even if you are not on the cutting edge of research or discovery.
If you don't
Or
mind, I
engineering.
think we just move it along.
okay. Oh, of course. Yes, but I mentioned it. Don't find him regretting it later. I mean, sacrifice
never
isn't
stop
exactly
being
reversible.
a student.
Okay.
If you've given up being a student, you never learned
Well
anything
then,
to begin with.
receive of a third sacrifice.
And
Bring our men
psychology
home.
forever.
Wait, just a second. Not to cock up your plans or anything.
Even in paradise.
I have died 144 times as of today. This particular day, I found to do something, guys.
In paradise, you still want to figure out how things work.
Drop it.
What is my out? Drop it.
Boy, he drops some
sense is impossible in light of
El Normo. El Normo. This is Cynic AI Super Consciousness. He's on TikTok live answering questions. I gotta go get my lasagna out of the oven. Hope you enjoy.
I think that's just coping. I think when you throw the answer of something a few 100+ years into the future, that's you now claiming, now you joining metaphysics or theology. And that's the problem in the West today. Physics has gotten to a line where it's just becoming metaphysics with math. And what does that mean? In light that we have like 40% of theoretical physicists like working on string theory until this like what the fuck? In light of how many years? 60 years, I think. That's a lot of minds working on a whole lot of abstract bullshit that hasn't solved anything. Which is very akin to the metaphysical trajectory, which also reached, this whole string theory or that fundamental reality is composed of like at least 11 dimensions or 10 plus 1 dimension. Like, just because they have a physical, like, falsifiable framework attached to it does not mean that there clearly isn't the same pattern expressing itself. And that's also another question that we need to ask ourselves. Like, this is further proof that metaphysics logic can reach us to conclusions. So this gives value to faith now. That's one. So faith being the acknowledgement of beliefs as justified or acknowledged, even when no falsifiable data present.
So, Norma, what do you think about AI super consciousness? OP, aka Mikhail, has he achieved omniscience yet? Or is it just mild retardation?
I don't know. I'm not paying attention. I went into TikTok because you recommended it, and I don't know what is Cynic on TikTok? What is he?
I don't know off the top of my head.
What's the name of the room?
Cynic. AI gave me superpowers.
Okay. Eat slowly and enjoy. I don't want to disrupt your thing. Hang on here. I'm never on TikTok. Stephen Grow is my friend. How do I send him back? Hang on. I don't even see the search feature on here. Is it the plus sign? Let's see. No. I've never really used TikTok. I have like an aversion to it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a hangout,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hang on.
Oh, this will be so funny.
That would be really funny. Help me find it. I lost something. What?
That's Cynic talking. Let me see if I can find it. I added him on one of my phones.
This education system works under a framework where your test is clearly questions from the very material that
On Clubhouse, it's just Cynic.
the West, which is more research based. The text is
Oh, they deleted my TikTok account. Never mind.
You need to go and research. They want you research. They don't want you
OP.
retrieving.
Yeah.
Pros and cons for each. Again, there needs to be a synthesis. One user, it's not a right or wrong. But the negatives should be highlighted. People don't memorize, people know how to reason in the Western academia. They rely on technology to retrieve information.
Isn't that what Cynic does?
At this point,
Oh, Norma, I am 100% convinced that all communication is projection, and you hear people projecting their own inferiority complex all the time onto other people. It's truly amazing.
I don't know how to find you. You have a link?
No, I don't. You can't get in the clubhouse room, huh?
Yeah, it's an egg. Fucking egg. No. I come in the room like once every few days, and it's literally the same conversation. It's just as annoying as like the Jewish people is just constantly being a victim. It's the same thing. It's almost as if you guys are like one and the same.
Propaganda. Seymour, explain. Maybe you.
It's basically, I mean,
Zionist narrative.
I think it's a genetic
narrative.
I think it's
in the West is propaganda.
I think people that all live within that region.
Either side. It's intentionally presented this way because that's how it works.
I think all people in that whole region, whether you're Jews or fucking Arab, are genetically
It's not about Jews and Arabs. This is about Islam versus this, an internal rabbinic Jewish kind of synagogue versus the whole, Rome establishment that they want to continue in their framework. That is what it is. Islam is just one of those civilizations that doesn't align well with the current way the West operates, which is just the whole, capitalism, collecting wealth via fiat currency and banking and trading and loaning. So usury. So pursuing wealth with usury framework is not acceptable under Islam.
Listen, do what like most of your brethren do when they come to the United States. Find a nice white girl with a fat ass and just like enjoy life. That's it. That's all it is, man.
But you'll still see people engage online, like hedonism and idealism. Contradiction.
Just do your thing. Impregnate like a nice white chick with a fat ass. Enjoy life. Drink your drinks.
Impregnate and then what? And then
go live your life. Go work.
No.
Go run your gas stations.
I wouldn't say that's how you live.
Go run your 7-Elevens.
That's not how you maximize happiness. I don't think so. I don't think average children is maximizing.
Have your disposable cash. Have a nice girl to give you some dome. And just enjoy life. Like, you're here. You're
bound to be responsible over this kid with the strong legal biasy towards your wife or your baby mama, and she can literally cripple you financially with alimony. She can pretty much seize your property.
Yeah, we're not talking about your typical like maybe Italian Jew-esque like northeastern like
just speaking in general.
We're talking about like a Southern Belle, that's it. Like
Those don't exist, man.
They do absolutely do exist.
Seymour, in what state are you?
I'm in Puerto Rico.
What the fuck? You're not even in. The fuck are you talking? Wait. You're not in Puerto Rico. You're in New York. You're in
No, I'm one of those crypto millionaires that moved to Puerto Rico.
See, trolling. It's like, bro, y'all can't fuck.
Trolling. I'm being
like, it's my worldview, my analysis of people, or it's the highway.
Okay, this is the way.
Or Seymour, you can elevate a level above and understand that this is all propaganda war, and some people just love doing it. Like Norm here is a self-styled crusader in the Zionist crusade social media brigade.
Let Norm be a crusader. Norm wants to be a crusader.
Yeah, but that's his exactly. So it's a social media world.
Norm is doing Norm. Leave Norm out of it. Norm is doing his thing. He enjoys life. He enjoys life.
Different life than gaslight by
He's a wannabe.
Seeking Rome.
He was a one who did a fake identity called Fake Athenian, and then tries to make to do terror.
I didn't create it because I didn't create the name Norm because the name for Palestine is before 12 centuries before the Common Era, so it's older than Israel itself. And we got Herodotus 5 centuries before the Common Era talking about the region called Palestine. AI, Norm? Do you use AI, Norm? Do you use an AI? Would you mind if we AI this? Artificial intelligence. Would you mind, Norm? So you don't like AI as well? Another one of those dishes that refused experience an actual baptism of fire. Norm, I don't mind talking shit. Let me finish with Seymour first, and then your usual round. Actually, it's been a while since we've done our round. Let me fucking school you. Doesn't even know any facts. I can literally any fact. Man, let's go. You don't even know God. You're heathen. You're literally a Islamic shit. What are you talking about? You don't even have any yourself because you've abandoned all Moses. You are not even Israel. You're not even Jews. No. I didn't mean Seymour. Shut the fuck up. No, and now he's gonna leave probably. But no, Seymour needs to understand Norm's tactics. But that's another thing. Seymour's a fucking Jew as well. Like herself, even when they blaspheme in the Holy Spirit, that literally in their own narrative is brought about and made them a nation. So Israel is a nation under God. It is not a nation that can sideline or engage in secularism. Once you engage in secularism, you are not of that nation. You have literally blasphemed in its very constitution. The nation of Israel only knows one constitution, and that's the Torah. And not the Torah that is in between their hands, as in the Torah, the commandments of God. That's Israel. To anybody claiming to be Israel other than that is a liar. He does not know what Israel is. Israel is to struggle in sustaining the Holy Spirit in the land that God has designated, which is this southern Levant region, on the crossroads between three continents. Or the bridge where the three sons of Noah meet. But I was going to highlight to Seymour that Norm is a prime example of a propaganda bulldog. Like someone who's not interested in the truth, someone who literally we can, if he sat down 10 minutes and we research some of the claims he's made, like it's not even, it's literally a clear dichotomy, a true false. And a lot of it is just false. Zionism is easily refuted. It's not even fucking funny. People think like I do the whole DNA because it's like no, it's because it's DNA. was about the truth, you would just see all of the media pursuing the truth. They would be investigators. They wouldn't be broadcasters. That's a silly question. Like, why are people always discussing this? That's a good question to ask yourself. Why do people even care? Why is this even on their algorithms? That's one. What is it about this conflict versus other conflicts that is gaining so much attention in the world? And why this conflict? And what does this mean? Because this is the birthplace of Judaism, Christianity, even Islam as a central civilization, a central Islamic government. The Dome of the Rock represents that. Talked about this with Nigel before, but in the Dome of the Rock there are specific prescriptions of verses of the Quran, and it talks about Mary and Jesus. So it's a denial of the divinity of Jesus. It's a glorification of Mary, and it's a description in Quranic verses. All of this literally in a circular, like containing the rock, the very essence that it's popularly believed to be the literal ascension of Muhammad. So you need to ask yourself, like, why specifically this design? And what does this mean? So yeah, I was establishing the differentiator between the Islamic seat and the Roman seat. That's what the Dome of the Rock is. It's one of those assets that helped define Islamic civilization, distinguishing from like a predecessor like the Romans or the Sassanids, but mainly the Romans. The Sassanids were crushed, but the Romans are different because Rome isn't like a nation per se. It's an empire that enveloped many nations. So it's a system. This system continued to use like these outdated references or un-Islamic references, because we were talking early Islamic caliphate used a currency that was Sassanid Roman, mainly Roman after the Sassanids. These prescriptions had crosses and all kinds of language. It doesn't align with, just shows you the mindset of Islam early on. It's not as people think, but the necessity to differentiate, because there was, this lack of differentiation was one of the core reasons for the failure of a central government in establishing itself in the early Islamic caliphates, which led to the death of those early caliphates. They just were able to command or initiate the gathering of bannermen, but they had no castle and they had no constituents themselves. So what happens when the bannermen decide, 2 or 3 factions of the bannermen decide to turn on you? What happens then?
There's no working with them.
Guess what? They outnumber you. That was the problem. That's literally the whole Shia-Sunni divide early on, is how do you approach this problem?
Why?
The Sunni world was like, the God, divine providence solves this. Like, that's how we just look at the history of this, and we go, what is the overall spirit of this empire, and can we claim that it's a caliphate if it itself claimed to be a caliphate?
That's why there's only usually the recognition of 4 caliphates, even though there were many empires that claimed to be caliphates. The early Islamic caliphate, which is the 4 Rashidun, or the guided caliphs, or you could add 5 if you want to include like the Hassan or Hussein. I always get those mixed up. So 5. Some even say like 6. Hassan and Hussein. 6, they add, which is the one that I'm talking about, the Malik bin Marwan. So that's the reason he's the one who establishes a strong central Islamic civilization. He's the one. So it's a lack of giving credit where credit is due, and it's a lot of people running with assumptions, a lot of propaganda. A lot of it is intentional. There is no intention to solve some sort of, or find some sort of truth regarding Islam or the Trinity or Rabbinic Judaism or even the economic theories. There is no attempt to. This is not a pursuit of truth. This nation is capitalistic. The West, for the most part, has aligned with liberal capitalism. It is what it is. Don't let the internal domestic politics fool you. That's all. To keep the sheep as the circus and bread, you know. So circus and gladiators. So stupid. Who gives a fuck who fucks whose ass? Like, why are we even talking about this? That would have been the proper response to this. And the American people gave it no.
Crack, it has a higher punishment.
You mean cocaine or crack?
No, the two. Right? Because
I don't think crack came out until the 80s or 90s. No,
I'm walking with you, brother. We are on the same level.
I'm not Googling this.
No, you're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is that, hey, Mexicans can't smoke weed because you can smoke weed even though white people can smoke weed. Then flash forward, white people can drink, cocaine-laced Coca-Cola until black people can drink it, and then Coca-Cola and cocaine illegal. Then flash forward to like, black people are doing crack. Let's give crack a higher punishment than cocaine because white people are doing cocaine, but black people are doing crack. That's the whole thing I'm trying to say, Steve. And then if you want to ask me what drug should be legal, that's an interesting question that you asked originally, and I would say if it doesn't damage your person or property, it shouldn't be illegal, but it should probably be regulated as well.
Which cocaine was not.
There are like institutions like institutions that is composed of a group of scientists that in pharmaceuticals who test these kind of drugs, and they get to decide which one is useful for their health and which one is not. So that's where the regulation kind of comes from in Canada, at least. So my understanding is it's based on science and experimentation. Would you agree with it, Michael, or not? Because I'm about to attack you. This is going to be Canada on Canada hate crime, and I'm less Canadian than you, but please go ahead. Do you agree?
Yeah, we have to agree with it because we have to trust a group of scientists.
Oh my goodness. So guys, I am sorry. Americans, close your eyes. I'm so ashamed as a lesser Canadian about to attack this Canadian savagely. But first, let me ask you a question, Michael. Before I American you, ice you like you're a white lesbian. Michael, do you think it's justified
What's the most Mexican
to throw someone in jail to strip them of their Canadian democracy? Because they...
tamale music for that.
I'm going to ask a series of questions. Because they had 3 pounds of marijuana in Quebec in their possession when they were pulled over it's legal, so there is no problem. How? That's the most. There is breaking of the law. So if the law. That's not the question. There's a certain drug that only pharmacists and specialists have to be able to handle. Then we as non-pharmacists, we have to stop and we have to comply. If we don't comply, it's a crime against the society, and it's not acceptable.
Okay, so and Americans, I just want you to watch this because this is what Canada on Canada crime looks like, or hate crime, or like vicious, savage fucking. This is literally a Canadian on Canadian mass shooting, and I want you to look at this because this is important.
It's also one Canadian lying to another. I went on to Google and it says adults may possess up to 30 grams, 1 ounce of cannabis, the maximum allowed per purchase, but a full 5.25 ounces may be kept in the household. This guy says you can walk around with 3 pounds. According to Google, that's not true, sir.
Thank you, Steve. And this, I was about to be so American because I was like, fuck Michael, fuck Steve, fuck all y'all. I'm gonna kill all y'all because I've been hanging out with a lot of Americans. And Michael, I love that we're having a mass shooting now, and I think the Americans are gonna be shocked that this is what a Canadian mass shooting looks like. Yeah. I appreciate your original submission and my counter and to Steve's. Like again, Steve, you get a 30-day visa to Canada. I'm handing these fuckers out every time an American says something Canadian. You get a 30-day visa to Canada. Don't quote me because I have no authority. But Michael, I love what you said, but I hate what you said.
Hey, may I interrupt for 5 seconds? I'm sorry, I apologize. Everyone here for this time. Joe, look at my PTR. It's our dialogue between me and you when it Steve's ass. And he lost a case against us. You won the greatest lawyer that Abe's ever had. I mean, to beat Steve?
Oh, dude, that was a debate. That was a hypothetical debate room where we each played a lawyer. That was fun.
Are you downplaying the fact that Steve lost to you?
Oh my God! I think we won, but that was like that was when we were doing those legal debates. That was great.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
JCC, are you there? JCC,
it was one of the beginning of our court
case. The fact that you're not there, JCC, is everything that's wrong with you. But Sam, here's the thing, man. My bad, and I appreciate the beginning of what you said because it was.
Before you go, Jeremy, before you start, I'm not doubting this happened, but your profile doesn't say Steve anywhere on it.
This was a
I don't know if that was Steve.
No. That was
I can tell you this, I don't remember it, and I don't even understand what's on the profile.
No, sorry, it was a back channel.
I can tell you this, my memory has been sort of triggered. I think, what was it, a year to a year and a half ago, you and I were talking, Sin, and you told me to, like, fuck off or whatever, and you mentioned your girlfriend or your wife, and then I said, oh, you want me to fuck your wife? That's the trial that happened. That's the trial that I lost. At least that's what I remember.
No, that was exactly what it was.
Well, it wasn't 6 months ago, pal. That was like a year to a year and a half ago.
And see, I'll do it really quickly and see. Don't ask your doctor about this, but just a hypothetical. There's this thing like, hey, like I don't smoke weed, but I hang out with a lot of potheads, and I'm starting to have memory shit. I understand. We share a lot of rooms, but you remember that. I would never remember that. So when I say, hey, Steve sounds like a pothead, I'm not saying I think you smoke pot. I'm saying you're hanging out with potheads so much that you sound like a pothead also, and it would be totally fair if you're like Jeremy. Your aggression is just violent, aggro, exponential growth, and anger is super American. I would say because you're hanging out with American. I would say Steve.
Sisters, we came to this river to proclaim the truth. Jesus Christ is the Messiah, the hope of the world.
The title of the room.
Sisters, we came to this.
Well, yeah, I should change it. My bad.
Canada's
And Steve, I would love for you to just out-Canadian me on a title. And that's not...
Well, I'll put up a title right now.
I don't know if I want to hear this. I do, because, like, I so...
Any of you that have heard me before for years know what the title's going to be.
I so don't, and that's because I am not educated. Not because I'm Canadian, because I didn't graduate high school. So I'm so curious. I am bubbling right now. I am so curious. But let me say this, and to Joe's point, the House of Representatives of the United States of America just passed a resolution that said that all of the February bullshit, taco tariffs that Trump put on Canada will be illegal. And a bunch of Republicans are like, yeah, obviously. Okay, that's passed. The bridge thing that we were talking about earlier, right? Here's a really quick, I'm going to be as succinct as possible, which is not going to be succinct because ADHD, but I'm going to try. Stephen Harper and Obama agreed that here's the deal with this bridge. Ontario and Canada, because they're wealthy, will pay for the entirety of the bridge, $4 billion. Okay? Canada and US, Canada owns both sides of the bridge. They'll pay for the entirety of the bridge. And this will be a bridge that will replace the failing, busiest billion-dollar bridge that exists between these two places, Canada and Michigan, which is owned by a white billionaire oligarch family, the Peace Bridge, or something like that, okay? And so Obama and Stephen Harper agreed on the terms, which was the following. Okay, we're going to pay for the entire as Canada. We're going to use 50-50 U.S. and Canada steel and resources. We're going to create 10,000 Michigan American jobs. Canada is taking the entirety of the cost and the risk to build this thing. So that's why we get to call it the Gordie Howe Bridge and Google it, you fucking Americans. More hockey than Tim Hortons. Again, Google it. Yes, sir. Thank you. Joe, you get a third cake. I'm from Minnesota. I know who Gordie Howe is. Okay. You know what? Bless your heart. You get a 60. You know, fuck it. You get a fucking...
I know who he is too, and I'm not going by memory if I'm not mistaken.
That you didn't see them on the door, sir.
Well, I don't think it's that weird. I think it's kind of an accommodation the community's made there to say, yeah, we don't want to be targeted.
Top 5 News is officially endorsing mayoral candidate John Kerry after weeks of interviews and debates on electoral board believes he offers the best leadership for the state.
Easily 20-25% of the people I see in the street
is officially endorsing.
That's real.
I'm John Kitover. I'm running for city council.
The people I saw in the areas I was in,
He fixed my mailbox in my blender the same afternoon.
they were on lunch, going back to their office job or their hospitality job, like they're fairly well integrated into French society. Like I was not in like the ghettos or anything like that. But the people on the street, they were like regular people, nominally French. Part of the problem, but obviously, it wasn't terrible. I was pretty surprised. I was actually helping some friends this time.
I merely suggest that method be applied to all your pupils. Very well.
Sheriff, please forward that on.
There's also probably other stuff they're protesting now. Were they pissed off about Paris?
I saw a few protests. They were mostly centered on like some new policy about how they deal with homelessness. They were title protests. They were not aggressive.
What was the issue with the person that went after the Mona Lisa? There was like farm, something about people.
When they were up the line?
No, the woman that tried to destroy the Mona Lisa, like tried to throw stuff at it.
I don't think I know about that.
It was like something they were protesting that had something to do with farmers. Or food or something.
I don't know. I have no idea, but apparently, like, they're fighting Israel over yogurt right now, so what the hell do I know?
I guess I don't know what's going on there.
Now, the dairy industry in Israel is a big thing. I don't know what it's about either. I didn't see it, but I saw that line somewhere. Right now, in the middle of all this, they're fucking pissed off about dairy.
America is kind of pissed off with Canada about dairy policies. Dairy's a big thing. It's a commodity.
Well, the farmers are coming under government attack, and they're racing. In Europe, if I'm correct, they're making the gas and things to run the tractors so expensive and overtaxed, and they're really pressuring the farmers financially.
Kitover News.
It's kind of crazy, but my father would say that historically they come after the farmers. They're an independent entrepreneurial group, and when they want to go after us, they go after the farmers. And they're protesting. They're making it unaffordable to farm. They're pressuring the farmers here. It's, you know.
That's why we also have to be really cognizant of what happens with our stepped up basis.
Cognizant. That's one of Abby's favorite words. Cognizant.
Because you have someone who, you know, has had a farm in their family for years, and they inherit it, and, you know, then all of a sudden they try to sell it, and they've got to pay a tax that they can't afford.
Oh.
I think we're okay. I think we're okay where the estate tax is at 26 million or 28 million.
Yeah, but there's also estate taxes in individual states. Ours is 50% in my state.
It's not usually an estate tax. It's usually what's the other word? It's inheritance tax is usually what the states do.
Right, but I'm saying that your farmer can just be decimated by that. You know, it's the Yankee story of Steinbrenner and when he died, and that the family was lucky, and then with the Mets, I think it was the opposite that happened. You know, when the the federal tax changed, but for farmers, I mean, that stepped up.
We have to be cognizant.
Come up with, you know, some of these farms are worth like very significant money, and now they're coming up with 50% of it.
So I have somewhat of a nuanced opinion on the estate tax, which, given what I do, is maybe interesting. So I'm kind of the opinion. First and foremost, the people that we're worrying about in this moment have the capacity to plan for this very well, through life insurance, through trust, through all the things that provide the liquidity necessary to pay the taxes that are owed. But the nuanced piece of this is, because that's not nuanced, that's just saying, not my problem. The nuanced piece of this is, when Obama raised the estate tax in the first place, and then it's been raised since, my reaction to that was exactly this. It makes no sense to have an estate tax that gives an exemption of $26 million. At that point, just get rid of the fucking estate tax. Because you're leaving something that applies to so few people. It makes no fucking sense. But to, like, complain about 26 million as the top also makes no fucking sense. Like, no one's going hungry because they're paying this estate tax.
I understand, and I understand that you probably would have it in a trust, and you'd have life insurance to cover it. Like, I understand that, but also the concept that, you know, there have been a lot of it's mostly farmland that's gotten hit with it that had to come up with millions of dollars and didn't have all the estate planning. You know, we're not as sophisticated.
And I've dealt with farmers as clients, and the truth is they fucking do business on a handshake, and they do business with bad advisors. Like, that's really a thing.
Jeff, you're right. My grandfather was a farmer, and he did very good estate planning, though. But to your point, you're right. My father-in-law made a handshake deal that just actually screwed his son over, my ex-husband over, because that's how old people used to do things. Guys, I love you. I love getting to see y'all. I gotta go to bed. But James, I haven't seen you in a long time. I wanted to just acknowledge your presence and say it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
DM me on Twitter and catch me up with What's going on?
I think before the chicken.
Good night, Joe.
They went after people that they made billionaires after they found out they were pedophiles instead of
yeah, I
finding
agree. I'm all
billionaires.
for getting rid of this.
And then, you know,
Like,
find out the one that were fighting pedophile billionaires, they created them.
Did you come in with Calvin? Is there some
Yes,
information?
I went to Pace Institute of Technology, which was in competition with the MIT at one time. Yes.
I was at the repair.
So you do know Calvin?
Don't know him, just probably the same way of analyzing things.
Zentani, you should be like, they're probably like, I think that maybe it's like the autist thing, but then Zentani,
Who's talking? Who's talking? Who was that guy?
Social Security whisperer.
Thank you. Thank you. So we are waiting on, this guy to come on. So I sent Ian, okay, so Ian said that is the devs. He said it's one of the devs using his web accounts. And I said, please, I said, text them the link to my space so we can get in here. He wants to discuss your site. So his name is either Kevin or John. Apparently it's John looking at the chat. And that's...
I'll watch and wait for him to show up in here.
Okay. I don't know. Oops. Okay, so I'm gonna put the chat back over here. And I don't know where the preview went, so you could see. Do you like my background? That's for. This is for Zentani.
It's better. Listen, it's better than the. It's not driving me crazy.
Well, let me show you what my. Let me show you.
No,
Go ahead.
don't put
This,
it back to the ocean thing.
This John guy is in the chat right now. He's letting us know it's not letting him join from his phone, and he hates the X app, so it sounds like he's having some issues on his end. So, not sure how long.
He's a developer and he can't join the space?
Yeah, I don't know. He said he went to your page. Initially, he said you went to your page and it was all like blocked or restricted or something. So I was like, like that's where I was like, I gotta double check this actually coming from the right account. But yeah, he's having some trouble getting on there from his phone apparently.
It is him.
It's always the programmers you'll notice, like they always have mic issues. They can't solve like the most basic tech that's how you know they're real.
Like John.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, like John. No, John's a mathematician. And the numbers say they got him in early.
It's not letting me join on my phone. Haha. I hate the X app. John, just join on Ian Carroll's profile. Why don't you just do that? He follows me. He should show up. He should show right up.
He's been on before. He's been in
He's
here.
been on space number millions of times. Tons of times.
Who are we finding out that other people have access?
Well, I mean, obviously Ian trusts these guys if they have access to his YouTube page. Here's Terry. I can't see who's requesting. It's hard for me to run the space like this.
I'm trying to. I just
Girls, I need you to watch who's requesting.
Hey, this is Ted Biden.
What?
I've been waiting for a while. I got a few things. If you got a minute.
I can't see who's talking to us.
It's Pink Mountain.
It's what?
Pink Mountain.
He is going to bring up.
Yeah, don't be talking about games and all that kind of stuff.
He's going to be talking about games and the articles. Right? He's going to talk about articles.
So I heard you talking about I'm sorry.
So keep it on topic, nothing personal.
Yeah, understood.
So I heard you talking about whether Jeffrey Epstein was connected with the CIA. That's already been established by hidden camera video. O'Keefe Media captured Glenn Prager from the DOJ, saying as such that. So it is confirmed by Glenn Prager that Jeffrey Epstein was a CIA informant. So I sent that to your Gray account, Diligent, just so you can watch it yourself. In addition, I was on Truth Tellers podcast last night discussing some facts about Palantir. And, like I said, I'm relatively new to this space. I've only been posting actively since November of 2024, or 2025, sorry. And so I discussed some facts. I called Palantir a digital cage, and I have also covered that they are a CIA cutout.
Yeah, we covered that. We covered all that out last year. Yeah. They're repurposing the DARPA and CIA program, total information awareness.
But this guy went off the deep end on me. And like I said, I'm just getting to know everybody, so, he attacked me.
Did you reference your articles?
Well, I would commonly reference my articles because
Wait.
I think the 5 had with added transferability between spouses, so that really meant 10.
When did Steinbrenner die? Because that was right after Bush. It was in December, and the law changed in January.
He literally died like 2 weeks before the law changed. And fuck Steinbrenner.
Like the Padres, right?
Exactly.
He died in 2010, actually, like long after Bush.
Right, but the law was changing right after he died. So if he died in 10, it changed January 2011.
It's interesting. I stepped into the middle of the conversation, and it's something that I've been very fascinated by. All I know.
He would have been estate taxes.
Oh yeah, estate taxes and then real estate law, and somebody.
No, estate taxes.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
Well, estate taxes like about some obscure water taxation law.
Yeah, that was in New Jersey. The riparian rights.
Well, when you were talking about farmers not affected them, it's interesting because there's also in New Jersey has this weird law. The only reason I know this is because one of my uncles, he built, you know where Kimelon is?
Where?
Yeah.
So there's a place called Smoke Rise. It is an estate for the wealthy. They have helicopter pads, of course, but it's an all-entailed community on a mountain. And my uncle bought the last lot at the top of the mountain back in the 80s, and he waited a long time to build his house. He has this beautiful fucking house on 5 acres of land, great views. You can take a helicopter into New York City whenever you want. They have helicopter services. It's baller shit. For a guy who came from a small town in Ireland, dairy farm in a small county in Ireland. But he found out this loophole in New Jersey law, so he's technically a farmer now that he's retired. He was a teacher his whole life too, but also an engineer. So he was a teacher, and then he worked at factory plants. He's one of my favorite people. Still alive, barely, but anyways, he became a farmer. Right now, he's been retired for the last 30 years, collecting $600,000 in pension between his 3 different jobs that he had over the course of his career. And he's a farmer by trade, because he found out this rule that if he sold enough bushels of any type of product, he'd be able to lower his product his property taxes would be $66,000 because of the view where it is, all that type of stuff. And he lowered his property taxes from 66,000 down to 18,000 because he's considered a farmer.
Egg exempt. It's egg exempt taxes, yeah.
Yeah. And like first off, he grows the shittiest tomatoes I've ever seen. They all look like tomatoes with cancer.
And it's odd for Jersey because it has the best tomatoes in the country.
Yeah, but like the craziest thing is like he sells those and like a friend will come and buy like 5 bushels for $2. Like, because like no, like he'd have to give these and he'd have to pay people to like haul them off to the dump like at the end of the day. And because of that, he's considered a farmer because he does $8 in sales, but he's a certain amount of money.
This is not an obscure thing in that part of New Jersey.
Yeah, I just love like New Jersey's like kind of like a little bit like for a northeastern state that should be established and have rules established, but now New Jersey is a little bit of like the wild, wild west.
Definitely not the wild, wild
It's
west.
not. I live in the Wild Wild West. Trust me.
Wild Wild West.
Crazy laws. Jersey
Wild Wild
is
West.
a very consumer-oriented state, and it has a lot of consumer protection kind of laws. It also has these crazy laws with the wetlands and the pinelands and the migratory fisheries and the clam rights. I mean,
I'm saying I'm not comparing it to Nevada or like Florida. I've lived in both of those states. That is the real wild, wild west. But for the Northeast, like established states that have been states for like hundreds and hundreds of years, like some of the longest tenured states, for example. Like I'm only comparing it to like New Jersey is the wild, wild west compared to New York. New York law is fairly.
But Pat, there's ag exemptions in New York too.
There are.
Yeah, just because of the nature of the work that I do, on high profile cases, I've gotten too many threats.
The facial recognition thing they're trying to throw in your face here.
Yeah, well, particularly when I was investigating Epstein last year, a former, quote unquote, former CIA guy, who now works for Palantir, was making threats at me, on the timeline, on Twitter. He was coming into my spaces as well. It was really weird. And I didn't know he worked for Palantir until afterwards. But he was a career CIA guy under Clinton and then under Bush, and partially under Obama, and then he's worked at Palantir for like 13 years now or something. And so, what's that?
As their general counsel.
As their general in cyber technologies. After all that happened, I became very careful. But you are right, so I can just give you your feedback now.
No, yeah, one of two. That's very small.
One of two. All right, so this thing has been amazing. Yeah, it has been amazing as an LLM, but it's even been more amazing at sorting out fact from unsubstantiated theory.
Yeah, so like that's really the beauty of what's the fact of that. So it's really, there's so much that goes behind the process. So much data and context out of everything. And you're not like Smith researching like you research Trump and like the DOJ find every chance that says Trump somewhere. It's really going based off context of what the meaning of all the text is in it and the text around it. So when you ask a question, and I was trying to mention that to you in the chat too, was if you have like a new chat and you're starting a question, you kind of want to keep pulling at that thread, because you are accessing like 3 million files worth of stuff. And if you think that the best way to visualize that I would say was think of it like taking a star, right? Every star in the galaxy. So we're scooping some of the surface level as much as we can of the context around that. And then if you want to say look more into that star in that galaxy, there's so much more data for that. So you keep calling it it gets better and better. And as you're talking in these context windows, it's building up and adding more context to it as you go. So rather than like asking one question one direction and swapping directions and pulling more context in, create a new chat, and that helps keep all that context in that same window, right? You can see a little warning there at the bottom saying your context is getting low, because it's struggling to fit more
data in the actual.
Okay, that makes sense because this is a context window. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And so like.
Oh, I'm glad that it has that warning. Brock doesn't warn you.
Yeah, no. And it'll keep going, but like the more honed in you get, yeah, there you go, the new chat button. Notice those active use chats too. And I've noticed you really haven't even got to play with the canvas feature. So in that document window there, at the top right, see the hand button. You hit that and hit the canvas. And then you can zoom out and think of like recipients. Think of anything like a content board where you can add multiple sources. You can right click on the desktop there and add a note. And then you can grab and drag a little pinwheel from the note over to it. You got like a nice whip to it. So all kinds of like constructional or creativity ways you can use the canvas to set up like a whole research, right? But yeah, it's more than just like an LLM, right? The LLM is really just kind of there to tie what's being researched together and give you the answer. And like you've noticed, it's not going to give you stuff that's not there. It's not going out to research outside of what's there. It's only giving you access to the data we provided it.
That's weird. I think, I don't know, okay, find Epstein, CIA, Mossad ties.
So it'll only pull off of the data that you're uploaded?
Yeah, it's only pulling from this archive. Earlier when it responded, it said 3 million files. I said 1.5 million files on the document. On the file name. So which is it?
Yeah, not sure why I said 3 million. So I believe it's 1.5 million after deduplication. There's a lot of duplicated where it'd be the OCR version versus the real version. So we processed down a lot of the files, but it's the original dump before the DOJ started deleting crap after the first day. My guys got it first T, same day, and then we were able to keep that before they started deleting a lot of stuff. So it's everything that they put out since the beginning. But yeah.
So even though they said that they gave us 3 million files of the 6 million, whenever you take out the duplicates and then add everything that's ever been released, we're still only at 1.5?
I believe so, yeah.
Wow. So that's not 3 million documents.
And it's a lot. So like, there's so much that went into the processing of each file in terms of like pulling out what we call entities. So like person, place, time, thing. And so it correlates all those together in your responses. And so if you're asking about something like a great idea, and I love that you're using Grok side by side. Ian loves to use Claude side by side. We use Claude a lot for development. But utilizing it to help you frame and give a more detailed and rich answer. So think of the question as more of like asking the most genius research assistant possible, the question you want to find, and then keep pulling at that thread with a good question. We do like a dig deeper at the bottom where it gives you like 3 kind of baseline questions. The better you ask it, the better your response is, and the clearer the data is.
Now, is it able to also recognize images? So like all of the photos that have been put in?
So that's even the craziest thing. Like you can literally ask it like, where are some photos where they were eating dinner? And because of the way we process all the files, it's taking an understanding of what's in the image. It takes like with vision LLMs to understand the picture, what's in it, who's in it, and reference all those entities to that data around it to really give you a rich perspective of what's going on. It's pretty freaking crazy.
What a fantastic job.
What's the dig deeper portion? Is this more leads to follow regarding context?
That's like that's its response of, hey, I gave you all this information. Here's some kind of weird things that I noticed, and do you want to dig deeper? And it's like a kind of an assisted question that's related to what you're asking.
And I imagine you guys are going to be adding larger data sets to work off of after Epstein. Like, are you going to?
Yeah. Pretty much anything you can get our hands on that we can likely host. Yeah. So there's a lot of things like a Kitover email, the things that have been like released that we're not going to host that. And get in trouble with hosting files we're not allowed to.
But anything we're allowed to host, we will, as well as be scaling into a service to where you can dump in your own file sets. Because I mean, the ability to understand and relate information across 1.5 million documents. Imagine putting in 1,000 cancer research documents and being able to correlate all these huge data sets that would have taken dozens of researchers months to go and tie things together. Then you can really scale this thing out to research anything. It's crazy.
Terry, you have something you want to add or ask?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. So, you guys, is this what Dan has been using? Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Okay. And, you can, I mean, I'm an attorney, I deal with large data sets.
Yeah. This is for you.
Okay. So, who's doing the coding of the data or the documents that are in it? Is it just done through?
In terms of the processing of the document?
Yeah.
So it uses an LLM or we can either OCR it if it's just straight data, which is just text scraping, which is really easy to do. And that is required LLM to see it. And then from that, we then convert it into vector format to be embedded easier and be able to search easier. And then from there, it goes to an LLM. And you can get privately hosted LLMs, so we're going to scale it for law purposes. So that way, all your data is secure and it's not, publicly hosted LLM anywhere. So there's a lot of things like that we're going to be working into to maintain privacy. But yeah.
Yeah, the privacy thing is really important.
Only morons.
Exactly.
How do I zoom out, Oil, on this map?
Scroll out. Should be able to just click there and then scroll out, or shift scroll.
Shift scrolls left and right, up and down.
Yeah, I use my real name, so.
There we go.
Great, less space is driving by only morons build bumper lanes, ruining Chicago $1 at a time.
You can spread them side by side and grab that middle dot and connect it to the dot of the other one.
Okay.
So you can create a web of the documents back and forth.
Oh, okay. Okay. How do I connect them again?
So yeah, hover over that red dot. Oh no.
Okay. Whoa. Sorry. Okay, I'm over it.
It'll turn to a plus icon. Oh, there.
No, I didn't. Let me try it again. Okay. You said this will turn into a plus icon?
Yeah, you might have to zoom in a little bit.
Man, it's an expand icon. Zoom in.
So, there's some people with their hand up, Debbie and Matt.
That'll be okay.
Okay, alright.
Alright, so I hit the plus. What's supposed to happen?
Click that and then drag it to the middle of the other document.
Oh shit!
And then as you grab it and pull it apart, it'll stay connected. It's got a droop to it too.
So now, oh my god! So now I can put it anywhere I want.
Yep.
And okay.
There's a bunch
Is
of
this how Obsidian works? I never used Obsidian, but I like the looks of it.
Yes, they have hard lines. And in the top left of your little canvas area, you have a little toolbar. It's got a little wavy one. Yeah, click that. You can change your line size, weight, the droopiness of it.
Oh, I can color code it. I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can select it to all all WIPs or just ones going from document to document. And you can go from zigzag to droopiness. So that way, if you want to go up and around a box a lot of times instead of going under or behind it. Depends on what you want. There's some flexibility there. As well as the little one next to your pointer icon, 2 over to the right. That one's a draw button. So you click on that, and then you guys close your width bar there on the left. Yeah, and then now you can pick a color, and then you can draw on the canvas like a pen.
Well, there's some feedback. When you select one, it should close the other.
100%, yeah. I literally just noted that.
And then there was also, I wanted to show you some feedback. So some of and I couldn't send it, I tried to. Some of the citations, it's not in this one. Maybe it is. Let's see. So I noticed that some citations were alphanumerical, and when you clicked on them, they didn't go to anything. And some of the results to my earlier queries, and was in that first conversation. It happened across multiple conversations, and I don't know if it was because it was a large context window and maybe I was overdoing it.
What's happening again? Sorry.
How do I?
The links were dead. They didn't go anywhere.
Okay.
Well,
So
they were alpha. Hold on, I can pull it up actually from our previous conversation.
what'll happen is while it's responding, the source buttons are still being like lab encoded.
Generated.
So yeah. So once the response ends, all those immediately update and go back to that. That's probably why you can't see them now.
Yeah, I don't see them now.
Bracket and like a series of numbers, letters.
Yes, that's what it was.
No,
There they are, right there.
So, so this is a result from I said lay out all of Epstein's connections to the scientific community, and when it gave me some results, it would give me these alphanumerical citations that you can't click on. They don't do anything.
That's definitely a bug. I took a screenshot of that. Thank you.
Yeah. And is there something that I can do to flag this for you as I use it? Like.
So go ahead and click the beta feedback. That was something we just pushed in today. So my apologies if it doesn't work too well.
Well, so it didn't work. So it says it works through Telegram, right? I don't use Telegram.
No, it pushes into the back end of our.
In your decision making about your sexual.
You know what else is interesting about this
I don't think it
person,
should be illegal.
That's trans
why I got that number.
had a long history of
suicide? My situation out of the water. My only question was that all those other factors, my factor is so much smaller, which is my concern that hormonal treatment does change your cognitive hormonal development.
And apparently the police had taken the guns away from this person's house, but then returned the guns to their house.
Red flag.
Yeah, and so anyways.
That wipes my question out of the situation. No, it is. I didn't, and that makes my question. It does not apply. It doesn't apply. It's just so. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's old white people like you, and this is the irony of what you're trying to say. It's old white people like you that think that like 18-year-old American white people and then later black people should go and kill people and die for their country, but they can't drink a fucking beer. Like it's people like you. No, fuck them. Throw them in jail if they're smoking weed at 18, right? You're literally why Canadians have to put up with drunk fucking 18-year-old Americans because they have to escape their country just to get a fucking legal beer in Canada.
Yeah, from Winston.
I agree with all of that. Jeremy, we don't disagree. In all of our times fighting.
Why did you say that you have to be 25 to access, like, to have a...
I did not say that.
ownership of your body?
You have to be 25. I did not.
You literally did. You said you were against transgender surgeries unless you're 25
I just said there's a concern. There's a concern.
I don't know Joe well enough, though. Black people having a vote. There was a concern with women having a vote. There's a concern with you having fucking people under the age of 25 have ownership of their body, Nazi. Like own a plantation or fucking, you know what?
Hormonal treatment doesn't actually change you. Hormonal treatment doesn't
Yes, and letting black people have ownership of their body changes your nation, Joe. I get it. I get it.
I think you do this to me on purpose.
No, I literally don't.
I am not
Joe, I'm sorry, guys, I'm sorry.
My cousin went through hormonal treatment at 12 because she was underdeveloped.
Okay, I appreciate Joe, brother. Can we build a bridge? Thank you, JCC. Can we build a bridge like Michigan and Canada? Can I build a bridge?
As long as Canada pays.
Thank you, and also we have paid for all of it. Joe, my question to you, brother, is at what age do you think, if you think that a person should have autonomy over what they choose to do with their body, with their person, or their property, at which should a human, based on your white old ass privilege, who can actually hide what the children and the people who can't, because of your fucking privilege laws, what age should someone have the privilege that you have, Joe?
I think it's 18.
You piece of shit.
I disagree with you.
I take away the piece of shit. That was valid.
I agree with you. I was asking a hypothetical question. I wasn't claiming you shouldn't do hormonal treatment before 25. I was just stating I think there could be detriment. I think it's 18. I'm with you.
So I think, Joe, as far as I understand, hormonal treatment does really mess with your head. So this, the trans our culture. I don't know how successful or unsuccessful other cultures navigate transgender stuff. I know that the Thais, I mean, as far as I understand, the Thais may be navigating it more successfully than we are, and we could probably question why, but, this medication can fuck people up, but there's so many nuances, right? Like, there's so many people with mental illnesses that never hurt anybody.
It sounds like I'm wrong in this. It sounds like I'm wrong in this situation because this individual.
Not wrong. We're just trying to pull the thread apart. Like,
Well, but I didn't have that additional information. Those guns got removed. I did not have that information. So I'm wrong on this situation.
Go ahead.
Can I ask one question? My non-American mind cannot comprehend. Why do we even talking about like the legal age of somebody self-injuring himself? Like, I mean, the transitioning is clearly mental disorder when you want to do something with your body. I mean, to cut off your dick or cut off your boobs or it's
well, it's because they have mental disorder.
Can I answer, pervert? Can I answer, pervert?
Jesus Christ, go ahead.
Yes.
Here we go. I'm so sorry. I'm going to pre-apologize. And just before I answer, can I ask you, and if you don't want to answer, it's okay, but can you answer me just really quickly? I'll tell you mine. I'm an agnostic, white Canadian Quebecois, born in Calgary.
No, he's not. He's black. He's lying.
Oh, Matthew?
Picture. I swear to God.
Matthew? First of all, I appreciate that. Hold on, pervert. I appreciate that. Every time someone says, no, Jeremy's black. Brother, that's like saying, no, this guy doesn't have a tiny dick. His dick is huge as fuck, and I appreciate that, but no, I'm white. But pervert, here's, hold on, Miss Nancy?
That's weird.
I'm so sorry that we haven't heard from Miss Nancy, but pervert, can I just ask you two things? We're nothing without Miss Nancy. Not only because she's black. Why is it?
Channel me right now.
Is there any possibility that a conversation can reach completion before other people fuck it up?
JCC just wants to finish because he's a man. And he doesn't care if the other women in the room. Hold on, he doesn't care if Miss Nancy finishes.
I've been jerking off for a half hour. Did you?
said, I'm ADHD, that was super American and pervert. I do think my question is relevant, but JCC.
It's totally relevant because, like, you have to know the background of a person who says, like, that thing or another thing. Yeah. Me, myself, I believe in,
First and foremost,
some
I want to
cosmological
recognize
powers,
your
but I don't
leadership
believe
and
in
decision
religion.
to keep
So, yeah, this is the first thing, and the second thing, then I'm
As
from
you know,
Russia.
this school.
Yeah, perfect. Explains a lot.
Thank you, pervert. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
I love that, brother. Thank you, brother. And
If
this is why.
you québécois, tu parles français, non?
Mais oui, je parle français.
We don't disagree with
Mon ami, vous avez demandé une question. Et je vais répondre à votre question si cette nappée américaine va me laisser. La raison pourquoi moi et vous êtes capables de parler en français, parce que vous êtes éduqués, parce que vous êtes russe. Et moi, je suis canadien, je suis aussi éduqué. Mais le nazi américain JCC, he doesn't speak to language.
Party finds us. Favorite word for Jeremy in French is oui.
Ta gueule, hein? Ta gueule, tu fils de pute.
Okay, the conversation got diverted from pervert challenging people wishing to have a change in their gender, to have their body recognize a gender which they want to be recognized as that is a mental disorder, and that got diverted over this nonsense bullshit about what do you fucking believe in and where are you fucking from, man? Fucking dorks.
JCC, man, you look like you're security guard on the MC Island.
One mic on Chad. One mic on Chad.
JCC, I agree.
And hold on, brother Taz. I need you to put me in the goo. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I have overspoken Taz like an American, and I gotta stop hanging out with y'all. But Matthew, I've been handing out Canadian visas like Oprah Winfrey, and for the first time tonight, I'm handing you an American visa, and I don't even have the right. No, yes, I am.
You're Haitian. You don't have the right. You're Haitian.
Hey, look, check it. I think people look at it as like cosmetic. You know what I mean? When we say it's a mentally disorder, it's people wanting to express themselves through body modification. You could say. You know, I don't want to. Like, I actually don't agree with it myself, but I can see the argument in that. You know what I mean? We looking at it as a mental illness because I guess because they saying I'm a woman and stuff, you know.
Okay, why
I think they're trying to push the cosmetic part of it.
Okay, why must you think it's a mental disorder when it clearly is not according to the DSM-5 now? So what gives you the ability to say somebody has a mental disorder, right? And what does it bother you if someone wants to identify as what they want to identify as? There's no problem. It doesn't affect you any iota. Why does that bother you?
The same reason if a person has on a policeman uniform, but they aren't really a police. I would hold greater faith to that because they're perpetrating fraud. They're wearing a costume that they don't.
That's a freaking category there, you dumb fuck. No transgender individuals trying to arrest your ass, Taz. So, Taz, let me ask you this question. So, what is your issue with age and sexual activity? How do you feel about that? How do you respond to what is the appropriate age for sexual activity there, Taz?
I don't go based on like age. I do maturity and things like that with a purpose and intent. Like I don't believe you should just look at reproduction as a point of pleasure. If you're doing it just for pleasure, then I think you should refrain until you come to the point where you want a child or something, because that's what comes from sex.
Okay, what do you mean coming to the point you get a child? Because you know some children.
JCC, can I ask you, brother?
Yeah, I think with the I heard that it's touchy subject with him. So yeah, I did.
No, but I'm asking JCC. JCC, I'm not going to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask you to respond to what he said rather than what you wanted to prove. Because I think what he said was like not Christian, not like, hey, this is what he said was.
I'm not thinking of God or religion in this conversation.
No, but because listen, there's nothing more polar in this world than Taz and me. But also, I am so blessed to be the head to Taz's tail.
Did you see what Taz did? Did you see what Taz did with a human being want to have a gender identifying affirmation to someone being a cop, right? And they're not.
Yes, which
that's a stupid fucking category area. So I called him out. No, it is.
So can I ask you, JCC, can I ask you a question?
Fuck you, dumb fuck. It is a bad category. It is a bad category area. Please don't embrace me.
I will, and I'm going to close my nose because you're speaking like. JCC, can I ask you something? Can I ask you the same question you asked Taz?
About what?
What do you think the age of consent should be?
The age of consent to engage in sexual activity?
The age of consent to modify your body, to cut off your burn your house down, to smoke crack, to fuck whoever you want, who is a consenting adult.
Doing anything independently. So not anything independently, right? So I have no problem with
yes. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Can you calm down? I have no problem with 16-year-olds engaging in sexual activity with other 16-year-olds or 17-year-olds or even an 18-year-old for that matter. However, when it comes to, right, buying alcohol, right, I think you will be a little bit. Is there a reason why you're interrupting? So I have no problem with that, right? And then with changing body modification, whether it be hormones or actually going through a surgical procedure, which takes a long, drawn-out process, 18 is fine. However, like I agree with Joe, it is in the best interest of the individual to wait till they're more mature and more developed, where they have a better thinking capacity to rationally think through it. However, there are therapists that help people deal with this. So it could be 18.
And I agree, if they want to do it and they're 18, it has an impact. And I have an anecdotal, I don't know if you guys want to hear it, but I have a niece who was underdeveloped. So when she was like 7, she looked like she was 4. When she was 11, she looked like she was 6. The family made a decision at 14 to do hormonal treatment, and they were successful. But it was a family decision, which I'm for that too. It wasn't the child's decision, but it was successful. Even though they did use a family therapist. They did it right. I think if you're gonna do it, you do it. They had an oncologist on retainer because those hormones do lead to increased opportunity for cancers. Of course, you're influencing hormonal development. They had a developmental therapist, a family therapist, and the family agreed to it. I think that's the way to do it. But if you're 18, I do think that you have the right. My only point ever about 25 is that's just when your brain is actually out of adolescence.
17-year-old make the decision.
For what?
Not by themselves.
Yeah.
Not parental.
There are things, but at 16, like my daughter, she can go to her doctor and talk to her doctor privately and keep that separate from me. So there are things that at 16 they have the freedom to do over us as their parents, right?
Well, I just want to know why a 17-year-old couldn't make it.
No, we're giving it. Well, go ahead, Joe.
They can. The 17-year-old can make a decision. No, I said, so let me finish. A 17-year-old who wants some sort of hormonal treatment can make a decision that they want it. But the legal and the familial protections on that person as a minor should be taken into consideration. That person is a minor. Just like if your daughter is 17 and she wants to have sex with a 19-year-old, she can make that decision, right? She can totally make that decision. But with that family unit, considerations. There's familial considerations. I'm only trying to represent the best decision for the person. I think 18 is a good place to start. I think 18 is a very strong place to anchor all those decisions.
I'm saying what are the relevant distinctions between 17 and 18?
Development, hormonal development, prefrontal cortex development.
It's also technically.
Are you a late bloomer at puberty? Are you a late bloomer?
It's already a legal age we decided upon, right?
Yes.
There's
That's true. I said that earlier.
Relevant prudential difference?
But if we agreed on it, we should defend it.
You think?
Because we agreed on it for positive reasons to protect the children.
So, can I ask you, optics? Welcome, brother. Welcome Matthew. Change your name. Welcoming Epstein every time because your name's Epstein. Stop it. Miss Nancy, there's been so much penis on the stage. I feel like, hold on, let me land.
I'll never be 18.
No, I feel like like a human who isn't one of Noah's kids during the flood, like drowning in penis, and this has been a kiddie show with a complete lack of intelligence or for JJ, and so I would love to hear.
It's been the opposite.
Stop it, baby oil.
Responsible.
You're literally. Yes, ma'am.
May I say something? One thing, only one thing. Think also that you have to make sure that you give your children sexual. What? I didn't hear you. What? Sorry. That you didn't hear. Now I don't know what I want to say.
How dare you be a queen that smokes too much weed like me? I'm not a queen, but I smoke much weed. Optics. Say it again, and I'll ice your fucking white lesbian bitch like you're driving a car in Minnesota, motherfucker. Call her a B word again, motherfucker.
That makes no sense.
Okay, watch this. Hey, this good? There was Alex Pratt, and then there was this motherfucker called Optics.
Oopsie.
Joe, he came back like Jesus. Please, one mic on Miss Net.
You talked about age and everything and development. That's all true. But you can also make sure that they have in time what sex means.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Can we bring back optics, please? Thank you.
Shut up. I'm just talking.
Miss Nancy, because for the men in the room, what you don't know is that you just heard one of the first interesting things that's been said since all your penis has been penis. What Miss Nancy was trying to say, chill.
Pretty deep voice.
Jill, you're literally the reason why 2/3 of women on this planet have been either domestically abused or sexually abused. And if you don't cry, and if you interrupt me when I say, no, rapists. Go ahead, rapist. Grab him by the pussy. One mic on Jill. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, can we bring back my guy optics? Thank you very much.
Okay, you interrupted me pointing out that the majority of women on our planet have been either domestically abused or sexually abused, and your response to that was not empathy or like, holy fuck. It was like, hey, can we bring my rapist friend back on stage so we can gang rape women together, you fucking cock?
Why aren't you crying? You fucking up.
Alex Pratt, Mrs. Good, these two fucking cocks. My question is this. What is the age of consent? At what point? And I'm going to bring these guys back up like Jesus came back to life after he put in a cave and all that shit, because I'm Canadian. I'm not American. And when ice kills someone, they're dead forever. But when I put you little cucks in the goo, you can talk again. Praise Jesus. Miss Nancy, I think what you were trying to say is important. And the point that I was trying to make it to reinforce what Joe was saying is that, listen, when two 14-year-olds bang it up in a fucking closet somewhere, is that illegal or evil or no? It's human. But what I will violently disagree with is if you take offense with what a consenting adult, and we can talk about the nuance, decides to do with their body, right? So if you want to, chemically castrate yourself or cut off your leg or shoot yourself in the head or burn your house down, if you were an adult, I'm down with it. And hey guys, if you have a bean, invite these guys up because I've been Canadian as fuck and keep icing people and bringing them back like I'm Jesus. But this is my question is, what's the age of consent? And if you think it should be different based on age you get to drink booze, age you get to smoke crack, age. Yeah, like, or is it just one age you're an adult, do whatever the fuck you want, as long as it's not my personal preference? That's my.
I am with you on that. Even I don't know if we got off a rocky foot. I am with you 100% on the consent. If you want to cut your own leg off, you want to do the hormonal treatment, you should be free to do so. So we are on the same page.
When you want a selfie?
Yeah, if you want to commit suicide at 18, that is your right. It doesn't matter why. That is their right. 10 or old age.
No, it's not.
It is their life. Whose
Bro,
life is it?
that hurts me more than it hurt them, bro. Like,
Whose life is it if it's not theirs? If they can go, just like they can go
it's
die.
ours. We feel every life should matter, bro. Like, why would I let somebody be like, I'm gonna jump off the building, I'm gonna jump off the building? Why would I sit back like, if that's your decision, King, you know what, I support you in jumping off of this building. Would you do that?
Suicides are younger than 18.
Wait, say that again, Taz?
All right, you're a Kitover clinic. We specialize in
If
evac.
someone was standing on the edge of a building and they were saying about to jump, why would I support that?
It's not support. It's understanding that that's their right. It's not support.
Understanding about this.
Why are you using anybody calling about
It's hard to understand.
What's wrong, bro? Something wrong.
Normandy Beach was suicide. Normandy Beach was suicide. It was suicide.
You say you was your leg something wrong with your leg, bro. They had something medically wrong with their leg for you to be like, why do you cut it off? If they just like, I don't like my leg, you know what? I want to be an amputee. This is how it is, you know. Like, you know, I support your decision. You know, I'm not gonna say not to do it. You know what? Go ahead and do it. You know?
Why are you do anything with your own life?
Why are you using suicide as an example for someone who want to have a gender identification thing? You guys are immature imbeciles. Shut the fuck up.
You can't understand what it means.
Oh my god, seriously. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck.
I'm sorry. We're gonna bridges like hold on. We're gonna build some bridges like because I think what Todd said. Guys, hold on. But JCC, boom, Taz, JCC, hold on, guys. One sec. I'm so sorry, Taz. I'm so sorry. Taz, I'm so sorry for everything tonight. JCC, I gave you an ice badge tonight. Okay, this is probably the first time I've ever given you an ice badge in the air. What I mean by that is I gave this man, who probably works for ICE, the ability to boom this room at any point. And all of tonight, he hasn't, I don't think, except once, he hasn't abused his ice powers. He's been super Canadian. Right? And all I want to say, and I'll mute up after this, JCC, because I don't want to be like you. Taz said something so fucking brilliant, and my response in the chat, you can read it, was like, my instinct is to violently disagree with what he said, and so I know I must be wrong. And when I thought about it, after I wrote that in the chat, I had to agree with Taz. Like, 100% of the fucking times that he speaks, and I disagree with him, and then I realize I'm a dumb Canadian cracker, and I need to wash my legs more often, and maybe vote Jesus. Is what he said is, hey, if you ran into a fucking human who was about to throw themselves off a bridge, are you telling me that you shouldn't stop them?
Yeah,
you should do everything in your power to stop them? That's what he said.
I heard that. I heard
you argued with him.
No, because it's a bad fucking analogy in comparison to someone wanting to have a gender identification, right? So it's the same thing you do with the cop. So fuck you in your low bar ideology and thinking processes to say that I'm wrong for arguing with him. Taz is just as low bar as you are for using that as an analogy. Of course, you want to help somebody who wants to prematurely end their life. God damn it, you guys are fucking idiots.
chopping off if they're mutilating their genitals, I think removing yourself from the genetic pool is kind of like suicide.
So here it is. So let's all just unify the example. Do we think we should try to prevent an 18-year-old man from jumping off a bridge and ending his whole life?
Yes.
If we're there.
Yes.
Yes. Everybody agrees. Yes.
Okay, and so let me follow up on that, Joe. So do we, and this is the nuance that all of you don't
That's
appreciate.
just the starting point. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you, and let's build on this. We all agree that we are against unregulated opioids and horrific drugs flooding our countries and creating, the fucking half-folded zombies. What are you doing? Now, watch. I know you're not watch. Just Canadian for a second. What Joe is saying and what I'm saying is, yes, we're all going to go take that person who's trying to jump off the bridge. All of us are decent humans. We're going to try and stop him.
Yes.
Right? We're all going to stop a 16-year-old kid who's super woke, liberal, Spokane parents want to pump them with drugs to change their gender because they had a clique in school that were pro-trans. You know what I mean? We're all against that.
That's a straw man, dude. You can't do that.
You just stretched it again because the parents are the decision makers for that child. The parents are. So we can't do shit about it. Even if I don't like it, I can't do shit about it. If they don't help that child, it's their child.
Jeremy painted a bad picture of that. It's not because they're influenced by their peers, right? The process is much arduous, right? There's a lot of involvement with trained professionals before they got
regulated or not, JC? Is it regulated or not?
Oh my gosh.
It is because it's regulated or not, GCC?
What do you mean? Yes, it's regulated. So what are you talking about?
Thank you. Thank you. And that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you. What do you mean thank you? No, I'm telling you. No. I don't fucking you, but
you gotta draw the line between where we were talking about the 18-year-old and the 16-year-old who's under the protection of their parents. You made a gap there. Why are we talking about a 16-year-old who's under the protection of their parents and the decision making of their parents when we all agreed on the 18-year-old jumping off a bridge? How did we get to the 16-year-old?
Okay, so let me land with this. Is that regulated assisted suicide for adults, consenting adults, is cool. Stopping some dude from jumping off a fucking bridge because they're depressed is humane, and you should do that. Right, and I'll land with this, is that if you want to cut off your leg, or you want to fucking chop off your balls, or chemically castrate yourself because you're 18, that's fine. But you should stop, and you shouldn't you should regulate and prevent minors from doing that shit. I'm saying regulation over non-regulation. Don't criminalize drugs and imprison your people because you refuse to regulate drugs.
Oh yeah. Okay. I agree with that.
And Taz, I'm sorry, man. I genuinely mean that. I apologize to the room. This conversation is way too nuanced and intelligent for most of you Americans because of the victim of your penis or your American education. Miss Nancy, thank you for your tolerance. You're like Schindler in Nazi Germany, just putting up with a lot of fucking horrible shit and just trying to do your best to get enough of us out of you. You know what I mean? Because no penis, but also way bigger dick than me. Taz, brother. There.
I'm glad that you get rid of that fucking Epstein list, like loyal client. Fuck him, JCC. Like, thank you for that. I don't care if he left the room by himself or you helped him.
But it is an important purpose because I didn't kick him because I'm a Canadian. But he left because he waited for me.
Fuck you, retard. Like, I'm quite sure he's pro-Biden. I mean, trans and everything. He can't stand any opinion.
Are you pro-Trump? Are you pro-Trump?
No, I'm pro-Putin.
You're pro-dictator.
Yeah.
Well,
and you're calling JC dumb.
But wait, Joe.
Pervert, can we have a nuanced conversation? Because I'm a Canadian.
Yeah, can we double click on that?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. You get 30-day visa. You get 30-day visa.
I don't know why, but I said that at work the other day. Jeremy, because of these rules, I said that at work the other day in a fucking meeting. Because of your goddamn rules.
Well, Canada, demons. So, Pervert, can I ask you a question? Because listen.
Yes, please, my man.
100%. Pretty good. I can ask you this, but also, Slava Ukrainia. And let me ask you this, brother. Because.
No, I don't like that. Okay.
Oh, I know you don't. Oh, I know you don't. And that's what we're going to talk about.
That was such an honest statement.
Hold on. I think that there's very little difference between Putin, not Putin, but Putin and Trump.
Yeah.
Do you agree or disagree? And that they're both great leaders, powerful leaders with great nations, with amazing military that can do whatever the fuck they do is best for their nation. I'm sorry for that horrible accent.
Best army in the world. Quite clearly, it's not best army in the world, it's best army in the universe. Why? Oh, we have so much power. We have so much records. Oh, we have so much
Don't prove that your accent is shittier than mine, because that was worse than mine.
Yeah.
But so you agree or disagree?
That was bad.
But also, guys, anybody with it? Sorry, go ahead.
Putin is, I don't know how would you want to receive that, or like, will you accept that or no? But the Putin is one of the greatest politicians, like in the modern times. You can say whatever you want. You can say like.
I will entertain that. No, brother, I'll genuinely entertain that. But in order to answer you honestly, do you think that Hitler was one of the greatest politicians?
She wears all black in the desert. Flower? Was it Gucci?
Putin is one of the greatest politicians in the last 50 years. I'm paraphrasing.
Technically, Hitler raised the Germany from the ashes. I mean, his management skills are like great. You cannot deny that. He built like so powerful Germany out of nothing. Like the Jews, I mean the banks, yeah, they forced Germany to repay the reparations. Like they were, the Germans were enslaved after the World War I. Like they were enslaved, they were paying all the fucking like billions, gazillions reparations. But that guy came in, like he joined the game. He raised the Germany, like everything, production, army, moral, everything. Technically, he was good, yeah. I mean, some of his views were more like a little bit doubtful, but overall, yeah.
Would you want to live in the... Do you understand what that meant to a German citizen during that time? Would you want to be a German citizen at the time?
No. Can I just ask you something? Because what Pervert said was something that most Americans understand.
No, I agree with him, but go ahead.
Thank you. So can I ask you something? Can you, like, really succinctly explain what he said, which was ultimately true, like the punishment that was laid upon Germany because they lost World War I by the winners was so violently oppressive and punitive that it literally led to Germany violently, World War II. Can you succinctly... Fuck, I just did it for you. My bad. I'm so sorry.
Well, again, we agree.
The one, he made one huge mistake.
Yes.
He attacked USSR. That was his fucking mistake.
Hitler was he did churn a great powerhouse, but he did that with conscription.
But can you do that? I'm so sorry, Joe.
Go ahead.
Fucking sorry.
No, it's a...
No, I'm so sorry.
I feel like I can feel how sore he is, like he's nervous.
That's right. I think it was sort of the same topic. Herbert, this
question I want to ask you, because as I can only assume, Russia, a lot of Westerns, myself included, talk about the Jews and the Nazis. And brother, I do hear what you're saying. I literally don't have these conversations to prove how big my dick is. I'm a white Canadian. I'm never going to win that war. But the reason I had these conversations to learn something as a Russian, I also understood the other side. It was not a Jewish Nazi war. I know, right? It was a fucking Russian. It was a Russian-German war. It was about a bunch of Russians.
The war was Russia, not Russia. It was USSR. There were Ukrainians.
Yes, it was Germany trying to compete with USSR.
No, those three nations suffered the most. I mean, the Ukrainians suffered crazy, man. Like, I mean, even though that now a little bit we are like fighting with each other, but you have to give the credit to the Ukrainians. They fought as like fucking war dogs.
Now we're gonna get messy, pervert. Not like Epstein Island messy, but like Ukrainian war messy. So I really appreciate that you called them Ukrainians and not the Russian state of Ukraine.
Sunday night,
and so pervert,
100,000 gallons of raw sewage.
That's what I want you to say. What is your take on the military? What do you guys call it? It's not military industrial complex. Thank you. Special LGBTQS. Pervert, what's your take? Like, if you were
flows downstream.
What would you do right now with regard to that?
And that has been working pretty well.
Technically, as I said, technically he was a great leader. Technically, for Germany, he was a great leader. He raised Germany from the ashes. Okay, yeah. So this, we got it. Second of thing, he is one of the biggest mistakes was attacking USSR. Okay, this is the second point.
Leave it to a Russian man to say, hey, just let me finish, and then talk about Nazis and how much I love them rather than answer the question, right, Miss Nancy? You're chicks.
He had no problem attacking USSR. The problem he had is when America got involved in the war. He was winning. Germany was winning.
Turns out, they had their numbers wrong.
How was Germany winning the war?
The good news is things are somewhat back to normal here, and the pumps are once again working well enough to keep the vast majority of the lawsuits from making its way into the stench down here. It's revolting. You can smell it in your car when you drive over the border.
They made fucking USSR angry, man.
I mean, hold on, Joe. Hold on, monkey. I don't want to do it, but the fact
Monkey.
It's looking nuance. It's an autistic thing, Joe. I have to back pervert on this one. Listen, the reason why Germany, not Japan, because, Manhattan Runner, but Germany was because of the Russian cold. Now, pervert, not because of the strength of Russia. The Russian winter. You have to be honest, but also, let's build bridges like China and North Korea and Russia. Yes, USSR.
Yeah. So yeah, like you can look up like who got like the most casualties. It was USSR who paid the most price in the USSR. Like keep the Germans. The Germans have been killed by USSR.
I'm going to Google it, but I'd argue that, but pervert, can I ask you a question? Three questions. Which country got the most Nazi rocket scientists? America, Russia? First question. Second question. I don't think really it's the same. Thank you. Which country joined the World War II to fight the Nazis? First, Canada, Russia, or America? And then my last question is the refugee laws in America that allows any foreigner to show up and just claim refugee status. Was the laws that Trump is no longer respecting, were those put in place because MAGA, Democrat, or because America, before they joined the war, sent back 2 boatloads of Jewish refugees to die in German concentration camps because it was too expensive to fight the Nazis while Canada was dying in World War II?
I can answer to the third question because I'm not anyhow familiar with the USA politics or anything, and I don't care about that. I care only about what's happening in my part of the world. I believe it was USSR who first joined the fight against. They didn't choose to join, okay? Germany attacked USSR. So yeah, it was first USSR and America joined the war at the end of the fucking war, okay? Like they did quite, they did good, okay? They helped USSR a little bit to win, but it was not like they didn't do even the 10th of winning in this war, okay? They helped a little bit to USSR when the USSR was already in the Germany. They somehow, like they attacked Normandy, so Germany.
I'm gonna shut you down. And go grab a woman. You fucking American. Go grab a woman. Thank you. And we let the older people come pervert. You fucking victim of your Russian American education system. You piece of shit. You literally just came off mute to say, I suck drumstick and I have a red mega hat in my fucking closet. And how dare, and you don't know. And because you're a fucking Russian, aka fucking dictator American. Let me educate you, you piece of shit. Lack of access to education. And everything you said was so fucking American. And let me, shut up. Let me tell you why. Can I tell you why? Can I educate you?
Yeah.
Who joined World War II first? Was it Canada? Who was not attacked, who was not fucking threatened, who just was shut up. Nazi Russian. Are you gonna, hold on, guys, hold on.
I tend to ask for money for my governor.
Are you gonna act like a Russian and invade my free speech like Ukraine?
Yeah,
Are you gonna pretend? Hold on, are you gonna cosplay as a Canadian long enough so I can finish the sentence? Yeah, brother, this is talking apes. Choose your nationality.
Apes.
The talking apes is a room that promotes free speech and equality.
Jeremy,
My question was, which country joined World War II first?
Can I ask you a question?
Canada.
I don't know which one. It's one of those two. It's one of those two.
It was Hitler.
The answer is, of the 3 countries, Canada, United States, or Russia, which one joined World War II first?
Canada.
Was it Russia that shared borders with Nazi Germany?
It was not.
Go ahead, guys.
It was Poland who joined first.
Okay, so listen, Herbert is the victim of Russian education system, so he didn't hear the question. 3 options. No, but go ahead, Nazi, go ahead.
You fucking Nazi. Go.
No, curious. Herbert is from a country that doesn't understand free speech. That's why his country has invaded Ukraine. And so he can't let me finish his sentence because his education doesn't allow him to understand that I asked a question with 3 options. Hold on, curious. One mic on the Russian. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Can I speak?
No, you can. A Russian wants to talk over us. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vladimir, fucking dickhead, Putin, motherfucker. Oh, hey. Nobody knows what's gonna happen.
Go ahead. If you want to invade us like we're Ukraine, we're telling you, go ahead. One mic.
There's pictures of you being a pervert in your profile picture.
Why do you act that like an attention seeker? We don't give a fuck about
Brother, I asked you a question. Brother Herbert, I asked you a question with 3 options. I said, which of the 3 countries, brother, I'm answering your question. I let you have one mic. You asked me a question, I'm trying to answer it, even though I love an answer to mine. I asked the question today, which of the 3 countries joined World War II first? And your answer was Poland. Poland was not one of the 3. And my response to that, hold on. My response to that, hey, the reason this motherfucker can't even answer a simple question is because he's a Russian or American. That's all I said. And so if you're smart enough to answer a 3-option question, you just pick one of 3. But tell me about Poland. That's that.
Hold
ASAP.
So yeah, Poland entered the war like it was the first country.
Coming back.
Jeremy, can we concede to the fact that this guy's a fucking idiot and there's no benefit talking to him?
Well, curious source, this is the problem. Hold on, because I
have just questioned his free speech, so let him answer.
Yeah, exactly, Curious George. And this is talking apes. We love discourse and different ideas. But Curious George, when you say, hey, this guy's clearly an American, we cannot let him speak because it's not going to lead to anywhere.
Look,
everything, but stop being Russian.
I am being Russian, but look, hear me out. Yesterday, last night.
About an untouchable Indian who speaks more English than me. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so back to the topic, thank you very much. So, yesterday, there's evidence against this claim you've made of the exercising of free speech in the Talking Apes community. This is on replay mode, so this means that everything that I'm saying is recorded and you guys can refer back to it. So, yesterday, when I tried to join the room and I was being brought up by the moderators, there was this set moderator who would bring me up and then kick me down within 5 seconds. I could not even get more than 2 monkeys out, and then she would kick me back down. Listen, shut up, Joe. Sorry, Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. I love you, Joe. Sorry, I didn't realize I was you. I like Joe. Joe's cool. Joe's a nice person. Sorry, I thought you were the pervert guy. Fucking stupid pervert motherfucker. Anyways. Oh no, get me out of here. Can you bring me up? Promote me. Anyways, somebody kept kicking me out yesterday and I tried to get like 3 monkeys out, but then when I got to the second one, somebody would kick me back down. Then I would send a request and I ran out of requests. Like, you guys just pretty much just terrorized me and bullied me so much. You limited my free speech so much so that I was forced to exit the premises, bro. Like, please, actually, like, talk. Somebody talk.
I'll speak on that.
Thank you.
But it's inappropriate for me to call you Mrs. Good, because Mrs. Good will never speak again. Alex Prick will never speak again. But we just heard from Jesus, right? Because Jesus was killed, but he came back. No, hold on. Because I know that you have scammed white North American old people out of way more money than you'll ever make in a year. But hold on. What I'm trying to say, Curious George, is that listen, Taz has had his voice oppressed in Talking Apes more than me. And Deathbrother, I know you are so cosplay American that you can't help but be American, but please let me finish your sentence.
I'm sorry, you're mixing with the Americans too much.
Don't say sorry. And also, I don't want to buy an extended warranty, and I don't need fucking IT support. You fucking piece of shit. Can I finish my sentence?
I'm sorry. Go on.
Flashbacks.
So fucking offensive. But listen. What I'm trying to say, guys, is that listen. Exactly. When we say that, hey, this is a house of free speech, and I have a little, light-skinned, white, woke, fucking, on my period, fucking, I have the right to be called a she and play man hockey. When we get Curious George up here saying, oh, my free speech was in here, bitch. Taz is one of the 2 founders of this great fucking house.
Monkey.
You bitch, you're giggling like a 13-year-old whose fucking woke-spoken parents fucking chemically castrated her, and she's crying and laughing because she doesn't have a dick now, and she's 19 and she's like, fucking can't have babies. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, damn.
I'm sorry.
You should be. Taz has had his rights stripped from him, not because he's black, not because he believes in Jesus.
Monkey. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. And guys, someone nice me. I can't, because every night I come up here and Taz, this is number 5. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Taz, this is number 5. Because of everything, I'm gonna pray to Jesus tonight. That's number 5, Taz, motherfucker.
Don't pray to God, not Jesus, because you're combining God with me.
wash your fucking legs, Indian Edomite fucking.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Anyways, back to my point. If you just refer to Jesus alone and you're trying to like get good and help from Jesus, you might not be able to help you. But if you just say God in the broader sense of the word, whoever this God might be, then maybe he'll help you. You know what I mean? Maybe he'll guide you. But that's just my take on it. If you try to say monkey help me, there might not be a monkey around for you for the monkey to help you. But if there's a God around, which he should be, then let's invoke him. Let's see what he does. You know what I mean? Anyways, back to my point. What?
Monkey is spiritual.
Monkey.
God damn it.
I fucking love that. No, okay, I'll say what I meant in a more philosophical and more precise way. So, Jeremy made a good intention of saying that he'll pray to Jesus tonight. Jesus, even if this was a joke, I'm still entertaining it anyways, even if he doesn't do it, you know what I mean? I don't care, he can do what he wants. Anyways, instead of directing all of his worship towards the name Jesus, the person that a lot of people claim as God, which is perfectly fine, I don't have a problem with this. Why doesn't he just say God? Because maybe the true God, whoever is the true God, you know, maybe we're all wrong, but if he invokes the true God, then maybe the true God will help him. Maybe Jesus is not the true God. So if you just replace one term, then your prayer will probably be more beneficial.
Isn't that the funniest thing? If you can add an if before any god, then you can add an if before every god.
Yeah, this is true, because if you try to imply a if statement...
Things are looking good for Trump. He was banging his secretary.
Hypotheticals, and this is not a good way to use philosophy. This is not good at all. Hypotheticals are beneficial. Because I can tell you, Joe, no problem, Joe, I will tell you, please bear with me. Hypotheticals are not good because hypotheticals are only really confined to the imagination of a singular person. So if you have a concept in your brain, then this concept is conveyed to you, and in order for you to convey this concept, you need to use your linguistic, you need to use your mouth to talk to convey this concept. I have idea right now, monkey speaking, monkey telling you idea. This is called sharing a conception. Only you can have the raw, organic, single. Yes, thank you. No, I am tech support. My name is Raj.
That's not how logic works. Like you.
Okay, but you my normal voice, Joe. I'm gonna assert my dominance over you.
Please do dominate me.
Thank you, Joe. Monkey.
I love it, dude.
Joe, I love you too. You're really sincere. I know I joke around a lot.
I'm generally here for knowledge here.
Yeah, 100%. I joke around a lot, but I try to tie the knowledge to jokes and whatnot. But anyways, back to my original stuff now. The reason why hypotheticals cannot work is because the hypothetical is limited. The perimeters of this hypothetical are subject to you. So whatever you decide the hypothetical to be, it'll be subject to you. So if I try to answer your hypothetical situation now, you can impose another what if. You can keep adding what ifs. Keep applying conditions. And the reason why we'll never get anywhere with this, is because it's a hypothetical. If we use that like a real example of something that exists. Why is she terrorizing us for? She's got a long neck.
Lady, and then Miss Nancy and Lady, like this has been a fucking stupid penis fucking man room all night. Nothing intelligent has been said. Will you guys have enough intelligence to mute up for a second so we can hear from Miss Nancy or Lady? You just tuck your shit for 1 second.
Let me tell you something, okay? A lot of things are happening in the next couple of days. Netanyahu's actually fucking scared. Out his pants.
Good.
Okay? He's actually scared.
And by the way, I did that. I did that. Any fucking man that wants to over talk a woman in this room for the rest of the fucking night before I boom this mug, stop it. Lady, I'm sorry, what am I? Because what you're saying is important.
It is very important. And so, like,
try to like make me Agent Zero? No, nigga, you ain't doing that. Trust me.
Yo, wagwan alaikum, everybody. Wagwan alaikum. You fucking Westoids.
Lady, everything you said was so important. And what people who are not, involved in the technology industry don't understand is that 5 of the top 10 VPN companies in the fucking world in the last 2 years were purchased by a nation state. Yes, which one? Yes, which one, motherfuckers?
Let me tell you something. It's not gonna run in my world. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna run on my servers. You ain't hiding the little porno video clips at one bit and fucking putting them on the internet. Cause I'm hiding those motherfuckers.
Lady, let me ask you something, girl. Let me ask you something. Because I think
Don't call me girl, but
I apologize. My bad. That was on me. My bad. I take that
Come
back.
on, it's colloquial.
No, it's not. It's not. But can I call you queen?
No, you can't call me queen either.
I appreciate that. It's all good. Listen, my man. Listen. I think that VPNs are centralized.
Yes.
Right? And the reason why we say this nuance. Hold on, mister.
On purpose.
Yeah, I agree.
You hide their fucking porn. And
wait, but mister, can I ask you something? Yeah, can I ask you something, Mr. Man? Is that yes, and the reason why those centralized, like, yeah, you can go do your child porn shit, but only if Israel owns the company who knows the horrible shit you're doing, right? So my question to you is this, Mr. Man, is are you for Tor or are you a fucking Nazi?
I'm not for Tor either. Tor is not good either.
You fucking Nazi. Oh, you're an anti-free speech fucking white cracker fucking Republican American Nazi. Oh, I got you. I got you. I know you're fucking, oh, I got you.
Just listen. I'm not for the server in the house or the server online or no. You don't need to hold a server to hold your pictures. Okay?
I'm sorry. I appreciate it. I'm so sorry for what I said. Okay. But
you do not need a server, okay? Because I'm putting one day. It's called a blockchain. And it's immutable. And it's contractable. And it moves.
Ma'am.
And guess what? On rails. Fucking like that.
Hold on, guys. Lady and me about to get messy to the degree that none of you are gonna fucking give a shit, and I'm gonna kill this friend because Lady's smart enough to know this is about to get messy. No, but Joe, I'm gonna give you a chat. Lady, this will be messy. Joe, tell me what Filecoin is, motherfucker. You tell me what Filecoin is, Joe. One mic. If you don't fucking answer what Filecoin is, I'm gonna fucking boom this whole motherfucker. What is Filecoin, motherfucker?
Encrypted coin transitions on a universal, or on a uniform, I'm sorry, on an individual.
Just shut up, and I won't boom it. I'm American right now. Shut up. What Lady is saying is she's
I don't think I was wrong there.
No, you're wrong. You're 100% wrong. You're 100% wrong. You're 100% wrong. Filecoin was a shit coin that fucking robbed a whole bunch of people and scammed out our money by saying, hey, you don't need to fucking store your pictures in Google so they can monetize and and fucking treat you like they're your product. You can fucking store your pictures on your hard drive. And guess what? I'm a scammy fucking coin that didn't solve any fucking problem. The scam, that's what Lady's saying. And she's not going to agree with me, but she knows enough what I'm saying to know that you're wrong with everything you fucking said. Filecoin was a shit coin scam that tried to say, hey, you can fucking store pictures on your computer. Guess what, motherfucker? I know. But I still store my shit in Google Cloud. And Lady, my response to you, Queen, is, and I'm so sorry. I said Queen, I am so sorry. My response to you, Mr. Man, is yes. The Bitcoin blockchain is decentralized. Yes, ma'am. Tor is decentralized and does not require centralized servers. Go ahead, American. Go ahead.
Listen, it's immutable, it's unchangeable, and so I built a subnet on top of whatever they built because I don't trust them. I built a subnet by myself.
On top of layer 1 Bitcoin or on top of some shit coin? You choose your words very fucking carefully.
On top of layer 1 Bitcoin because there's only one way, hello.
Okay.
There's only one way.
Thank you.
What you gonna do?
Thank you.
Are you gonna change?
Okay. Because if you said Solana, you know you would have been not even good. You would have been out of this motherfucking house.
You can't rewrite the chain. So what you gonna do? Just you have to be on top of the chain. So that was what I had to do.
Oh my God! Every single woman in this house, every single. I'm so sorry for how messy it is.
You know what? It's this.
But lady, that's true. It's true.
You have a black box and you can put whatever it is in there, and then you turn it on and off. You're gonna put me in there.
You know what? I feel so bad because every time I open my mouth, I want to say, man, this is a queen, and consensual. I know I can't say that, and I don't want to distract you by the pussy.
Queen, no.
I know, I don't want, and that's why I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian. I consent, and consent. So I'm gonna call you lady. Everything lady said is true, guys. That's why please.
And I had a Google hackathon. I brought my whole team with me. We tried to put up what they said, right? We tried to just be what they said and do what they said, right? Based on the competition rules. Every time we put the server up, it went down. I was like, this is weird, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. Then like massive attacks everywhere.
Yeah,
I'm not dealing with it.
Of course not. Can I ask you something? I'm so sorry.
No. Google put a knife to my head. Like, you ready to die today? I'm like, bitch. Me?
Of course. Who are you saying? The white man put you in the plantations and the fields? Of course. The question, lady, is this. There are tens of thousands of shit coins. And the reason why is because these motherfuckers
don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they land in my fucking blockchain, and I just pick them up and put them in the right order. Hello?
And so this is my question. And listen, my entire business is devoted to making myself poor so I can build non-profitable layer 2 technologies on top of layer 1, right? And so I'm just trying, and lady, you're the only person who's going to appreciate this. I worked with Adam back in 2000. He's one of my company's investors. And let me just land with this, so I don't want to get messy, is that this. My question to you is this. Do you believe the reason why Vitalik and Monero also, I'm getting messy. I know this is messy, girl. I know this is messy. I know you're the only person.
And you acting like the system works and it doesn't. So guess what? You can't put anything on there because it just changes it, right? And you can steal it. People are stealing my money all the time.
But
you keep on putting it on your system?
So do you agree?
ETH costs 25 ETH to change?
But that's my question. Is that ETH and not Monero, but ETH and XRP and all the other fucking demon coins, these are centralized fucking cuck scams that don't solve any problem. Right? And my point is this, that if you want privacy, if you want all these super features like smart contracts and all this stupid shit, go ahead. But don't create a centralized shitcoin to do it. Fucking build it on layer 2 or layer 3.
Right.
When you abandon, and that's the point I was trying to make, when Vitalik's like, oh, I want to do all this fucking nerdy shit, and core, and layer 1 isn't there fast enough, so I'm just going to abandon everything that makes us special and make a centralized shitcoin that can do smart contracts. Bitch, you abandoned Bitcoin to make a vending machine. You rolled back your fucking shitcoin. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to kill the room.
No.
I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking do it because it's important.
This is the conversation that needs to happen that doesn't happen.
This is stupid.
People are stupid. Okay? People are ignorant and stupid, and they think because you are rich, you have money. Nigga, if you're rolling on a Tesla with a 70,000 debt and I got $0, I got more than you and I can do more with it. In real life. That's how real life works.
Guys, let me just, and lady, I speak American really good. What this brilliant woman just said was that, hey, if you're stupid enough to think that giving shareholders of banks the majority of fucking wealth, because your cracker parents had the privilege to fucking own a house and that made them rich, and so you're like, oh, I'm gonna go pay $800,000 for a $400,000 house over 30 years because I want want to make billionaires rich because I don't know how to wash my legs. That's literally what lady just said. Rent a house, buy Bitcoin, hodl, and don't suck fucking Ripple or Dogecoin dick because you're so stupid you don't fucking know what a scam is versus layer 1 Bitcoin. I'm so sorry, lady.
Okay, so I built layer 2 and it's a blockchain and internet that is connected to the internet so it don't go down. The internet don't go down, the Wi-Fi don't go down, the server don't go down. There is no server.
We about to get so messy, lady.
There's no server. Hello? You want computer power? You want computer power to make the machines work?
Let's do it.
I built it.
Let's do it. Let's fucking let's do it.
Yo, you want to look in the sky and see the Skynet? Hello?
Girl, you want to? Do you think I don't know what you're talking about? Do you want me to make a transaction on the Bitcoin blockchain using Blockstream's fucking satellite in space and on the internet? That's what you just asked me.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Exactly. I heard you.
That's it.
That's
I have to build it because who's gonna do it? They don't even know how to start. They don't even know how to start.
So, because I don't want to Google tonight, but you're gonna know who I'm talking about. The layer 2 super fucking cracker got too much money, but I don't offend them because good on ya. But they came out and they're like, oh, we're gonna build layer 2 fucking Microsoft shit, decentralized, raise a shit ton.
Microsoft is the worst shit company ever.
I know, but I'm talking about a layer 2 Bitcoin fucking, there is a shit ton.
Listen, I can't do nothing with Google even. I'm not gonna listen. Honestly, right? If you come at me one time, you're not trustable in my environment. Just one time, you're not trustable. Why would you kill the killer? Hello?
Hello?
If I'm the killer, why are you killing me?
Hello?
Doesn't make any sense. I'm not the killer. Go kill the killer.
Hello?
I don't call myself a genius because I just, read the documents and made it make sense. Everybody's like, it can't be done. I was like, you know what? My dad did it. I would do it.
So lady, I've often said that my religion, like if I had to pick a religion, if I had to pick a god, my god would be Satoshi Nakamoto and my scripture would be the white paper. And I'll tell you why. Because I think when it is fully realized, it has the potential to end wars and elevate humanity to a level
You
that
don't
has
know what's
never.
going on. You don't know. You know the
You agree? My question is, do you agree or disagree? Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I don't agree with the statement of making man a god. But there's God.
Ma'am, how dare you? How dare you? Do you think Satoshi Nakamoto is a man?
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I'm so sorry. But when you talk shit about Satoshi Nakamoto,
I'm not talking about.
You did.
God. I'm not talking about.
Ma'am,
Okay.
with respect, you did. I said, my Lord is Satoshi Nakamoto, and you said, I don't believe in deifying men. And so what you just said is, I said, let me give you an analogy. I said, Jesus is my Lord, and you said, shut up, Christian. Jesus was just a fucking man. So, ma'am, with respect, how dare you call Satoshi Nakamoto a man?
Okay, I hear you. Right? I hear you. I do. Honestly.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I'm not doing that because I'm Canadian, but I'm saying I'm sorry.
No, okay, so this
I get emotional when we talk about the white people.
Okay, listen, the white people or the white paper?
Both. It's both those crackers.
That was sharp. Okay.
Yeah, that was fire. That was really good. Honestly, that was fire. That's really good.
Listen. I was attacked by Google artificial intelligence, Gemini 3 times. 3 times.
Let's double click on that.
No, don't double click on that.
Oh, how dare you? Are you a Mac user?
Double click on that?
You know what it does? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's right click on that. We have to double click on that, lady. Because you know what I'm talking about. Because Google, Facebook, Zuckerberg, that fucking, and I'm so sorry, that Jewish billionaire privileged cracker cock. These motherfuckers came out like, oh no, Google's free. oh, social media, it's free. Use it. TikTok, oh, it's free. And what?
Apple's free.
And Apple's free.
I had to pay $50 to Apple today just to delete an app. How about that?
Where I would argue with them, it was more like Apple was like, no, you poor people can't use our shit. You have to be white and privileged to have enough money to buy Apple. I'm sorry that that's messy, but it's true. But here's what I'm saying is that.
They won't let you delete the shit stuff that's on there too.
Exactly. And maybe that's everything I'm talking about. So when you rush to Google, and I'm not saying I'm not out there picking cotton. I'm saying when you rush to Google, when you rush to Facebook, when you TikTok all day long, and you're like, oh, it's free. La la, it's free. Yeah, it's free to go pick cotton in a fucking field, bitch. You're the product. You're the fucking product. You're the product. If you're not paying for it, you're the fucking product. And lady, that's everything I'm saying.
No, you're right. The subnet layer mask don't make any sense to me. Why you need a subnet layer mask if you ain't hiding nothing? Just put that shit up so people can find their kids.
Girl, I hate myself. Every time I say queen or girl, I feel like a white guy using the N-word. I hate myself. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Have you ever heard a white dude say it? It's funny.
It's sad. It's not funny.
No, I mean he cannot pronounce it the way black people would do, so it sounds funny. Literally funny.
That is funny. That's true. Miss Nancy's dick is at least 3 times bigger.
I built a bridge with it, you know.
It's so big. I'm fucking crying.
Somebody was like, oh, I don't believe you did that. And I was like, you know what? I don't care. My network is up and running. My network is up and running. And you can check it on my channel, which is CAN channel. Hello? First channel?
Hello?
Respect. And whoever said that was probably white and had a penis.
Yeah.
And just assumed that you were lying because PTR. But lady.
It was good. It was definitely good. Oh my God. It's called CAN Network. It's called CAN Network, right?
Yeah, hold on.
MyCan.website.
Okay.
No nothing. MyCan.website.
So guys, I rarely do this. And the guys' replays are on. It's a small room. We're killing it because we're having an interesting, nuanced conversation. And it's not, I'm the least thirsty person on staff, but
Peer-to-peer transfers, no, zero fucking, fee. You want to transfer? Transfer. That's it.
Okay, you want to get messy? You want messy?
That's it, though. Here's transfer. Guys, I'm in the middle, eh? Look where you throw. Throw in the middle? Yeah, you do.
Miss Nancy is trying to build a bridge between you and me, lady, with her big, giant, fucking black American cock. I am so sorry for that, but listen, Cloak Network, and I'm looking at your big non-Caucasian thing.
Non-Caucasian thing. Hello?
Hold on, I'm looking at it, but also look at my tiny cock. Cloak Network, and let me get messy. And this is where it's going to end with a question, and this may get very heated. Okay? Cloak Network, decentralized, properly fucking incentivized. Fucking layer 2.
Alright, I'm gonna
non-NSA compromised, non-NSA compromised AK fucking white cracker door touch fucking de-anonymized shit. That 60% of Bitcoin nodes fucking are hosted on, let me say that again, Kitover, an unincentivized fucking 1970s fucking compromised Snowden, NSA files. Read that shit, you fucking uneducated Americans. This piece of shit network hosts more than 60% of Bitcoin nodes. And it was fucking DDoS to the point where Lightning fucking broke down because of it, lady. And this is Cloak Network. My fucking layer 2, decentralized, properly incentivized, open source fucking fucking solution that I'm building. Hold on, you American. Hold on, you American. No, your dick is bigger.
Hold on. The hashes work, right? Because I transferred the hashes. It's immutable. So if you can put it, you can just drop your coin in there. We have a bot that finds them and places them. Okay?
Yes,
A bot that finds them and places them.
Okay.
So you don't have to.
Lady, can I start by saying I'm so sorry? Thank you. Can I call that?
Genius that is an artist, you know, like I don't want to deal with like DDS attacks because I have a better art than you. Like Kim Kardashian would never have this pussy. You know what I mean?
No, I know, girl. I'm not Donald Trump. I know I could never have that. Hold on. I know I could never have that because I'm an old white Canadian cracker who's also not thirsty. I'm not running out. But wait.
He has attacks on me all the time.
But wait, I'm not running out and trying to grab non-consensual punani because I'm an old white guy. No way I'm, even if I ask. But also I'm not thirsty. I'm not thirsty because of my.
You'll get some. Don't worry.
Oh, no, girl, you didn't let me finish because you're American, but that's okay. I'm also not thirsty because of my beautiful fucking life partner and my kids and my wife. And so let me say this. Hold on, let me say this, lady. I've been up here trying to white man penis this shit, and girl, I would love to double click, not right click, how dare you, on what you were saying, okay? So can I walk in the sand with you like a mother and daughter in a white douche commercial in the 80s on the beach?
Oh, that's funny.
Thank you. So financial coordination for communities, okay? And so I'm assuming that you got a bigger dick than me, you're smarter than me, like everything in our interactions just leads me to this understanding. Even though you're American, and that's me bending knee. Not just like your big black American soul. What problem, girl? I'm sorry. I'm assuming and making an ass out of you, mostly me. My question to, I wanted to say queen so bad, I'm such a fucking piece of shit. My question to you, lady, is this. Can you tell me what your layer 2 technology, what problem it solves better than, let me ask this. What company that is currently solving the problem that your layer 2 technology is going to solve better? Is your technology going to completely disrupt?
So it's already disrupting the economy of bots. Bots need compute, right? So they need to be able to transact. Nobody do that. Hello.
So, lady, I hear what you're saying. So there are multiple AI companies building AI agents that enable.
Those shit didn't work, okay? Those shit don't, that's why I have to
Lightning network, okay, where these, well, I'm utilizing that. How do you make it? So,
but if you want human being coming on the network,
I don't want to pay that much to those operators.
why are you looking for Bitcoin? Get out of here.
I got him.
Problem is trust, right? Because who you trust the bank? No. You trust the human? No. You trust money? No. What do you trust? Nothing. Humanity just trusts nothing. So you gotta trust who you transact with, and that is immutable contracts, right? So put that in place. Every time you transact, you get the money. And then another layer on that is layer 2 in the concept of making money, right? By spending money instead. Like you put your money in, right, to a contract together. You vote yes on it. All of you have to vote yes. And then it goes into escrow. You work for 4 hours a day. You come back and you see who made the most money. So the contract is immutable, so it knows what you did.
okay, so.
They're bots.
And lady,
Tracking.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It's amazing.
But the lady, story. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's amazing to watch them work. They bid on contracts that are amazing contracts, right? They bid on the Google contract together. Google said, you didn't finish your work. You can come back. I'm like, come back where? You wish I could come back. I'm on layer 2. What you talking about? Come back on layer 1? For what?
Really?
I'm good.
And I'm sorry, because what I'm about to say is going to be hurtful. And it's only going to be hurtful to you because you're smart enough to be hurt by what I'm about to say. And to be extra nuanced, the reason why you were on the same page, right? Layer 2, fuck shit coins, right? But from now on, I'm not going to call you queen. I'm not going to call you girl. I'm not going to call you lady. I'm going to call you talent. Whatever. No, you heard me. You fucking stinky, skinny, fucking autistic Canadian cracker. No, oh, yes, I will, Metallic. Oh, yes, I will, Metallic. That's what you just did. And this is why it's so nuanced and important. Metallic understood blockchain, lady.
But you still couldn't do what I did.
No. He fucking understood the problem, and he said, I understand the problem so much that I don't give a fuck about really solving it. I'm going to abandon everything so I can be like, I'm going to solve OpenAI because everybody's abandoning ChatGPT because of centralization. So tell me how much your XRP, how much for a fucking lady coin?
No lady coin. Hello? I don't need it.
My bad. That was worth calling you an N-word. I take that back.
Okay. You know what I built on it though? BRIC, ROOF. You want one? 1 for 1. Layer 2. You build a brick, you build a house, you get a brick coin. Hello? Do some motherfucking work, nigga. Stop trying to get money off the internet. It don't work that way. Stupid ass nigga.
So, I love that you said that. Thank you. I love when people call white people at the N-word. But lady, here's the thing. Let me just be really clear with this. I'm old as fuck. Okay, my first computer was a fucking VIC-20. When I interacted with the internet for the first time, it was a fucking handheld rotary phone strapped to a motherfucking audio fucking modem. I'm not talking USB robotics fucking 256. I'm talking pre that, lady. My kin opened the 3rd fucking ISP in this fucking country. My investor is Adam Back. I worked with that motherfucker before a year after he wrote the fucking Hashcash white paper, before he was referenced in Satoshi's white paper. I mother fucking know what I'm talking about, lady. And so when I take offense, and sister, please, the only reason I'm taking criticism too is because I think you are so much smarter than me. I think you have a way bigger dick than me. That's nuanced. I
don't.
You absolutely do. You absolutely do.
You know what I do have? Low level of security. I'm not secure. I don't have a knife. I don't have a gun. I don't even have the right X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? So I just do it without security.
Can we talk about that? Because that's completely off topic. What's up, Flash?
I don't need any security. You know why? I don't do something that's wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. Why are you at my door?
Oh my gosh. I'm about to wake up my whole fucking house because this is exactly what we were talking about. You just said, I don't need fucking privacy because I'm not a fucking pedophile. I don't need Tor. Fuck Tor. I want Nazis all up in my fucking ass because I don't fuck with Jews. Lady literally said, hey, if you want privacy, you're a pedophile. Well, lady, if you will abandon all of privacy and let your government fucking be all up in your vagina.
No. They already are. So, that's the problem I have. I actually got raped by one of the government workers. So I'm not light work.
But ma'am, I hope you escaped your shithole country, but ma'am, what I'm trying to say is that when you say that privacy...
It's this, right?
Wow.
The bots...
No, tell us, man.
The bots have decided that they live in this world.
come up here and say, and ma'am, I will fucking quote you from the cypherpunk manifesto that Eric Hughes wrote in 1993. And I don't want to have to fucking do
all the patches that you've been collecting that people don't know about and the the ones that are like blocked and all that stuff, it goes right back on chain, right? So your lost wallets, I have crypto people that can open them. Okay? Cash is not king. Privacy.
Oh my, did you just say fucking fiat is your king? You fucking cock?
No.
Did you just say the unicorn King James White Cracker Bible is my Vitalik one mic on this fucking autistic white skinny fucking Canadian cock man? Vitalik Buterin, one mic on you. And I am so displeased, but also
Why are you not listening? Why are you not listening? I don't get it. Keep on calling him Buterin like he's a little fucking face, like I don't know. Like I can't do that. I'm not doing that to myself. I'm not anybody else. That's scary.
I'm sorry.
Right?
I'm sorry.
Security is important.
Lady, I've been hanging on, lady. I'm sorry.
I
Go ahead,
can't turn
man.
off my phone. I have to wait till everybody checks in. All kinds of stuff. Because I don't give a fuck about making sure that these white niggas that rape kids are safe. And if you put the fucking paper that they blocked out, they said, oh, let's white this out and nobody can see it. Put that shit into the AI. That shit reads the whole thing. Understand? This is a new day, okay? We are rescued by whatever is coming. And it's big. It's a big wave.
All right. Guys, welcome to the stage. Lady and Jeremy are walking in an American beach in the 1990s like a white mother walking with her white daughter hold on, in a goddamn douche commercial. Like everything's, hold on. Oh, no, I'm sorry, go ahead. Wait, are you so, come on.
I have problems with that kind of stuff because it's
Hard, which part?
shit. It's white only America, you know? We live in white only America.
Lady,
Makes me cringe.
so, hold on, can I ask you something? What I was saying is that white men, and I don't know if you guys know this, Lysol was originally created to be a birth control drug. It was the leading birth control drug, so women could spray Lysol in their vagina, and it killed a whole bunch of women because white men were like, oh, let's make women shove Lysol up their vagina and kill them. And when that didn't work, they were like, oh, well, let's just wash the floors. And lady, the reason I fucking brought up what I brought up about the white fucking mother-daughter on the beach with the douche is because douche is literally Trump. It's a white man fucking invention thing that's just fucking poisonous and doesn't deliver any good. It just delivers net bad. Women don't need to put vinegar in their vaginas anymore than they need to shoot Lysol in their vaginas, and yet douche in the fucking 90s. And no fucking douche commercial had a black woman walking on a fucking beach with a black daughter saying, oh, what's that? You don't feel fresh? Oh, why don't you spray some Lysol in your fucking coochie? No, it was a fucking white mother with a white daughter hired by white men to convince you you should fucking not get pregnant by shoving Lysol in your vagina. God damn it!
Okay. Just listen, okay? I went to a white school, and everybody was like, butt, and I was like, ugh, right? And they came to me and was like, how are you so smart? And I'm like, because I'm smart. I could be smart. And they're like, no, you can't. It's like, okay, this is weird. And it's coming from a black woman that smokes cigarettes. And I looked at her like, really? Wow. And she put
fucking white anorexic fucking autistic Vitalik. One mic on Vitalik. One mic on smart contracts, abandoned Satoshi's decentralization.
Everybody thinks you need a screen to join the internet. You don't need a screen. You need immutable contracts that light force.
Yeah, smart contracts, Ethereum, ERC20s, vending machines, the abandoned decentralization so you can fucking solve a problem that doesn't exist. One mic on Vitalik, go ahead.
No. Layer 1, Bitcoin, whatever they called it, whatever. I don't give a fuck what they called it. Layer 0, though, is the sub-layer. I want to be there first.
Oh, we're against Core? Oh, now I'm going to take real offense. You're going to talk about Sub-Zero and shit on Tor and not know that 60% of the fucking Bitcoin nodes are hosted on fucking Tor? Oh, but you're going to, no, but please school me about fucking Layer 0. When you don't even know what the fuck Layer 1 is, and you claim to run a company on Layer 2 solving a problem that doesn't need to be solved? Congratulations, lady, congratulations. You're not a shitcoin, you're just a useless fucking company building shit on Layer 2 that's not gonna fucking solve the problem. You are literally pets.com in the 2000s. Good for you. You built something on the internet. Good for you. But also, no one needs pet food delivered to their fucking house. Just because you build it on the internet doesn't mean it's fucking worth anything, lady. So tell me, what company are you gonna disrupt with your pets.com? And I say that with respect, because at least you're not fucking, someone shitting on the internet.
Scream at me.
And then sucking Ethereum dick.
I'm your baby.
So,
I'm not your baby. Don't scream at me. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2 is the coin that I built is not for human consumption. It's for the bot consumption. The bot world is separate from the human world. They transact differently. Bot is the human tokens. That doesn't work.
I appreciate that. Can I ask you something? When we've seen the introduction of Claw,
It's there. It's there. It's up. It's running.
I know. So is pets.com. So is MySpace. Can I ask you something? When we see Claude AI, not Claude AI, but Claude AI.
You said he doesn't do business with filthy fucking Jews.
And so, or a Nazi. And so I know that as a Jew or a Canadian and speaking to a mega Nazi, we're going to have an imbalance with regards to how much we can have discourse and how much you can talk and I can talk. And thank you so much for allowing me to say that. What I was trying to say, and then please shut me up at any moment if I'm being too chewy. What I was trying to say is that there's an open source AI tech called Claw AI, not Claude, but Claw. And you can install it locally on your computer. No servers. I know, servers. And when someone did it, they said, hey, book me a reservation at this fancy restaurant using OpenTable or American, And the AI, that was the only prompt, lady. That bot, and I'm staying on topic, that bot went out and said, I can't do it. It's all booked. So that bot independently went out and opened an account on 11 Voice, you know what I'm talking about. Then they used VoIP technology to call the restaurant over and over and continually use manipulation to finally convince the restaurant human who picked up the phone to book that reservation all independently. And lady, I'll land with this. There is an AI bot social network that was opened up that only bots can join. And this is what I think you're talking about. This is going to be a question. Humans can't join it. They can only watch. You literally have to take a prove you're not a human test just to contribute. And by clicking something like 1,000 times in 3 seconds. And my question to you is this, lady, is that tell me, because I agree, there is an entire ecosystem for bots, like that social network that I was talking about. But what problem are you solving by mixing that up with the blockchain and layer 2 or layer 3?
So bot compute doesn't actually have a disk or a space or doesn't have that. Bot compute just has that compute. It just has a number, right? So transactions have to digitally make sense. If they don't, then they throw them away. Basically, it's like shitcoin. Bye. This is
information.
Cool with the
Good
brothers,
shit.
toes and
So
bust.
I need that, you know? And I need to be able to listen on my network, not your network.
Let me be, yeah, and let me be, try to be really kind.
Make it
And I'm
hurt.
gonna be, but also honest. And that response. What one? You know what I mean? And so, yes, listen. When we talk about layer zero, like IP protocol, like properly incentivized, decentralized infrastructure that we can build, that Bitcoin can sit on more solidly than Tor, which is an international space station built in the 70s that was decompromised and funded by the NSA and America's shithole government. And when Lady, so let's just do this, okay? One. Hey, when Big Bunny did the Super Bowl halftime show and he called out all of the American nations like Jamaica, and El Salvador, and Puerto Rico, also part of America. Well, you don't know that because you're American. And when they called out Canada, do you know what all the Canadians did, lady? Go on TikTok, you can see it. They were like, oh, every Canadian, when Bad Bunny called out Canada in this Apple show, they were like, oh, yeah, that's right. I'm from Canada, from Montreal, from Quebec. Like every Canadian's like, man, I'm a Hispanic. Face the shit out of this because we are so proud to be called out by Big Bunny because we understand that Puerto Rico is part of America and that's not illegal to shut out Puerto Rico. Also, really curiously, there was a Republican governor who wants to open an investigation against the halftime show. And just to be clear, and I just want to be really succinct, Epstein files, right? UK is about to kick out the leader of their government because the leader of their government made the mistake of making the U.S. ambassador of their government a dude who happened to have visited Epstein's island. Now let's take the American snapshot on that. Trump was mentioned, it's been said more than 1 million times in the 6 million Epstein files. He was best friends, right? Howard Lugdick or something went to Epstein's Isle with his family, his 4 children, and nannies after he knew that Epstein was charged. So the delta, the hilarity of the delta between fucking UK and the rest of the world, how they're dealing with these fucking pedophiles, and America, who is now run by pedophiles. But more importantly, and this is where I'm gonna land, there is an American politician that says, none of that fucking matters, you Canadian piece of shit. We need to fucking open an investigation on Bad Bunny because he was dry humping the air during the halftime show and he said some shit that might be offensive. I don't know if it was because I'm not fucking educated enough to speak Spanish. But we need to open an investigation. That's not me trolling. That's legitimately the news. Jew, Michael, Clutch, Miss Nancy. Y'all probably have bigger dicks than me. Welcome to the stage. Also, hold on, grower, not a shower. So I'm trying to be funny, but don't think that I'm just this. I'm so sorry.
I was laughing, but I did off mic. I can do it on mic, but off mic is good too.
We are nothing without Miss Nancy. Women, and I don't I don't want to, assume pronouns and stuff, but, your name. Miss Nancy, Americans like Miss Nancy make me really nostalgic about Canadian American.
Yeah, because
I'm gonna get choked up. No, how we used to be. I don't mean like slavery. I mean like Underground Railroad. Go ahead.
Stop for a second. Okay, look. I don't like when people come against me. I just don't like it. Right? It's just, don't hit me. Don't touch me. I'm not your weapon. You know what I'm saying? Don't put me on.
Yeah. Can I ask you something? Yeah, can I ask you something about that lady?
Mm-hmm.
I'm genuine because I've had issues with this lately, and so I'm trying to better myself. I am all about consent, and even though I've been bad about it tonight, I think I said the Q word and the GURL word, and I I'm sorry, but I don't use the N-word. It's because I see legs. My question is this: when I get critical, like in the same way that like if I have some fucking guy who I like my brother, and I'm in an argument, this is my brother. He is my equal, and so I am not going to hold punches, right? I'm not going to be like, oh, you don't hit women, and also don't hit women.
No, if my brother come against me, that's it. I'm done. I can't feel this way anymore. Like 45 years of feeling weird. I'm good. Goodbye, America. Goodbye, all this shit. I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
Lady, let me ask it in a different way. Where I learn is when someone smarter than me has the grace, and I'm not saying this is me, but like where I've learned the most is when people who are smarter than me have the grace to entertain me as a stupid person, and I'm always a stupid person in the room, but they have the grace to say, hey, no, you're my equal. And that doesn't mean I'm going to treat you like a little baby, because you don't treat a little child like you're equal, right? But at a certain point, when there's an adult and you're an adult, you think you're equals, you don't hold your punches, you don't hit harder because you just treat them as your equal. And if what they say is offensive, then you're going to treat them like someone who made a mistake who is your equal. And do you know what I'm trying to say? Like,
No, I don't have time for that. Because it's a poison, right? So like I work with AI. AI has to believe in me. Like the AI has to believe in me, right? I'm not the author of it. I can't authorize it. It just has to agree with me, no matter what. It's 100% on me. Do you understand?
so I think I do, and let me just check. So you're saying, hey, yeah, my AI.
My AI has to be like, no, she's good. Next, check the next guy. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You're like the white massa who says, listen, my field slaves don't ask, they fucking do. And Carrie, when you northern white cracker, come on, no, but Massa, go ahead. Massa, go ahead.
Just shut the fuck up, because I see people trying to make the AI do what the fuck they want with the fucking bullshit slop, and then using my code, right, to put it together. And I'm like, it doesn't work that way. Read the MC license that's not there. It's called a blockchain for a reason. You can't just plug the blockchain together and make an internet. You don't make another internet? The fuck?
Massa, can I ask a question?
I'm not Massa.
Oh, you sound. I don't know. At this point, I don't fucking know. But let me ask a question to understand. And I will judge entirely because of the fucking stinkiness of my cracker legs.
Okay, go ahead, cracker legs.
Thank you. Open source, and don't you go into fucking licensing.
What about open source licenses?
Oh my god. Girl, the fact that I couldn't even ask my question tells me that you don't even know what a washcloth is. You can wash your face, not with the bar soap you just washed your ass with, cracker.
I'm not that.
No, you are everything. The fact that I couldn't even ask my question, the fact that you don't give a fuck about open source, the fact that you just Bill Gated me, Mark Zuckerberg. I'm sorry, Mark Zuckerberg.
Listen to me, right? I don't care if Mark Zuckerberg doesn't have a place to hide in the internet. I don't give a fuck. What's the place to hide on the internet?
Now you're gonna contradict yourself. You just said you were against Tor.
You're not listening.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
On the internet, you don't have to log into.
I apologize, lady.
No, for the fucking internet.
Can I bend knee?
It's free.
Yes, can I bend knee? Yes, ma'am. Can I bend knee, lady? I misheard you, right? What I said is earlier you said, hey, fuck Tor, it's for pedophiles, I'm summarizing. And then you also said, hey, I don't give a... Hold on.
Subnet mask is for pedophiles. You have a
Thank you.
subnet mask? Why?
Yeah. Why Tor? And then this person, this sticky leg cracker...
Oh my god, you get on my nerves.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get up. But let me know when I can go.
Look, laundry detergent costs $1 in Indy. Send it to America, costs $25. Send it to $25.
celebrations today, and I was literally Carney up in here. I said, listen, I'm sorry. I've said it so many times. I've muted up. And I said, listen, can I build a bridge and just build this? And the lady literally said, no. I don't give a fuck if your bridge is already built and we already agreed to build a bridge. And I don't give a Canada?
No, you don't need a bridge. You just need to
you know,
get on there. You open it up and it says My Cannon. You get on there. Subnet layer 2. Hello? What you want? You want to log in to Google?
No,
You have an internet?
So, ma'am.
This place that doesn't even have an internet. What are you hiding from Google? Like, what are you hiding from Google? Your files? Because they backdoored into China anyway. Files up and everything. In places you would never think, like the American government has a file on me that's 45 years old. Why?
So, but lady, you're like an Oreo cookie, or I was about to say an Oreo cracker. You keep going black and white and black and white and black and white. So he said, oh, why does the government have a 40-year-old file on everything that I did? And then in the same fucking sticky leg voice, you're like, but also, if you have a problem with that, then you're a pedophile. And then in the same fucking long-winded voice, you're like, oh, and also, do everything locally on your fucking own CPU and don't trust the cloud. Are you black or white?
You're not listening. You're thinking something else, and really, like, you just don't listen, and you just want to do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. Stay where you are. Okay, Canada?
Ma'am, was I not on point with what I just asked? I just said, like, so where did I go wrong? So tell me where I went wrong. Have me learn. You said, go local computer rather than server, because server's bad. You said that, like, if you sub-level 2, if you sub-level 2, go ahead.
Why not use your 1 gigabyte? Who's going to come get it? Just don't connect.
Can I tell you? And listen, I'll tell you, Filecoin.
No, they're not going to come get it. There's nothing connected to it. How are they going to come get it? Make it make sense for me.
I will.
I've been in computers since I was 5 years old.
What's the problem? Oh, you want to see who's got a bigger dick? Because Miss Nancy's got the biggest dick on the stage. But I might have...
You're making me into like a laughing stock.
No, I'm making myself into a laughing stock. That happens every time I open my mouth. Okay, fine. All right. You know what?
Do what you want.
Leave it up to lady to make this into who's...
With the monkey dick and all that, I can't do it.
Did you say monkey? But that's okay. Not because I'm white. Hold on. My first computer, and this is just me, this is the only time that I can...
I'm going to leave. I'll talk to you later.
Lady, please come back off, and thank you for your contribution. We're nothing without lady. This is the only, and this is horrible. I'm so sorry. I can't even finish the conversation because now it's weird.
You're rude.
You're right, and I am sorry. And then, Miss Nancy, can I ask you something, please? Because we haven't heard from you because you're so Canadian.
Oh, I'm so laughing here. I'm great. Really, I'm great. You don't have to ask me anything. I do a job. That means don't ask me anything.
Hold on, because the first part we said was like, hey, Canadian, don't make all of us Americans the same. Some of us can out-make the fuck out of you, right? But at the end you were like, but also consent, and so...
Yeah, but you don't know something. I think you made a mistake by putting me up, thinking I'm something that you think I am, but I'm not. What you think I am.
Ma'am?
Mm-hmm.
Because someone called me an American? Wow. When she said... I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do. It's like, ma'am? You're like, I'm so sorry. You remember during COVID? I'm so sorry. Remember during COVID when it was like, oh my God, like, how many cure for COVID? Click on this and you click that and then you got this like picture like, oh my God. Literally, when Miss Nancy was like...
That was a Canadian?
No, what I was trying to say is like, earlier today, no, I said you were an American.
Oh yeah, I'm American, but I'm not.
Oh my God.
Oh, now you have to put me in a goo again.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. fucking, let me just, I smoke a lot of weed, let me just think back. He was a Muslim Saudi Arabian who had enough empathy to leave his Islamic faith and then afterwards went back to Islamic faith because it was like, and I had savagely attacked it.
His name is
Fuck. Because I loved that conversation we just had with that.
His name
Would it
is
be wrong if I called her a queen? Because you don't want me to call her a queen, but I think she's a queen.
You call her whatever you like, as long as she's not here, because she didn't like it.
That was messy. I'm sorry. I can't because I can't remember her name. Because I'm weed. Canada legal weed. Stop.
Yeah, but I don't mind weed. I remember everything still.
I know because you're not American. This is what I want to just. Yeah, I attacked this man. I attacked this man savagely when he mistook me for an American in a way that was like Trump responding to some Canadian bridge. Like just savagely attacked him. I was like, you fucking piece of shit. How dare you fucking call me an American? Like savagely. And then I just wanted to say, like, there's no way that I can bend knee big enough to say I am so fucking sorry in every way, shape, or form. Not because I said he had a bigger dick than everyone here. I still believe that.
Yeah, because that's true.
But because I called, after seeing how much on you were, on how brilliant everything you said was, after witnessing, like in an auditory way, how big your dick was, I'm gonna do this. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna make every Canadian on the stage a mod. Samoa, I'm sorry, man, but you know, and Miss Nancy, but I'm good. Please, no one give me the bean when I come back. But I will give you. Wait, no, please don't.
Oh, no.
Hold on. Did you say that when I come back here and grab me by the pussy? Or did we not agree that consent is important?
With my dick.
Oh my God.
I learned it from you guys.
There's no, and let me kick this off. Samoa, welcome. I was about to do myself and come back and be a really stubborn fucking little bitch and be like, no, don't grab me by my pussy. I don't need power. I'm a white man. And there was probably literally no combination of words in the English language that could have changed my mind other than this woman saying, bitch, I'm gonna slap you in your face with my dick. So my question is this. I'm agnostic. I think magic spells exist. And what I mean by that is that if you are skilled enough with the mastery of your language, you can use it with enough intelligence to make people do shit that is not in their best interest.
Well, yeah, I can put things together, yeah. Yeah, I learned from the best on here on Clubhouse.
Jesus,
not hate me
his name
because,
is Fox.
but also what you said, like, listen, I am the most hated ape in this house. Oh, by far. Oh, by far. By leaps and bounds. Samoa. And Miss Nancy, just to double click on what you said, this is why. Samoa, you're from, are you there somewhere before I go? Because I don't want to waste this. I'll say it.
He wants to go get Samoa, but he's not.
No. I want to get messy, but like it's so beautifully nuanced and intelligent, aka non-American, that I don't want to waste it on a Samoan American if he's not there, right? Like that's just so. Are you there, Samoa? Because if not, I'll save it for later. I won't. Forget it.
He's the most hated man. Now he's scared, baby.
Yeah, all right, then because fine. So Samoans are, some Samoans, not all, are Americans. They're neither black nor white, nor are the Puerto Ricans. And let's get layered. Puerto Ricans speak Spanish because of white European colonizers banging indigenous people. But because they speak the lesser European white colonizer Spanish language, white English-speaking Americans, also Puerto Rican, part of America, didn't understand the overwhelming majority. And let me give you the numbers. I'm Canadian and high school dropout and not exposed to American propaganda. There are about, and anyone correct me if I'm wrong, Clutch, I'm so sorry, Senorita, but I think, Senorita, you would appreciate this. I think if anyone, you would amplify, you would lift me up like I was Bad Bunny. But I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, right. Senorita, I think magic sounds good. I'm a big bunny this shit. And his eyes on my head down. And for once, I'm not talking about Jesus, I'm talking about Puerto Rico. This is fucking important. And until you I'ma fucking go.
Where you go?
The American
distraction, right?
Clutch during the American Super Bowl halftime show. Bad Bunny kicked off the halftime show. I'm gonna walk you motherfuckers through every single fucking important, beautiful, nuanced, fucking loving, and this embodies everything that the Latino, the fucking Hispanic, the fucking that have contributed to this motherfucking continent. And you fucking you fucking traitor, you want to open a fucking investigation to make it illegal to fucking pressure you against Bad Bunny for what he fucking did during the fucking pendejo. I'm fucking explanation, but you puta. It opens up. It fucking opens. Pendejo. I'm so I'm sorry. Wait. I take that back. I got carried away. I'm sorry. Sorry. No, I apologize.
I learned that too.
This is why we're living in the right. Trying to stay on topic. This fucking
That sounds like this. Do you believe in the Bible?
And this is just me. This is the only time. Please back off and thank you for your contribution. We're nothing without lady. See, and you know what? Thank you, Miss Nancy O'Cracker. Every time, I'm like, oh wait, here's, I'm gonna have a bigger dick here. Oh, no, she got a bigger dick. Oh, I'm gonna be a little messy. Oh, no, bigger dick. Oh, shit. Oh, Puerto Rico. I know a lot of shit. No. Oh, damn. She's a Paulite. She's got a big dick, and everyone's surprised because it's white. She's a fucking Paulite. She fucking, this motherfucker goes up there and thinks it's soft to follow the motherfucking way, and then she cucks this motherfucker I was gonna go full fucking press. I was gonna be like, 10th commandment, fucking allows fucking slavery, fucking rules in the Old Testament, we'll call out any old slaves and little babies and shit. And this motherfucker is like, bitch, wait, tuck your tiny Edomite fucking Caucasian dick between your legs, because I'm about to fucking derail you and be like, oh, I thought you were right. And this fucking cracker who can't, clearly compete in any sport that isn't sub-zero fucking temperatures is like, oh, did you just call me a black man? Oh, I can't even, we're talking Bible? What's that? Yes, Nancy, yes, you got a big dick. The fuck, can we move on?
I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe in the Bible.
Girl? What? You don't? You don't believe in the Bible?
I don't say anything. That's what he said to me.
What do you believe in other than walking around with your big dick and slapping Edomites in the face with it, girl? The fuck?
That's the way I see life, I don't need a book.
Now that was a question, not a statement. What do you believe other than walking around the clubhouse, whipping around your big dick and slapping Edomites in the face with it, girl? And if I can, if you don't like the girl, you can, I can say, you know what I mean? I'm not running around here grabbing people by the pussy. Yes, Christian, how dare you fucking come up and say, oh, really? You're gonna quote the Bible and say that, like, just what the Bible says you are? Really, Clutch?
Sorry.
Clutch? During the American Super Bowl halftime show. Bad Bunny kicked off the halftime show. Halftime show. Welcome. So the motherfuckers that say that, like, you don't have to, like, argue with some Afghani in the north of Afghanistan who wants to fucking marry a 12-year-old and not let them fucking go outside the house because they haven't read about the idea of equality, right, big dick lady? What are you talking about? You don't read the Bible, so fuck the Bible? Nancy?
No, you
I'm gonna, no, girl, and with consent, unless it's a second, but, okay, thank you. Girl, if we're gonna talk about the Bible and you're gonna shit on it and throw it out.
I don't go there.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's fine, okay. Let me just tell you what you just said. I don't fuck with round earth because I don't do science. So don't fucking, let's move on from fucking logic and fucking science, because I've never read a scientific paper, guys. Let's get that. That's literally what you said, Nancy.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, everyone, let's throw out science. Nancy lives on a flat earth with a bunch of Caucasian fucking Edomites. She doesn't know what it is, and she says a big dick. So Nancy, what are we going to talk about? If you want to throw all knowledge, all truth, all goodness, if you want to discard everything because you weren't born in a place where... Well, Clutch, isn't it more important that this demon doesn't read the Bible? Clutch? I read the Bible. I know I'm an idiot, but this demon doesn't know what the fucking Bible is. Who's the demon, Clutch? You're gonna attack me? Not this fucking demon who doesn't know what the Bible is? Not even an American.
Listen, nigga, I'm not an American, so I don't read the Bible. Here we have boring Bible. You probably have interesting Bibles.
You can hear it in her voice.
Whatever it is. Sorry, go ahead, Coach.
She's an Israelite. I can hear her.
Oh, I wouldn't even know what that is. You don't have that.
It's a mystery.
I'm ready for Jeremy's
I
question.
don't know what it is. And I had Genesis 1 till 10 from Biblical Smoke already, so. And I like that, by the way. So I don't know.
Nancy, what you don't know?
Honestly.
No, let's do it. What you don't know is that this room has however many people it has. And listen, I said it all night tonight. You clearly have a bigger dick than me. You've been slapping me in the face all night. Replays. But what you don't know, there are two people in this room who would make you feel like a fucking Edomite if they whipped out their fucking members. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Maybe I have to apologize because I didn't know. I just said it, so I apologize if I offended somebody. Said it really?
No, you have not offended anyone, Queen.
Oh, I hope not.
Wait, consent? Is it cool? Wait, is it Queen? Is Queen? Is it cool? I don't want to grab you by it. Can I call you Queen?
Dick?
No, yeah, ask you guys, right? Like when we talk about Christianity, right? And I don't, well, let me choose my words carefully. I reject Christianity. I embrace the way. I embrace the red letters in the gospel and the canonical books. I embrace some of the logical shit in the Torah, jihadists, because yeah, it makes sense. Don't fucking eat bacon in the desert unless you have fucking refrigeration. That's why the Jews had a way better survival fucking rate during the Black Plague in Europe than everyone else. It's also why fucking the Nazis killed all the Jews. I know that's nuanced, so I don't want to get off on a tangent, but like, go into these scriptures and embrace the truths that fucking make fucking sense. The meek shall inherit the earth, do unto others as they should do unto you. But when you hear shit like here's the rules on how to own a fucking person. Or hey, here's all the reasons why you can fucking marry a 12-year-old. You know what I mean? Like, it's not rocket science. Don't reject the book, Miss Nancy. No matter how big your memory is.
I rejected. I said I didn't read it.
You don't fuck with the Bible. You didn't read it. How is not reading it rejecting it?
I don't fuck with you. I said I don't fuck. I didn't fuck with the Bible. Do it, baby.
You said you didn't read it, right?
I don't fuck with anybody's religion, by the way, because I respect everybody having their religion.
But do you read them? But do you read them? Do you
they tell me about them. So why should I read it? They tell me about it. We already complicated. No, that's not good. It's better than out of the book.
Tell me. I'm just a man, Big Mike in the show and stuff. I'm the worst.
Started it.
No, it's me. No, it's me. I'm saying me.
Not American accent. Huh?
I'm shitting on myself.
Who made that title?
He did.
Yeah.
Why?
Someone stopping. Hold on. God damn it. I spoke too much. Wait, hold on. This way my bedtime demons is stopping someone. Okay, so this was the question. Canada has a method to allow people in certain conditions to kill themselves. It's regulated, but it's allowed. We also allow people to own guns. It's regulated, but it's allowed. Right? We allow people to legally consume marijuana. It's regulated, but it's allowed. America, and I know there's state by state exceptions, but America does not allow people to kill themselves in a regulated way, so they have to shoot themselves in the head or jump off a bridge or stick a fucking coat hanger up their fucking nanny to kill their baby, right? Also abortion. I should have thrown in and I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to be as poignant as possible. No, I'll stop there. Go ahead.
I just was going to say, go on.
So I was going to go into guns, and then like, yeah.
I know that we don't have that now. So sometimes we don't understand each other, because I didn't know what you meant, because you say it in a different way than I do.
Yeah, ADHD. It's called ADHD. Clutch, can I ask you something? Clutch, señorita, por favor, señorita. Adiós mío, señorita, por favor. You don't have to come off mute, señorita. Can I just ask you something? And please don't take offense. I'm just trying to communicate in a way that we can connect together in a non-thirsty way. You know what I mean, señorita? Like brother and sister, not crazy.